Hello, welcome back to Couch Conversation. This one's a very exciting one that we've been studying for, girl, because we had like a whole
Yes.
community post. We're like, what should we ask, right? An effort. Shout out to everyone who submitted questions. Uh, we're here. We're here. Nicole, thank you for coming to the couch. I'm excited for this conversations. So are the people. So I'll let you introduce yourself because I don't like introducing people. Flex what you know.
No problem, no problem. Well, as she said, my name is Nicole McCarty Miller, aka the Curly Chemist. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok at the.curlychemist. I am a professional cosmetic chemist. I have a background in chemistry and pharmaceutical science. So I work in the industry and work on a lot of different brands, small, big, some you've heard of, some you've never heard of. And I am also an entrepreneur, a speaker. I do a lot of stuff, but I really, really love what I do. I love like trying to teach others a little bit more about the science behind the cosmetic industry. So that's
Nice.
me.
Nice. Well, welcome, welcome. We're so excited to have you. I feel like this information is what is missing or lacking in Black hair care, like the scientific part. And I enjoy learning more about hair. I feel like we are advancing the
Yes.
education around Black hair. And I love that because I remember growing up, who knew, right? We're just winging it, I feel. And we discovered what worked, what didn't work. Even on YouTube University, we experimented a lot. We did a lot of different things. And some of them are like being formulated in products now. I'm just
Mhm.
things are moving. So I love continuing this conversation. We have a long agenda today. So I want to get to it because we have so many questions. We're trying to squeeze everything Nicole. And I think, sorry.
No, I didn't say nothing. I just said, child, don't squeeze everything I know.
We are. So if you guys have any questions, please leave them in the chat. The way the conversation is going to go, I have some main topics and we'll let the conversation flow. If you do have questions related to what we're talking about, go ahead and ask. We'll bring those questions to the stage. If it's unrelated, I'm probably going to leave it to the end because at the end, we're going to have a Q&A. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's get started with some definitions, Nicole. The people want to know. I feel like I needed like a mic or something. Nicole, let's start with some serious definition. What are surfactants?
Okay. So, surfactants. Surfactants are actually surface active agents, and we know them most. There's actually two categories. So, there is cleansing surfactants, things that you would use to like wash your hair, wash dishes, and then there are emulsifiers. And I feel like people know more and more what emulsifiers are. I'm always just surprised how much education is happening with consumers. But emulsifiers help to bring oil into water or water into oil, like put simply. So when people think about surfactants, they think about cleansing. So that's what a surfactant is.
Oh, interesting. Because there's a whole saying that oils and water don't mix. But technically, they do with
Well, they can with the help of surfactants, because
they can
surfactants,
yeah.
they are amphiphilic. I don't. I'm trying to figure out how much chemistry to put into this,
Oh, that's
but
true.
they're
That's
amphiphilic.
true. Uh, well, they have
They're
a
amphiphilic.
water layer or water part and a water loving part and a
No, I
whatever. Like
don't
how
know.
where do we break it down?
But yeah, you know, I don't even have to tell you. They're amphiphilic, meaning they have both water loving and oil loving parts, which means that they can interact with both depending on the level and the way they're composed and whatnot. So that's why they're great at cleansing. They can get into water, they can help you get all that oil and dirt off. So yeah.
Okay. So then the reason why I started with this question or we're starting with definitions is because I really feel like it sets the stage for the conversation, right? Like you're
Yes.
breaking down these terms and we're like, oh, that makes sense. I didn't know that was related to that either. Because there's a lot of confusion I find around our natural hair, especially with the recent
Yes.
information, not using oils and not using butters. Now you're like, what? Like what's going on here? What about sulfates?
Okay. So sulfates, they can mean a couple of things, but in terms of what consumers would consider them with products, they're just a type of surfactant. They're more associated with being a little bit more irritating and harsh, but they're very effective cleansers. So that is, I think, the typical definition with sulfates.
Okay. And with sulfates, that's what we think about when we talk about shampoos, sulfate free, sulfate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm honestly throwing random definitions, but that's because that's what people ask about, the main things. But feel free to frame the conversation in a way that, say, if there is definition that you feel are important to know, bring them into this, because I don't know what I don't know at this point. um, Emollients.
So emollients, they are ingredients that help to soften the hair. They coat the hair, and some common emollients people would know of are oils. So that's actually what emollient means, to soften. And it's a category of ingredient that is used all through cosmetics. And it's actually a part of a moisturization system, but it's not itself moisturizing, I would say. Like by itself, it will not provide moisture, but it's a part of a system that can help provide moisture.
Okay. So now I feel like the wheels are already turning in my head, because now I'm like, oh, oils.
No, that's a whole conversation in itself. I think
Yeah,
I think we have that somewhere in the agenda. That's a whole conversation in
that's
itself.
true. We're gonna get there. Types of proteins. And this person specifically wanted to know about silk amino acids and hydrolyzed proteins, but maybe you can start with proteins in general.
Okay, so proteins in hair care are usually used as conditioning agents, and they come in a lot of different forms. In terms of amino acids, that's like the building block of proteins. Like thinking back to well, I would say primary school because I'm Caribbean, so primary school or middle school. That's like the building block of a protein, amino acids. And when you talk about hydrolyze is a chemical process where you're breaking things down to their smaller components. So if you hydrolyze, like, I don't know, silk, you will get silk amino acids depending how far you go. So that's more kind of like, so that's the difference.
Okay. And the reason why it's being hydrolyzed is so that it's better, like more effective on hair, or able to penetrate your hair or whatever.
Absolutely, because you're thinking about a protein, they're very macromolecules. And so you want to break them down to their components that are more effective, that can also be more like lower molecular weight so that they can also effectively penetrate the hair follicle.
Okay. Well, if there's any other definitions you feel like we should know about that is going to help this conversation.
Mhm. Definitely. I think as we go, if something comes appropriate, I'll definitely talk about it a little bit more. Oh, and that's a good idea.
Okay.
I'm also really, really pregnant. So if you see this water bottle show up, like I am 7.5 months pregnant.
Oh, Nicole. I was just there recently, so I just want to send all the love. Get comfortable, put your feet up, girl. If you need to take breaks, let us know.
I get out of breath, you know why.
Okay. And I feel like I'm still in it. I mean, my baby just turned 1, so I don't know, girl. Now I can breathe, put on makeup, and do my hair. That's all I know. I don't know what happened last year. So we are wishing you the best. I saw your baby shower pictures. They look lovely.
Thank you.
It looks so pretty in your pink dress.
Girl, yes, because it's a girl, I have to wear the little pink.
Girls are the best. They say allegedly, maybe.
We're
All
very
right. So we're gonna move it right along and start talking about the role of products. And I say this because, you know, a lot of time we feel like we can substitute a lot of things, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. But I feel like there are some products that are key and important for me. When we think of cleansing, I think that's important. That's an important category of product or step that we should do. We should condition. I feel that's also an important one. And then do something to your hair until you wash and condition again. And that's where people do whatever they want to do. Even with cleansing, I find we'll do mud washes. We'll use some alternatives. So, what are the roles of these products in a hair care routine?
role of like all products.
We can just start by, we can go by categories like shampoo, like cleaning.
Okay.
How important is that?
Okay. So shampoo. And I think what you were saying before is, sometimes we want to use different products, but some just don't exist in nature. You know what I mean? Like a shampoo doesn't necessarily exist in nature. There's really nothing you can kind of pluck that will be equivalent to a shampoo. So in terms of a shampoo, that is definitely crucial for cleansing your hair. Your hair gets so much buildup, product buildup caused by us. And I think you think back when society, when we didn't use so much products, maybe you didn't have to wash your hair as much. Maybe water was enough, but now we're loading the hair, we're styling it, we're doing these things. So we have to be washing our hair. I know you think about that, but then hair wasn't necessarily styled the way it is now.
Yeah.
We kind of created a new reason to have to wash our hair and keep up with certain maintenance. But yeah, you definitely have to wash your hair for your scalp. Your scalp is skin. It can get irritated. It can get different diseases and stuff can happen if you're not washing your hair enough, and your hair itself needs to be removing all that product that you put on it. So definitely need shampoos.
Okay. When you were talking about, the way you thought about how society have changed and how that affects basically how we take care of ourselves, including our hair. I've never thought back as to, I don't know, like pre Jesus Christ.
Right?
I guess I don't know, when you were in nature though, like what did people do back then? Just not shower, not well, I guess just dip in the river. I don't know. How far back are we thinking? So I never thought of
luxury to bathe. Like it was a
yeah,
luxury to bathe. So
that's true.
the
But there's
personal
still
hair.
environmental debris to this day. We think about, I don't know, the air quality, depending on where you live. Like you said, the products that you put on your hair, how much are you piling it on? Like all of that matters. So now it's almost like a individualized thing how you should be cleansing your hair. Okay, that's interesting to think about. Conditioners. Well, actually, you know what? Before we move on from shampoos, I want to touch on sulfate-free shampoos, clarifying shampoos, moisturizing shampoos, just because a few questions came up with how come some sulfate-free shampoos are even more cleansing than a shampoo that has sulfate in it.
So sulfate versus sulfate free. So there are a lot of different types of surfactants. We already talked about surfactants, and there are the go-tos, the ones that are potent, the ones that are honestly inexpensive too to use. Those are tending to be the ones that have sulfate, like sodium lauryl sulfate and stuff. There are derivatives of that that are less harsh to your scalp, like, and that's a different conversation. They call them ethoxylated surfactants, and they do some chemistry to make them a bit more less irritating. But in terms of sulfates, they work effectively, they're inexpensive, and they can be formulated to be more gentle. But I've done studies on them. They do strip the hair more than some other ingredients, but they can be formulated in a way to not do that. And also, so when you're talking about sulfate free, so sulfates have a negative charge, whereas sulfate free, they tend to have a non-ionic charge or just like a neutral charge. Or there's another zwitterionic term. There's a couple of different terms, but they tend not to be as charged. So that can actually help with being a little bit less irritating. And you don't actually, some of them are a bit more expensive, and they can be combined with different ingredients to kind of get that aesthetic you want. If you want foaming, because that's what sometimes people don't like when they switch to something more mild, they don't get the foaming. We can mitigate that. Like we can definitely mitigate that. That is more of an aesthetic than necessary. But I fall for it too. Like if I get a shampoo and it ain't foaming, I'm upset. And I know, like,
so that's what we're talking about. No studs. So that's one thing you can add or remove.
Well, we can definitely add foam boosters. We can definitely work around it to kind of create that sensation without having to think associated with irritation.
Okay. So you said a lot.
I know.
Processing. You gave us a lot of different options and scenarios. I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. So really, when it comes to these labels, you really won't know unless you're a chemist how a product is going to perform. Just because it says it's sulfate free doesn't mean it's not going to be very cleansing to your hair.
Yeah, I would definitely say that there are some ones that contain sulfates that actually might be more gentle to your hair than some without it. I do know people who feel like they are sensitive to sulfates. So, going for a sulfate-free shampoo is a choice, and you're not going to risk, I guess, performance is what I'm saying. They will sometimes cost more just because those materials do cost more to formulate with, but there are so many good ones out there, you're not going to risk performance. So I would definitely, and there definitely are shampoos out there that are formulated in a way that are harsher, that do contain sulfates.
Okay.
So, but sulfates in general, like they are harsher in the way their chemistry works. They're effective. Okay. Like that's why I think when people were starting to use Dawn soap for like shampoo, that is really, really concentrated and full of SLS and not formulated for hair. So,
okay, TikTok girlies, we're coming for y'all.
I mean, it'll work, but it's stripping because
When you see something, you watch a video of someone doing something, and you just like immediately no.
immediately no.
I see how much I have to lotion after doing the dishes. I'm good on that.
Exactly. I think it's the commercials with like washing animals. It's like, oh, this is gentle, but if it's not formulated for your hair.
And you know what? I feel like that's a very good point. Having discernment when it comes to taking information online, taking what people are doing and saying. You may want to double check and like Google that. I don't know. Okay, so different type of shampoos, different cleansing capabilities, I guess. We're gonna move on to conditioners, but there's a question here that I wanted to take. I've always wondered if using sulfates is a big deal. If I'm going to deep condition and return the oils back almost immediately.
I love this question. I personally do not think so. I think they can be used in moderation. I think sometimes, obviously, we overwash our hair and we forget to like focus on key areas like getting your scalp cleansed and kind of, washing out your hair versus kind of like overusing it. But yeah, if you are washing your hair in moderation, you're getting your scalp, you're cleansing, and then you're immediately going in with the conditioner because shampoos and conditioners, they work together. When you use a shampoo, your hair is slightly charged. Shampoos are slightly charged. And when you use a conditioner, they're actually positively charged, whereas shampoos more negatively charged. So they help to restore your hair back to normal. So yeah, when you kind of use them in conjunction, I would say that's fine.
Okay. Well, now you guys you heard it here first. Not here. I'm kidding. Okay, moving on. Conditioners then. Let's go right into that. You were just talking about it.
Yes, conditioners, obviously, they're made for a completely different purpose. They are restoring back your hair back to its more original pH. They have humectants, which are just ingredients that help with moisturizations. They have quats, which are cationic surfactants, so another type of surfactant, except those are moisturizing. They have some cleansing, but they're not going to do the same thing as like the sulfates and stuff like that. And they have different ingredients like that. And they're tacky. You have to wash them off, but that's how they work. It's like a minute to 3 minute conditioning treatment. That's how they're designed. And then they help to kind of restore different things in your hair.
All right. So we said shampoos, conditioners together.
Yes.
Does that mean deep okay, let's go straight into it.
Let's go into the deep conditioner.
Yeah. The role of deep conditioners in this whole thing. Are they a marketing thing? Are they a gimmick? Do we need them? Do we not need them?
So there are a lot of cosmetic chemists that I love that, don't always see the value. And I definitely get where they're coming from with the deep conditioners. And the reason is that they are very similar chemistries. It's just one was made for like 1 minute to 3 minutes, right? The other one was made for like 10 to 30 minutes. So, when you look at a deep conditioner, they're usually thick. They usually have that tack and they usually require more time to rinse out. Not all, but they are different. They're differently composed and they will probably have higher amount, more concentrated, I would say. They would have higher amount of those conditioning agents to kind of give you a longer treatment. So when people ask me, I do think sometimes we can over deep condition. I think we were doing it like once a week because the way conditioners work is they have to leave something behind to effectively work. They leave like a film. They leave like that's how they work. They have to leave something behind to effectively work. So I would say they can be helpful. I don't necessarily think you have to do them weekly. I know that's sometimes kind of a naturalista habit. But I do think that they can be helpful, especially if your hair has been treated, kind of like going through something, relaxed hair, treated hair, bleached hair definitely can be helpful. But honestly, you can get benefit from just leaving your favorite conditioner on a little longer.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, if you're on a budget, try doing a little treatment with the conditioner you already have.
Okay, well, I have a question though. I mean, next time you take care of your hair, you're going to shampoo anyway, which would have removed that film, right, left by your deep conditioner. So, what's the harm of using them?
Oh, there's no harm. I would definitely not say there's a harm.
Okay.
They're effective. They have their purpose. I think I think they can just they're just not drastically different to like a conditioner, I think is the thing where people say, well, do we need them? They can definitely be very helpful. I think I've just heard so many times with natural hair, it's like, oh, you got to deep condition every time. I don't know if you have to do it every time. I feel like you can do it more like once a month or once every 2 months as needed.
And they're usually a little bit more expensive too because it's a deep conditioner. It's going deeper, right?
Yeah, and they do have some ingredients that they would want to encourage to go more into because they have a longer time. And then also does let you like, you could set under the dryer, you could incorporate heat. So it definitely just offers its benefits. I wouldn't say it's necessarily like a marketing scheme, but maybe you ain't got to use it every week.
Okay. And you don't need to use a conditioner and then a deep conditioner in the same session.
They're cousins. So you don't have to use a deep conditioner then a deep conditioner. You could probably just use the deep conditioner at that time to serve as that conditioner. But I know when you're in the shower, it feels weird to come out just with your hair washed and you didn't use the conditioner and then jump into the deep conditioner.
Yeah. And yeah, it really depends on what you want to do. Sometimes like I'm tired of going in and out of the shower. So
oh, I hate that's actually what makes me avoid it the most, like deep conditioners, is the thought of like, because I have so much hair. So then I come out the shower and I'm like, nah, I gotta condition and go back. So maybe it's laziness for me. But I do
feel like 10 minutes is probably enough. A lot of the time we leave them for like an hour or two. That's excessive. Like while we're doing all that.
Some people do overnight, and that's definitely excessive.
I did it overnight too. So I'm not gonna say that. With overnight is convenience. Imagine just getting out and going to sleep versus getting out and then going back in the shower. Like, let's be honest.
I definitely did it.
We're gonna sleep in it. It's okay. We'll all survive. I'll survive. My hair will
I do that so many times.
Right. All right. What about protein treatments then? Since we're just talking about conditioners, deep conditioners, what are your thoughts on protein treatments? Are they needed?
I just always think back to the little packets, like the hot oil treatments and all the little things that we used to use. Yeah, there's just those different. I used to just warm them up with hot water. And yeah, anyways, I just thinking back at the products we had back in the day, and they have them still now. Protein. So they talk about a protein like moisturization balance. They talk about elasticity. They talk about, protein. Your hair is 95% keratin protein. So these treatments can help reinforce it. The issue with protein, it can be used incorrectly because it does coat your cuticle and make your hair brittle. So if you're doing too many, you might experience breakage. So they can help reinforce and support your natural hair function and kind of fill in some gaps and, support your hair. But you can overdo them, I would think. So I think they can be used. Oh, what'd you say?
I said proceed with cautions when it comes to protein treatment.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, a lot of time, like, maybe we shouldn't be doing those at home.
I was just thinking that there are some, teaming up with these hairstylists. Like, listen, they know what they're talking about. So
sorry, go ahead. I just said it had its benefits teaming with a stylist, especially with color. Color is not something you should be doing at home. You should do what you want to do, but just my unprofessional opinion. Leave-in conditioners.
Leave-in conditioners. So they are very everything's formulated for different reasons. I feel like leave-in conditioners, so you have conditioners that you have to rinse out. They're using more proteins and different ingredients that you have to wash off. They'll leave a film on your hair. You won't be able to style your hair effectively. So you got to wash those off. You got to leave them on there, get some of the ingredients that they want to, deposit on the hair, and then you got to rinse off the rest. And with leave-in conditioners, they're formulated in a way for everything to be left on, so you're using more lighter ingredients, things that will evaporate away some of it and leave a thinner film on your hair, but it's more for moisturization, reduction of frizz, and detangling. So that's kind of like what a leave-in conditioner does for your hair. And it's different from like a curl cream, which is like more styling.
Okay, I see. Oh, that's very interesting. And a lot of time you talk about leave-ins not being needed. So now I always go back to the is it needed, is it not needed conversation, just because I feel like that's it's one of the questions that a lot of people have. Since they're meant to be left on, can some of them be formulated to be too thick?
I've definitely used some that are quite thick. that do like, they are formulated to, have to be incorporated into your hair when it's wet, just to have the best chance of, soaking up into the hair and evaporating off and not leaving that, flakiness and stuff like that. But there are some that I've encountered that are thicker that struggle with kind of just seamlessly going on the hair. So they definitely can be formulated a little too tacky.
Yeah, it's almost like a styler in itself at that point.
Yes, definitely.
All right, we're going to our best, the best category ever: oils and butters.
Oils and butters, which are also just very much fat related materials.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about, so I said it before, oils and butters, they're emollients, and emollients are designed to soften the skin, but they coat the skin, and they're part of a system. So there's like emollients, occlusive agents like petrolatum or petroleum jelly, which we all know very, very well, grease, and humectants like glycerin. So things that bring in water, things that help to keep water in there, and things help to soften and also support keeping water in there. So that's kind of oils. Oils are more softening and supporting to keep water in there, but they don't necessarily moisturize. And I think that's kind of like where they've been misused,
Mm-hmm.
but but they are great at creating shine and helping to support moisturization. Just an oil by itself won't necessarily moisturize. Neither will a butter, which is, I think, why it will leave like a big film. So usually it will give you that effect that it's working. And then your hair might kind of feel rough and not get the support that it really needs if you overuse oils.
Okay. And there's also, how we express ourselves when it comes to talking about oils and butters, because people will always tell you, moisturize your hair with an oil, moisturize your hair with butter. So that saying is so commonly used that I think a lot of people, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to moisturize my hair with an oil, where they're only effective if you hydrate your hair first, if you put water in your hair first, right?
Yes.
So it's almost like moisturize your hair with water and then oil. That's what we should be saying.
Yes. I think they just misused moisturization with oils. They can support it, but by themselves, you just keep adding oil and oil and oil on your hair. Your hair will not be moisturized. It
So
will feel oily.
that's true. That's true. I've been there. When it comes to oils and butters, then, is there a difference or in how they perform when they are in a product? So like a formulated oil and butter, as they say, versus the raw version of oil and butters. They say just shea butter versus shea butter within a formulation. Is there a difference?
Well, shea butter, well, depending on the grade of shea butter and the type of shea butter you're using in particular, when it's in its kind of like raw form, it's usually pretty solid and it's kind of won't fly that way. So it can be used in products at various different levels to help build like body, like viscosity. And it can also definitely do what emollients do and also provide some protection, a little bit of hydration, blah, blah, blah. But so they will act differently when they're formulated in a product, because if they're formulated in a product, they will have other ingredients to kind of have different functionalities, like conditioning agents and all those different things to help kind of come together versus by itself, where it's only going to offer a few benefits.
Okay. And say the hydration could already be in the product as well that you're using, say water versus
Definitely.
using shea butter by itself.
Definitely. So yeah, definitely most products will have water. So you're getting some water from your products, and then you're also getting, like, depending what's in it, like a conditioning agent, a humectant, something that's going to help create your hair to be a little bit more porous, a fixative, like just depends on the product. But yes. But not every product that claims a butter is going to have a lot of butter. That's just, sometimes products will be like with shea moisture. Girl, sometimes there's a drop of shea moisture in that. We call that fairy
The
dust.
last ingredient.
But
The little drop.
read the ingredients, you can kind of understand how much is in there, and depending on the product, it might benefit there's more or less. But yeah, sometimes because consumers know their product, sometimes brands will claim ingredients that aren't at a very high level.
Okay, so then that's where marketing comes into play.
Yes, marketing is a big player in this game.
Oh my God, it just seems so complicated.
Yeah.
I had a question here with grease as well. You talked about it a little bit. Can you go a little bit more in depth with grease, because we talk about grease sometimes in a negative light. Some people love it. Some are concerned about their scalp. There's concern about toxicity. Like, go tell us a little bit more about grease.
Definitely, definitely. Grease is so nostalgic to me. Just I think about, my mommy doing my hair and, putting grease on my scalp. So the ones I think about with grease is like the green one. I can't even think of the name. I just know it's green. And, like Blue Magic products and just like those, exactly, exactly. Like I'm thinking about all the and some of them still is be in your cabinet for that one time you need it.
That's true. We can't get rid of it. For me, it was like the coconut. It's like almost a clear coconut one. Oh, once I discovered that one, all my hair problems went away.
And they still have their purpose. Grease has mostly, I think its main ingredient is occlusive ingredients like petrolatum. So those are more, and they're important ingredients. Like occlusive ingredients help to keep moisture in. But again, if you're only using grease, you're not allowing your hair to, be hydrated, get water in it, and all that stuff. So it's keeping water in and out. Like it's keeping the water that's already in your hair in, but it's also keeping water from coming in too. So they can be misused, but they can be effective too. So I would say grease has its purpose, but I think if you're thinking about like, does it clog your pores? Does it affect our scalp? It protects your scalp. Petrolatum is a protective, like agent, but it can clog your pores if you're not necessarily washing your hair enough or just misusing it, like using way too much. So
the way you mentioned that it keeps water in and also keeps water out, is it very similar to oils, or oils a little lighter where it's a breathable film, like they would say?
I would say oils intend to not be as occlusive. They might have some occlusivity properties, but they wouldn't be considered occlusive agents. Like those are actually a separate category of product. Like beeswax is an occlusive agent. As we know, we use that to, braid hair and stuff, and that really holds a style together. Petrolatum or petroleum jelly, that's an occlusive agent. Mineral oil can be considered occlusive, and that can be healing. There's definitely purpose for those protective agents, because they will effectively just keep things out, but also keep things in. Mm-hmm. But oils, that's not their main function. Some are more occlusive than others, but they're more considered emollients.
Okay. That's not a question, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Definitely. You do look cute. I want to braid my hair.
Pardon me, girl. I am
That's exactly what I want to do. Maybe like 37 weeks. Just braid my hair.
I got one for you too, girl. They think your hair is looking super cute.
Thank you. But yes, I'm just about to be braided in a couple of weeks so that I could be in the hospital looking cute and not struggle with the hair nets. When they put the hair nets.
Girl, let me tell you something. I was one of those who was hella stubborn. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get my hair braided. I'm just going to do minute twists. Get your hair braided.
I was thinking mini twists too. I was like, then I could like refix them myself, and then, but child, I might get my hair braided for real. Okay. We could see.
There are pros and cons. Actually, that's what I'm gonna say. Cons is when you give birth, you're gonna look crazy. Pro, if you enjoy doing your hair like me, I enjoy water hitting my scalp. So postpartum, it was great because now I could just I was just washing and wetting my hair every other day. And you're gonna need to do what you love. I would recommend you do what you love postpartum, because postpartum is rough. Whew, the first few months out of the hospital, you even know what's going on. So if you don't want to think about your hair, you're like, it's too much, I don't like doing my hair, get it braided. If you love doing your hair like me, and you want to have a style that you can do or keep doing, do the thing that calms you down, that keeps you here mentally. Don't, you know what to do. And it doesn't have to be hair, it could be gardening. I don't know, girl. All right. Moving on to mousse/foams. And I want to bring that up because I feel that's a category that is kind of new to us. I don't know who is using mousse and foam. Maybe there are some people out here, but the majority of us were using grease and oil to take care of our hair, I would argue. And then now there's some of us that are just like, I'm just going to use a mousse wash and go. That's interesting. And I have a video on that too. I was like, let me try it. So And that was the only, well, I have like 2 videos and that was the only time. So, I mean, that should tell you a lot. So, mousse and foams, tell us, what do we need to know?
So mousses were new for me too because I was very much in the LCO LOC when I went natural. I went natural like 10 years ago when I was in grad school and I was just tired of, paying for relaxers. So, that was kind of when LOC was in and that's all we was doing. We was twist out and we was doing all that type of stuff. Then I think in the last like 3-4 years, I've noticed like the natural hair girlies, they were leaning to more wash and goes and they were doing, and I didn't believe in wash and goes. I used to tell that to like everybody. I was like, I don't believe in no wash and goes. And
Like,
and then
oh,
like it just to me, and my hair takes so long to dry. I was just like, this don't make no sense. But with the wash and goes, I started to experiment. I was like, okay, let me try it. And then, I started to, I still like use leave-in, then a gel, then a mousse. And I was like playing with different ones. And once I got like the balance, I started to really, really, really like the effect. Because I'm wearing my hair down more, which is, when you're doing twist outs, yeah, you're wearing your hair down, you eventually pull it back. With wash and goes, you're wearing your hair down. Honestly, depending how they go, you could wear it down for like a week. They definitely shrinkage. If you're avoiding shrinkage, wash and goes ain't your friend. But if you are happy with a little bit of shrinkage, then yes, wash and goes. But mousses, why I go into all of that is they are essentially, so you have like hairspray, which is fixatives. A mousse is kind of like a different form of that. It's going to have polymers and fixatives. They're really simple when you look at the ingredients. There's not a whole lot to them, but they're going to basically be kind of like manipulated, like one you can manipulate into your hair versus like a hairspray where you have to spray it. And it helps to hold your style in. So that's why it's like you use a leave-in, which can be optional. You don't have to use leave-in. Then a gel, which is going to define that curl, provide some hydration, give that shape. Then that mousse is going to lock it in. And you're going to get this like wet look for however long it lasts.
okay. I have many questions. No, I do. First of all, I feel like you should take us through your hair routine. Because I feel like you touch into that a little bit. Um, and are you a strict wash and go girly? Like, what do you do? And what? Okay, I'll let you answer that, and then we'll go into the details of. Oh my god, I wish I got to remember my question. The detail of mousse and foams, even sprays. Go ahead.
No, definitely, definitely. I wish my hair. This is not a fresh wash and go. This is like a week. So my hair was up.
Girl, you know you're pregnant.
Child, listen, doing your hair pregnant is like if what was a day is now a week. But anyways, I can talk about it because anyways. But in terms of my hair, so when I first started this journey, wash day was like wash day. And I started to figure out like how to clear out my hair or detangle my hair faster. How to kind of, there was different people would say, put conditioner it, clear it out before, but that's really lengthy. You end up just spending so much time. So now my routine is more like I actually do clear out my hair in the shower. I use an unbrush, which we ain't marketing nothing. That's just what I use. And that's very effective and it's able to help me clear out my hair faster. And then, really just kind of like finger detangling and pulling things that does help me. But yeah, wash my hair, condition, let it sit for a little bit while I take a shower, come out. And in terms of my wash and go, it would be, I use leave-in because I like to style my hair after maybe like 5 or 6 days of a wash and go. And leave-in helps it to be a little softer in my opinion. Whereas if I don't, it's a bit more crisp. Might get a longer wash and go, but then when I'm styling my hair, it's almost like a little too crispy, at least for me. So, exactly. So yeah, that's what I do. I use the leave-in, I use the gel. I have a couple of gels that I really love. And then I use a foam and I have been sticking to this foam for a while. I keep wanting to try a different one, but I'm either too lazy or loyal. But the foam really does make the difference. I've tried wash and goes with and without, and that foam will just. And then now I use heat. I think the first 7 years of my natural journey, I did not use heat.
Yeah, no.
And now I jumped.
We avoided it.
So, and there's research papers on, leaving your hair in a wet state where it's a weakened state versus like, drying it and kind of, not sleeping with your hair wet and also drying it immediately. And also definitely looks different when you air dry versus using heat to dry. the way the water evaporates and the way your curl stands is different. So yeah,
I just feel like that's one. I'm just not going to listen to the research papers there.
that was an interesting one for me because it kind of just all switched. It went from like air dry, and there's only like 1 or 2 papers, so I wouldn't say like
no. I'm gonna need more proof, and I just feel like we're not talking about black hair. We're talking about Asian hair and all type of. I'm gonna do what I do. I just don't feel like my hair being wet for an extended period of time is detrimental to it. Extended with reason. Okay, I know someone's gonna be like, "Well, I'm not saying leaving your hair wet overnight, but if I wash my hair today and say put it in twist, I just feel like it's gonna be fine." That's what I've been doing my entire life, and my hair flourished.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So. Yep. That's where I'm like, I'm gonna take this research with a grain of salt and wait for more information to come out on black hair, because it'll be great to like have these studies for our hair as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So disagree there, but anyways, continue.
No, listen. When I got that paper, I was like, because I've been doing my hair twist out, letting it dry naturally. My hair is, low porosity and it's really, really thick, so it does take a while to dry. Like if I don't do certain size twists, I will have wet twists in the middle of my head like 3 days later. Like my hair takes a while to dry, which isn't everyone's case. My mommy has fine hair, and she used to be like, put it in one and it'll dry by morning. Does not happen with my hair.
It's not saying what forever. So if you can survive, I feel like I should be okay.
And my hair flourished too. So it's definitely, your hair is not like, our hair is not as fragile as we make it sometimes. Like it will survive. But when new research comes out, I agree with you. It's sometimes there is a lacking in research for people of color in general. I think I read a paper in terms of Black women. It was like 33% of there are 33% like Black women in America. There's like 9% of Black women in these research studies. So there's like a misrepresent. And this was a paper I think I read maybe like 2-3 years ago. And those numbers aren't perfect, but that's kind of like relative. So when you think about that, you're like, yeah, no, there's not enough research centered. Even when companies use hair swatches, it's not always like natural hair. It's going to be like hair that they chemically treated to simulate natural hair. At least that's what it was when I right. At least that's what it was when I was maybe a student.
Some black hair.
Listen, maybe now it's changed, because when I was a student, that's how they tested hair. So maybe now it's changed, but you're talking about like I was a student. I graduated with my master's in 2016. So I'm not talking about like I was a student in the 90s. Like, so
when I was a student in 1950.
Yeah, this is recent. I'm not like I was a baby in the 90s.
Right. It's too funny. I'm enjoying this conversation. I feel like we're gonna have a great time. All right, so yeah, you were just talking about your regimen. You do your mousse is basically, but you said when you do your wash and go, and I peep that. So does that mean you don't always do your hair in a wash and go? You still do, say, twist downs, twist, yada yada?
Oh yeah, I do mini twists a lot. I do different styles. I've come back to twist outs a few times. I think I almost need to like figure out how my hair in this stage of life responds to a twist out, because it stopped responding to the way I did it for years. So now it's almost like, you know what I'm saying? Like now I'm almost exploring, how do I do twist outs now in my 30s, when my 20s, this is what made them pop. Like honestly, in my 20s was explorative. Like I feel like the first product I used in my 20s was Can2. So it's a very different stage. It's more explorative. And now the products have all changed, and not any particular brand, but just like a lot of products have changed. So now I'm wondering, in my 30s, as I'm changing, my hair is changing, like what do I do now?
Okay. And I wonder if you prefer your twist out a different way too, right? Especially with having done wash and goes and perhaps experience your hair in a different state.
Yeah. So now it's like I'm used to a different curl. I'm used to a different things. And now I'm like, is it just that the twist out is different? Or maybe I need to like alter my process a little bit more. I mean, I don't know. So that's kind of, when I do go back to it, I'm like, do I like how this came out? So yeah.
That's interesting. I just forgot my question. Hopefully it will come back. Oh, how long have you been doing wash and goes? And have you experienced any adverse reactions. We might as well just call them split ends or webbing, etc.
I've been doing it maybe a few years now, and I think, now you're leaving your hair down more.
Mhm.
So, there's something with that. Your hair is now going to kind of like fall into a certain shape. If I'm not careful, I can definitely experience like breakage from the root and stuff if I'm not careful in certain sections, just the way I do my wash and go. So I
Okay.
have to kind of think about that, like, okay, well, how am I brushing this down? And then like, it's hot where I live. So leaving my hair out, humidity, all of that, having my hair out more could definitely affect that. So I enjoyed it, but I have seen where I sometimes need to make adjustments, meaning like, what the weather right now isn't calling for a wash and go. Let me go more like protective style.
Mm.
Or maybe let's do a twist out, but let's do like a straight hair twist out or mini twist or whatever. So I like it. I do like it, but I'm always open to trying something different as my hair changes and as I like different styles.
Okay. That's fair. Okay, let me see if I missed. I feel like I missed a lot of questions. Let me catch up on questions. Can conditioners replace deep conditioners? We talked about that. Is it harmful to leave conditioners in a long to leave conditioners in a long time? Like when you go to start dinner. Very
I love
specific.
how we all live the same lives because we're all trying to multitask. Like, we all trying to just, like we put that conditioner in and we're gonna go. I have left the house. I've
Nope.
gone to Target. I've done errands. And I just feel like we've all done it. Some people
We
might
all
even take
do
a short
it.
like who knows? But I don't think it's harmful. I think it's just not gonna be that different from leaving in from like an hour, like to 6 hours. You just want to make sure, and then also your hair is gonna be wet. So this is the Caribbean coming out of me. Like my mommy would tell me, if your hair is wet, you're gonna get sick.
Oh my God, please don't tell me you believe that.
No, I think that's just where my brain will immediately went like, oh, you're gonna get sick, even though I don't believe that. It's just that's
Condition into you.
literally what I was taught. So I was like, oh, but then your hair is gonna be wet and you're gonna get sick. No, that's probably not gonna happen. But no, I wouldn't say it's harmful, but I wouldn't leave them in too much longer because your hair is wet and that can have you more prone to like microbial, because microbes love wet environments. So that's why if you're leaving your hair wet long time, you're allowing microbes to grow in your hair sometimes. So that would be my only hesitation. But other than that, like you're just cooking dinner, like you can rinse it out in a couple hours. I will 100% do that with you.
I like how the accent came out. You're just like, girl, go do you. Live life. Stress will make your hair fall out if it's faster than leaving
And
your.
it'll smell good too, all type of stuff.
Don't stress it. Okay. Um, what are fen protein treatments? Is it? What does that mean? There's like good protein treatments. There's so many on the market. It's crazy. I don't know. Do you want to go into like products recommendation? Is because you're not a stylist, and if you want to recommend stuff, go ahead. I don't know. I don't like recommending products personally. As
Me neither, especially because I work for brands. Like I don't really like to recommend products too much. And also I just feel like what works for me may not really work for you. Even though what I have learned from stylists is that it's technique sometimes over the, because marketing makes you like sometimes think that this product is the only product in the market that will work for you.
yeah,
And that's a part of the way it works. It's not going to be effective. It's like, hey, this might be slightly better than half the products in the market. No, they need to make it sound like this is stand out
they
for
want
you
your
to.
money.
Absolutely, they want your money. So it's like, you can definitely find different products on the market that will work for you. But stylists have definitely taught me that it's not always the product; it's about how you use the product.
Mhm.
So, but there are a lot of protein treatments. I think when things get popular, all the brands are like, okay, time to make a protein treatment. And then they hit it from different ways. I think we talked about this before. So maybe it's best to go to a hairstylist for protein treatments. But then there's like the bond building treatments that are protein based. And
Yeah.
those are really good. And those have a good purpose.
Actually, maybe we should talk about that real quickly because there's the Olaplex one where it's like it's not a protein, it's a bond treatment. There's K18, all of these new I don't know if they're new, but it's like new to us brands that we're hearing about these brands now. We're like, well, I guess we should be using bond builders, K18, or like maybe talk about that a little bit. Like, where are they placed in a hair care routine, and like what's their role? Are they needed? Marketing.
That one, I am not as educated as I want to be. I've used bond builders, and I've, from, your hair is made of protein. Just through wear and tear, it can have different, like protein backing or whatever. And so when you use these bond buildings, it can help support the bonds that are in your hair. I mean, bonds are part of the reason why our hair is curly, but everybody's hair component has different like bonds. So I will have to do a little bit more of a deep dive to really get behind the chemistry of a bond treatment. But I have used them. I have found benefit. I do think they have a place, especially for damaged hair. But I'd have to get back to you on like my exact reasonings why, because I'm just not as familiar with that chemistry.
Okay. I just feel like there's always something new that to give you the best hair ever. And I feel like that idea is marketing in itself, because you can definitely grow long, beautiful hair, healthy hair, with just doing the basics like washing, conditioning, and doing something to your hair until you wash and condition it again. It could be whatever you want. I think we've seen it happen in so many different ways where people use just do protective styles in a very healthy way, or they do twist outs only and their hair flourish. Like you said, it happened to you in your 20s. I was definitely a heavy oil and butter users, and I dare say my hair was looking good too.
It was.
Yeah, there's so many different ways that you can get to your goal, whatever that is. And some of us want to wear our hair and enjoy it. Some would just want to put it away.
Yes.
And protect it. It's just the way that we think about it can be interesting, but there's so many different things we can do to our hair. So maybe you don't need no bond treatment. Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, people are naming different type of grease. Do Grow. That was a good one. Dax, my God.
Dax.
Dax had us in the chuckles for a long, long time. It's interesting because I grew up in Haiti, and we're still all using the same thing, no matter where you were. Like, very interesting. Ooh, Ultra Sheen.
Oh yeah, Ultra Sheen. I grew up in the Bahamas, so like I feel like the Caribbean had the same suppliers, and there were a couple of maybe not. I don't know, but a lot of us do similar things. And then when you grow up on islands, your access is limited. Like you're not getting what's new necessarily on the market, or if you are, it's expensive. So when I moved to the States, I had more opportunity to play with different hair stuff. But my mommy was, like using the pink lotion, the blue magics, the this, the that. Those are still staples. The hair mayonnaise, the the hair oils. And she's still very much, she did my hair like a year ago. She was like, let me do your hair like how I used to when you were young. And she was loading that up with grease. And let me tell you, my hair did look nice. And that lasted a while. It just was a little greasier than my hair is now normally, because I don't really use grease like that.
Yeah, no, but a lot greasier. And it's exactly how I wanted it.
Exactly. You wanted it to be slick. You wanted to. I didn't even know my curl texture when I was young.
No. I really loved, I have to say, I loved the pink lotion. It helped soften my hair, especially when my mom was combing through it. Anything that made my hair feel like soft for her to come through it and not be painful. I was like, well, I love that one. Who made it?
No, that was premium, because I remember when my mommy first discovered that was expensive. So I remember being very grateful for that pink lotion. So I agree with you.
Yeah, like, where is the pink lotion, Mom? We're out of the pink lotion.
She was like, now she's pulling out something else. And I'm like, no.
No. We can't even get pink lotion. What is this life? All right. Grease on the scalp. Bella Hair Care for you. Never understood that. Sounds like a clear path to build up, especially when not used correctly. You talked about that a little bit, because you said it can build up really quickly, especially if you're not shampooing properly. But what else is this a individualized thing though? Because I say this because some people use grease on their scalp all the time and they're fine, or oil their scalp all the time and they're fine.
I think it's one of those things where like it has, it's a protective agent. It has benefits, it can definitely, like, your scalp can be very susceptible to a lot of things. So adding the different like greases and all can protect it from stuff. Especially if you're styling your hair, you're pulling your hair, you're adding this, you're adding that, especially like processed hair, all these different things. But yes, it will build up, and it will sometimes be a hindrance to like moisturization and stuff. So you just have to kind of use it in moderation. It has purpose. And some people can be more sensitive to things than others. But yeah, I think when I think back when I used grease, it was more not to support my natural hair curl at all. It was more like I wanted to pull, like, stretch, and put, my hair was always in plaits. So like, and grease really gave you that no frizz. It laid down your cuticle, and yeah, it might have inhibited moisture,
But that's not
but it kept that styling for days. And so it had its purpose. But now that we want our hair to flourish, we want our curls to thrive, we want them to be defined. Now we're starting to pull back a little bit from using different greases.
Okay. Do saturated and monosaturated fatty acid oils like coconut and olive penetrate the shaft of the hair? Because I've heard different things about that. I heard that it's not true. Recently, I've heard that actually. So let us know.
That was an interesting conversation. I was just researching oils, and they were talking about like penetrative versus sealing oils, depending on, because oils are like a mix of triglycerides and fatty acids, and the different fatty acids, and they're vehicles. You use oils to help deliver things to the skin. So coconut oil is known to be a bit more penetrative than, say, like grapeseed oil or something like that. That's more sealing. They also are different sizes, which can maybe help them penetrate or not. But I do think that they can help, but they are still going to be emollient. So they're not going to be the biggest agent in like moisturization and penetrating the hair shaft, but they can help to do those things. And there are other ingredients that have more clinical data to penetrate into the scalp. But
also, better effective ingredients than, say, oils to do that exact same thing.
Yeah. And it's funny with the word oil, like you'll get a product that says oil on it, and it only will have like 2 oils, and the rest will be like oil derivatives, but they're really like, so when you get a product that says oil free, they'll have a lot of these like oily ingredients, but they're not considered oils in the cosmetic world.
Interesting. So it still feels like it still acts like an oil.
It has a lot of functions of an oil, like a triglyceride. Like oils are like triglycerides plus fatty acids, and they can come from natural sources or mineral sources. And like you'll have like different ingredients like caprylic triglyceride. That's not an oil in terms of the cosmetic industry, but it has oil-like properties, or like esters or silicones, these different emollients that have oil-like properties, but then wouldn't be considered oils. So it's interesting. A lot of the products that say hair oil, they probably have like 5% oil in it.
Really?
Some would. I could definitely, I wish I had my hair stuff in here, but there's definitely some where maybe the 10th ingredient is like olive oil, and it's called an olive oil hair oil because, so yeah.
I see what you mean there. But I think a lot of so is that where we talk about like formulated oils versus something like in its raw form? Because if you get castor oil, I assume it's just castor oil in there, right?
That's just castor oil. That's 100% castor oil.
Okay.
But if it's like castor oil, sheen, something, and yeah.
Okay.
Then when you look at the ingredient, the first ingredient is like mineral oil or something like that. Then, or something even different.
You fell right into it, girl. Return to sender.
They're using the recognizable ingredient to help be receptive to the consumer, and then they might add other functional ingredients. I mean, and a lot of those other ingredients are functional. They're just not the ones consumers recognize.
Okay. And in terms of performance, though, how are they different than, say, those oil-like ingredients versus real oils?
Well, I mean, it depends on what they are, but like for instance, like silicones don't get the best rep in hair care, skin care, but as a formulator, we do know their value. Those actually, there are some that are penetrative, that they could act as great vehicles to get ingredients into the skin and or the hair, and they are going to provide that shine, and that they're going to provide a lot of those different functions. Then there are other ingredients where they can formulate them to do different things for your hair. So whereas with oils, there's only going to be certain things that they can do. So I think when you blend them all together, you can get a bit more of a functional product versus just using the oil, but it depends on what you're going for. Like I use raw oils for my like LOCs, twist outs all the time, and I love them. And I had different ones I use for different purposes: coconut oil versus olive oil versus castor oil. So, and I would still use castor oil on my scalp if I wanted to just add a little oil or hydration to kind of before a wash day or something, just to kind of extend my hair before going to a wash day. So they definitely still have purpose.
Okay, I have a question there because you said you would use a little oil as a means of hydrating. Are you saying that you would spritz your scalp first and then add the oil, or just like straight go in with the oil?
Oh, definitely would be the ending of my routine. Meaning like, well, if I'm like putting it on my scalp, maybe like after while I'm styling, I might put like oil on my scalp just to help protect it from everything that's going on and also to give it a little bit of softening and support.
Mhm.
But if I'm maybe doing like a twist out, then yeah, I would use an oil at the end. But I haven't done that lately. Lately, I've been on team wash and go. So I've been using more mousse and maybe just using oil to wake up my hair, give it a little shine and sheen and, break that cast a little bit. So that's
So
how I've been
oil
using oils
have
lately.
a bit of a role in your routine, just not as heavily as we used to use them.
They were literally like, and I mean, I used to be using like grocery store stuff as we all did. We were trying to figure out like what worked.
Mhm.
And then just some more like or like pure oils and stuff. And now not so much. Now I'm a bit more on the formulated product side. But that could change. That absolutely could change. I actually did just get something to try because my sister's been using it, and so I was like, let me try this. And that's a certain type of oil.
Mm. Okay, interesting. I saw an oil today. I went for a massage earlier today, and my at the place that I was at, they had bentana oil, batana. I feel like it's a new. I've been seeing it recently just pop up everywhere. And I actually took a picture of the bottle because you know me, I'm a product junkie, and I wanted to Google bentana. Is that Jesus? Is that you? So I took a picture of the bottle, and it said that it thickens thin hair or gives the illusion of. I want to give you the right information. I just want to go back to it really quickly. Um, Fatty acids make thin hair look thicker. That's what it says. And I was like, is that true? I gotta go Google that. So I took a picture. What are your thoughts on that oil? And is that something that oils can do? Make
Oils do
thin.
have fatty acids, and so do your products. There's a lot of different types of fatty acids. What's the oil called again? I've never even heard of that.
No, girl, you're missing out. I apparently it's the latest one in the streets. Batana, Batana, not banana. Batana. Well, I don't know how to say it.
Oh, botana oil. Let's see what you are. Let's see who you're related to.
Been hearing
Interesting.
it pop out everywhere.
Interesting. Lightweight, deep penetrating. Interesting. Like when marula oil came out and then moringa oil and all that stuff.
How
Okay, this one has not hit my radar yet. I'll have to we'll have to come back to that because they learn about these different hair oils. They have different, like fatty acid compositions. Like if you look at oils, they all have different compositions. And will offer different properties. This one looks like it has strong antioxidant properties. So
okay.
this one's interesting. Could definitely see a lot of value in it. And not that you can't sleep on oils. Like, I think they were maybe misused. We were heavily reliant on them because
Yeah.
I mean, oil's been used since before products were ever even made. So many cultures would oil their hair and their hair would flourish. So they
Yeah.
have their benefits. It's just I think we started to just forget their purpose and maybe go a month without washing our hair and just putting oils on and wonder why there's dandruff or wonder why there's buildup and so there yeah.
I don't know what's going on with my hair. It's breaking all the time, and you haven't washed your hair in 2 months. Sometimes you're just like, okay. I have no
I mean,
advice
there was
for.
a thought dirty hair grew. I used to hear that growing
Yeah,
up.
that's true. Yeah, I heard that
So
too. That takes us straight to this question. I only listen to research papers in regards to experiments on ingredients, and we're just talking about botana being the latest oil on the market. So that's interesting. That's not something that I typically do. I usually just read the regular papers about what they find.
I have a girl who, reads research papers, but that's because that's what I do for a living. I stay reading research papers. So, Bella Hair Care for you. Hello. What scientific journals would you recommend for current innovative research? So there is a cosmetic journal boy, let me not say this wrong because I was actually published in this journal twice. So I'm trying to remember what it is. Boy.
She's like, that's my favorite.
That's one that's going to be specific for cosmetic science, because there's
Okay.
also pharmaceuticals, there's also dermatology, there's also different ones like that. But there's like a cosmetic journal. Boy, let me try to figure out if I can remember this. Okay.
We're just gonna blame it on pregnancy
Oh, there.
mother.
I know that was a while ago though. International Journal of Cosmetic Science. Ooh, that shouldn't have been as hard for me to look up, especially because I just submitted to that journal. But that's a good one. And that one will just have articles much more for this industry, because that's been the issue. There's so much articles and research out there, but you will look at dermatology, which is speaking from a different side of the coin. You'll look at, pharmaceutical science, you'll look at this, you'll look at that. But this one is, you're going to get a lot of the big people in the business who make the products are going to be posting studies that they see on different things. So there's a lot of really good papers out there, and a lot you can find for free. So, and they're going to be those peer reviewed, scientific based, versus like, there's a lot of ones that are more opinion, more like, more, yeah, think pieces, they're piecing together things, blah, 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 which they have their purpose. But that's where I would go.
We want the real science. We want the results that you would recommend. You said International Journal of Cosmetic
Science.
Science. Okay.
And when you read a research paper, a lot of cosmetic chemists talk about this. Like, when you read a research paper, you're allowed to critique it. It's not like you're allowed to like be like, I don't like the testing parameters. Like, we're actually taught to read them like that. Like, like how you had your own opinion with the water and all that. Like, you're allowed to.
I don't like the group of people you use. I don't like. Well, oh god, that sounds so wrong. Just like the pool, like the testing pool wasn't big enough. I don't like that.
So you're allowed to critique all of that. You're allowed to be like, this circumstance used it at levels that weren't really used in hair. Like, a lot of times they'll test things at like 10%, and in hair it's like 0.2%. Or maybe they're not considering a certain condition, or maybe they're using like not the best substrate. Who knows? But we are taught to think about that.
That just takes me to the paper that we always reference, the rosemary research on male pattern baldness or something, and we're like, oh, rosemary oil works. We're gonna get into growth oils, so I don't even want to open that conversation yet, but it takes me there where you read a paper, you're like, that's very interesting. Like, has it been done on Black women? Like, I want to see it done on Black women personally, and I wonder why. Is it because there's no funding? Because I know when it comes to like research, it's usually where the money goes. Is there a lack of funding, which is why there is not a lot of scientific research on Black hair? Like, what are your thoughts there?
That conversation is layered. I mean, and the reason being, I feel like, we're obviously living in an imperfect world where, the consumers that were valued might be the ones that were in the studies. So there's that. And a lot of brands tend to formulate with a certain consumer in mind, and they don't always consider that what they call the edges. So you're thinking, like, if you're thinking about skin color, they're not necessarily they're stopping at a certain point where they think that their consumer is. And often when they extend, it's like, we're taking our product and we're trying to extend it to you. Whereas I think in only the last 15 years or so, we're seeing products start with people of color. So yeah, no, there are a lot of gaps, and working in the industry, you see them. Like, there are some that I could name personally in like different industries where they might think this consumer is not compliant, so they don't actually consider them in consumer testing, where they were including them in consumer testing and not getting the results that they wanted. No, it's wild. And yeah, no, it's wild.
I can't help it, me. Just like, excuse me.
Like, no, even like me coming in as a chemist, obviously you're looking, you're side-eyeing with people who kind of looking at you like, so y'all didn't know that this didn't work for brown skin? Like, y'all didn't know that? Like, leading people, like, and it's a lot of times, this is why it's great to have different types of people in the room. And also and it's interesting when not disruptive brands, well, that's an actual term, but like brands come and they cater to that market. It's all of a sudden, we need to have this too. And it's like, well, duh, you needed it 30 years ago. You needed it 100 years ago. But I guess we're progressing. But no, I've seen where panels change when they become more inclusive with certain types of panelists. Mm-hmm. And that's why sometimes it's not always reflective of like, well, did they think about us? They didn't. Like, then that's just the truth. But as brands grow, you're seeing more brands centered around, black hair, where that is their primary consumer, and they're, they want to build a brand that's for all, but they started like the Black woman was the blueprint and that's not a lot of brands. That's actually not the majority of brands. I think we're only really seeing them in the last 20 years or so.
Wow.
Where I would say Black women are the blueprint.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's crazy.
No, it's really crazy. And I think the more that's why I feel like every side of the coin, like I'm the chemist. So I'm always going to be trying products on everyone in my family and trying to make sure that I consider those factors. But then you got to have someone big up who's like going to put it on the market. You got to have the CEO. So that's why I feel like every side of the coin needs to be represented so that everybody can be considered.
And I feel like we know these things, but every time I hear it, it's like I'm shocked all over again. Like,
I know.
This, because I was just talking about, like, is it a lack of funding? Like, there's something, and we know it. Like, the education around Black hair is not there. Like, the research isn't there. Like, it's just starting. There's some brands, like you said, but it's like, this is 2024 we're talking about, right?
Well, I mean, you think about history in Black hair and just like how, because with Black women, it's like an identity, and it's been so controlled, not just from the way you were perceived, but even sometimes in laws and stuff. So like, we went through so many different phases of, like, and we grew up, Caribbean. So like, like having your hair being fixed or not looking too a certain way.
You got to do something with your hair.
Yeah. Like, how dare your hair just be out? And,
wow.
Like, how dare you show them natural, like your natural texture. If your hair wasn't a bit more on the, European side, like if your curls didn't do a certain thing, it was like, how dare you just show that and look like that? So there's just so much to hair. Like they say with like Black women, it's more of a movement versus like a trend when we move into different hair phases and stuff. So it's just, our hair is so linked to identity and all that stuff. So it's just very different. I've always been very fascinated with how it's treated. And then, but anyways, more research is needed. Absolutely.
Absolutely. You touched on it just a little bit when you said, now that we're being considered, say, when a brand starts to think about it, they're not thinking about, let me formulate for us now, for Black women, for Black skin, Black hair. Let's take what we already have and try to morph that to work for them.
Yes.
What is the impact of that? How effective is that strategy? And is it better to start from scratch, like start from formulating for our hair in mind? Because our hair is so different. I feel like it's not the same as Asian hair. And it's, the structure has been proven to be different, but yet we're trying to like cater, have like a product that works for all.
No, I mean, like when you're talking about basics, and maybe shampoos, those type of things, you can kind of start from one brand and add stuff, maybe, but that's even problematic too, because sometimes I've heard people comment like product brands for curly hair, they tend to add way too many humectants and stuff because they're almost overcompensating, or they're using ingredients that are identified with that community and they're not actually, it's almost doing too much. So I do believe when you're adding a different consumer that has drastic different needs, chassis are very effective. Chassis are kind of just like, you have a stable formula and you use it for something else. They're very effective, but like, you do need to consider that consumer and their needs. So you need to start with like consumer like testing, meaning like, let's ask consumers questions like, if you're talking about skincare or sun care or hair care, like what are they looking for in their product? Especially if you do not have that knowledge for your company. And a lot of companies don't. So you got to start there. What are they looking for? What are their issues? What are their concerns? And that can help you build protocols to test, because cosmetics aren't like drugs where they have all these regulated protocols. A lot of big companies create protocols to support claims. So you're thinking that, let's just say they do add a consumer group that has very different needs. Those companies need to build tests to kind of qualify those claims, things that probably did not exist before, and now they have to create them. So they now have to, they might need to hire people who have more experience in that. So there's just a lot of those sides of the coin. And then they, when you're thinking about like safety, there's a lot of things that didn't always consider people of color. So they have had to add those like, oh, well, on this community, this ingredient is a bit more whatever. So I would definitely agree. When you center a product around a consumer, you're going to get a better product.
Yeah. All right. Quickly answering this one. How does a cosmetic chemist pick what oil and butter to formulate with?
You know, it depends on what you're making, because oils and butters are the ingredients that are promoted, but they're not always the main ingredient for the product. Like a curl cream may only need maybe 5% oil, unless you wanted to make it a very like oil-based product. So you're gonna pick kind of those ingredients, and then you can actually experiment with different levels, depending on what you want to claim and also what you want to bring to the table. Some, for instance, like coconut oil versus like olive oil. Coconut oil is going to be solid at a different temperature, so that might bring some build to your product, and it also might you might test one versus the other and notice like the coconut oil one is providing more antioxidant or more like penetration or whatever. So you can experiment. I've experimented with plenty of different bases. There are some that I love, some that work better. So I've definitely had like batches where they have different like oils or different this, and I'm like, I like this one because this one was more stable, or the consumer likes this one better. Marketing does help you too, because sometimes marketing will be like, we want you to use this oil specifically because this is what yes. So it depends.
It's about to be in every bottle or botana, however you call it.
Exactly. And then it'll be like that line. It'll be like that line, like a tea tree oil line or whatever oil line. So definitely.
Okay, so it's the Wild Wild West, girl. Based on the consumer, that's how they pick. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. So the next topic I had was around product formulation, which talked about it a little bit already, especially from a brand's perspective, from say what we would want, are we being considered? Is there such a thing as products that are formulated specifically then for, say, a white person in mind in terms of the result that they're looking for? That just absolutely, or maybe some ingredients that you say absolutely does not work for black hair. Is there like hard nose? Because it could be like a maybe, depending on how much dosage, right? There's so many different variables. Where is there an ingredient or a product that you're just like absolutely not? It just doesn't work for black hair, in your opinion?
I mean, maybe not necessarily an ingredient I can think of. It just because it more depends on like what you're trying to do. But I think about product types, like dry shampoo. Have you ever used dry shampoo?
No.
So there's a lot of product types out there that you're like, this is not made with me in mind. Okay. Even though it won't hurt me if I use it. Like I think about, I don't know, like mousses that did not have the hold that would do anything for me, or just watery products that maybe were just not formulated for my hair and my like a leave-in. I always feel like a leave-in that's a spray for me is just something that's going to hydrate like my hair that day. It's not going to really do anything substantial.
I've been dibbling and dabbling into those.
Have you? And see, that's just me. I have a lot of hair density. So, for me just to do like this, that's not going to do anything for me. I'd have to go through and part and all that. But my mom uses hair like that. Her hair is fine. So listen, to each his own. But I can't necessarily think of an ingredient, but definitely product types where it's like, this does not have a purpose for this consumer.
Okay. The last one we already talked about, which was formulated products. It's very interesting how I feel I want to get concrete answers and information in this field, but yet there's so many variables, so many layers when we think about just products and black hair, just natural hair in general, right? Like you said, like we're at a point where protocols need to be created for us. It's like starting new. So it's how can we get answers? And what is that even? It's almost like more research is needed and more testing. Yeah, I would say so. More education is needed.
Yes, definitely more education. Education from the brands, education just to the consumers, because I just feel like before it was all about tame and all about just getting your hair fixed. And that's what the products were for. They weren't there to define. They weren't there to hydrate. They weren't there to do this. Mm-hmm. Now we're getting more products centered around what they call textured hair. So now those products are considering those factors and putting in the test and validating their claims in whatever way, or doing the research. So I think we still have a long way to go, because there's all these conversations and the struggles and, just the different realms of thought. But I think it's getting better, but definitely we still have a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. No oils, no butter. Girl, don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. This is a serious face. No oils, no butters, and natural hair. We need to talk about this one. We need to get into it. I think this is something that took the natural hair space by storm. And it's perhaps is the title, perhaps is the wording that we're using. When we say no oil, no butters, it's like, what? What are we talking about right now? Because this is what I've been using my entire life, right? We talk about what we grew up using. It was the thicker, the better. And now we're almost at a point.
Yeah.
We're getting lighter and lighter. We went from grease to oils, raw oils, like butter, raw shea butters. Maybe we'll mix it in a little bit, whip it up. But now we're looking at don't use oils, just use the product. It's really hard for us to wrap our mind around this topic. So let's get into it. In your professional opinion, is this, well, first of all, let's define the no oil and butter regimen, because I feel like there's a lot of like people say what they want to say. There's a lot of misconceptions, but it's no raw oils and butters. Also, no leave-in conditioners, no deep conditioners. But that's how we started the conversation. I feel like it's shifted a little bit where we're like, maybe you should use the leave-ins and the deep conditioners depending on what's going on with your hair. So, what are your opinions there? Because I feel like you're doing this method. You're doing the wash and goes. You're really living your best life when it comes to your hair.
I just feel like whenever I see the harsh no, I always think back to what are you trying to tell me? Because as you said, people have been doing these things and it's been working. Maybe some people could use a bit of a refresh, a bit of a change, especially as they grow older, their hormones change, their hair changes. But like, I do sometimes think we criminalize a method to kind of make you in favor of a new method. So I don't think it has to be yes or no, because honestly, if the oils and the butter were working for you and you're not getting negative effects, like why do you have to drastically change? Especially if you don't necessarily want your hair to look the way that the new method has people's hair look. Because some people are like, no, I don't want to leave my hair up. No, I do not. No, I do not want shrinkage. I do not want this. I do not want that. I like my hair being stretched. I like my hair being, doing this and doing that. So I think a lot of hairdressers and a lot of different people kind of recommend you pulling back, from some of these things because we do overuse oils and butters just in general, just because I think we thought they were tied more to hydration and healthier, and we weren't necessarily using them in the most efficient way. Mm-hmm. But so I do think sometimes when they pull back, they're like, okay, let's strip your hair from all these things and let's like get to the root of it and show you that really it can be simplified. I don't think it's a problem, but I do feel like if you like your hair in oils, like use them.
No one is with you at 9 p.m. when you're moisturizing your hair. Just know that. I mean, unless
no one is there.
Like I won't know. Nicole won't know. Do what makes you happy. But can we have healthy hair?
Yes, you can have healthy hair. Absolutely.
Without using raw oils and butters.
But without or with?
Without. Oh, well, actually both. With and without. Let's go with with.
Well, I mean, the thing is, a lot of products will incorporate ingredients that have oils and butters, and they also will incorporate similar ingredients that do some of the work of oils and butters. You know what I mean? Like those are emollients. There are a million different types of emollients. So your formulated product is going to have something to soften and help seal, but yeah, so you're gonna have different products to do different things. So yeah, if you choose not to use it, your hair probably will be okay because there's something that's going to do some of that functionality in its place. But if you're like, no, I like the basics, and like not even the basics, like just like the things that the foundational ingredients, the things that you were using before, and if you're using them correctly, like I think they can have benefit as well. I hate that it sounds like, oh, you can go either way. But at the end of the day, like there hasn't been enough research to say don't do this. You know what I mean? It's not hurting you. There's providing benefit, and they are incorporated in your products. They absolutely are. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I would say I think your hair can flourish either way, but you might find you switch one way to the other and your hair might do something it hasn't done before. So you never know until you try. But
I say it really depends on ultimately on how you want to wear your hair. I feel like that matters. It really depends on how much time you want to spend doing your hair on. And I say this subjectively because theoretically speaking, the more often you do your hair, the easier it is in that snapshot when you are doing your hair. So if you spend a month without doing your hair and then you're doing it, it's gonna take a long time. But if you do it every week, if I find it's like maintaining, it's not as bad. You don't have as many tangles. Your hair is not as dry. So ultimately, it depends on how you want to wear your hair,
Yeah.
what you enjoy doing, how long you want to spend doing your hair, and it doesn't have to be one or the other.
No, it
I
doesn't.
feel like you really can flip back and forth depending on how you want to wear your hair.
I think sometimes it's hard when it's not one or the other. People like concrete black and white choices. So they want to know this is good and this is bad. And really, that's just doesn't have to be the case. You can, I love that we are finding new ways to have our hair flourish, and we're kind of maybe challenging some of the you must do's, but that doesn't mean that they were wrong. You know what I mean? Like that they were all wrong. Some of them might be. A couple of the things we used to do probably were pretty wrong. But
The amount of products we're using, I think we're all realizing like we don't have to use that much product.
yeah,
And like it's a lot of, like product at every step. A lot. Well, maybe not the shampoo part, except the shampoo part. Like, oh, we're barely washing, but we're using a ton of conditioner, a ton of leave-in conditioner. Then we're laying that up with the butter, and going in with an oil to finish it in. It's a lot at every step.
yeah, it's a little heavy at that point.
Okay. All right. Well, what about split ends, Velcro ends, whatever we're noticing right now with the no oil, no butter method, no raw oils, I guess. And I say this because it could be a few different things going on, especially with products and versus, say, how you are wearing your hair, the fact that it's out. But we've been seeing a lot of like an increased amount of split ends. I just feel like if you're seeing your style, if you're doing your hair every week, you're seeing your stylist every 3 to 4 months, like the damage I've seen, I'm I'm just like, I don't know. I don't like what I see because we think about how we were doing our hair before. Some of us were doing our hair once a month, for example, and like I'm sure we had a ton of split ends, especially the ends of our hair. You could see that was a little thinner, but it just wasn't looking as terrible as I've seen some of these split ends are. And I hate to say it that way, but it's like, I don't know. I have bad eyes too, so please forgive me. But I'm just like, wow, it's a lot of damage for such a short amount of time. It'll be like a month and a half maybe. And you like have a ton of split ends when you had a trim like a month and a half ago. So what are your thoughts there? What do you think is happening? Is it a lack of lubrication? Um, is there lack of emollients? Is there an ingredient missing? Like, what do you think it could be?
And that could be it. You are thinking that we have made a reduction in protective ingredients a little bit, like emollients and occlusives. So, are we getting more split ends because of that? Like, is our hair being a little bit too exposed? Because when you do wash and goes, people do recommend you do them often, like every 6 or 7 days. And I'll be real, I do not do that. Like, I don't do every 6 or 7 days. I definitely don't go as long as I used to go, but so that could be a part of it too. You're thinking too, you're using heat maybe more, you're doing different hair techniques, the stress, the environment, there's all those things that can kind of maybe result into why split ends are happening more. But you're right, like when you delete something, did we remove something that was helping with this? So that's a good point too, definitely.
Yeah, and I also think of the mechanical damage, and I don't say that in terms of, oh, you're detangling your hair too often. I actually don't think detangling your hair often is a terrible thing.
Mhm.
How you detangling your hair obviously comes into play. What tool you're using to detangle your hair is important too. Don't go using a fine tooth comb and said Jen said.
No.
That's not what we're doing. But I think that has something to do with it. Even if you're just putting your hair, say, in a bonnet, if you're like me and you're just tired at the end of the day, you just woke up the next morning like, oh no, my poor bonnet didn't make it to my head. If that happens, I feel like that could also give you a little bit more damage. But if you do
Yes.
thing I feel we're kind of learning right now, like what happens when you go from one extreme to the next.
There's another thing I've thought about too. I was talking with my sister about it. We've changed the way we cut our hair. We cut our hair curly now. Some people, not all. And I think there's benefit to that. Obviously, the way your hair falls, but then I think about, um, not every hairdresser is gonna go through your layers. And when you cut your hair curly, sometimes you go with it in a wash and go. And when you go within a wash and go, you're hiding damage. With because of the product and stuff, you are hiding damage.
Shrinkage too. Shrinkage will make your hair look real good when, girl, it's not looking that good under.
Exactly. And so I think I had my hair cut curly, and I remember thinking I still had tons of damage. And then I got my hair blow dried and cut, and my hair felt different. And it felt, because she was able to go through the layers and really identify it. So I think about that too. I think we've changed some techniques that maybe aren't always finding that. There are people who cut hair curly who go through it, but if you have product in your hair, you're hiding a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
these are just my thoughts. I'm not necessarily saying I did all the research on split ends and why they're popping up more, but I'm thinking about how we've changed up our hair, maybe using heat more, this and that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. So there you have it in terms of split ends and Velcro. Well, actually, Velcro ends. Let's get into that a little bit because I'm very interested about why that happens. And Velcro ends, by definition, is you will shampoo your hair, you will condition your hair, and it feels fine. And then you start putting your stylers, and now it's like you can't, even if you detangled your hair and everything, you can't pull your hair apart. And when you talked about hair being charged, positive, negatives, and the conditioners and shampoo and conditioner working together, and I feel like with shampoos, they're designed to kind of raise the cuticles a little bit to really get a good cleanse, and then conditioners kind of smooth that down. But why would your hair be feeling sticky or velcro-y when you've already added a conditioner and rinsed that out and then using a styling product? Like what could be happening there?
So when I looked into this, because I've heard the term and I was like, what is Velcro ends? Maybe because I haven't experienced it, I was like, what is Velcro ends? But my sister has experienced it and different people have experienced it. It's kind of like a mix of split ends and damaged cuticles. And it goes as far as saying your cuticle is so damaged, it's hardly even there. And so your hair has 3 layers. It has cuticle, cortex, and medulla. So the cuticle is the outside. And that is the area where porosity comes in. It's kind of like the protective barrier. So when your hair is bleached, your cuticle is raised. That's why when your hair is bleached, your hair tangles a lot, because it's just every time it touches each other, it just gets tangled. I feel like everybody's bleached their hair once and noticed how much your hair breaks.
Yeah.
And how much it tangles more, and you have to really use a bit more emollients just because you're trying to lay that cuticle flat.
Yeah.
Because that's what emollients can help do. They can help lay the cuticle flatter, which can be helpful in keeping moisture in and also helping your hair style. So I think that's kind of where Velcro ends come up. It's almost like they're so tangled and they just like to interact with each other and they're not healthy. And people want long hair, so they're maybe not cutting them effectively. They're not going through each part. Because if you're cutting your hair, but you're not cutting every layer, the damaged hair here can affect here. You know what I mean? Because you're going to put your comb through it and it's going to get stuck one spot and it won't get stuck another and it'll break both. And that's and that's the thing, because that's why if you're not getting it even, whatever, you'll cause the different points of damage will cause different lengths in your hair.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it goes back to the curly cuts a little bit, maybe not catching all the damage, and also the state of your hair. Basically, if you're experiencing Velcro ends, I feel like that's not normal. Probably an indication of damage. And unfortunately, a trim is coming. And yes, I can attest, if you color your hair, even before I colored my hair, I already knew I was going to have a big job. I already knew, just like, okay, well, we're going to do this, go through the process, and eventually cut this hair, because bleaching your hair is a really harsh process.
yes. Oh, definitely. You change the porosity, you change the way your cuticle is, you're taking melanin, and melanin actually does help with sebum production. It's related to sebum production and just the strength of your hair. And also melanin is a protectant, which is why brown skin can favor better in the sun. Your hair is more protected because melanin is what colors your hair, not just your skin too. So yeah, when you're bleaching your hair, all that stuff changes.
And you mentioned porosity. We're gonna let it rip. Let us know what because that's one thing, we almost obsess a little bit about what porosity am I, because that's going to determine how I my hair. Is that even a thing? Should we be taking care of our hair based on porosity, or should we just forget the whole porosity thing and kind of do what works?
This reminds me of the curl typing conversation because that was a big thing when, the 1 to 4 type hair came out, and it was a bit subjective. That was
Mhm.
huge. And, we were 100% locking in to this hair type, and people were, and brands still advertise like made for this type of hair type. And I do think it's a tool. I don't think like you have to live and breathe the rules of the hair type, but I do think it helps you understand like what might or might not work for you because there's so many parameters. There's like hair density, porosity, the actual like if your hair follicle size like actually matters, like thick or thin, because you could have high hair density but like really thin hair, and you could have all these different factors. So with porosity, that's again related to the hair cuticle, which is the outermost surface of your hair, and it's how much water it's letting in and out. When you have low porosity, it's almost like flat and it's not letting water in readily. But lower porosity hair does tend to hold on to water better. And like high porosity hair, it's letting water in, but it's also letting water out. Damaged hair can be high porosity. When you perm your hair, relax your hair, it does become more porous. When you bleach your hair, same thing. So it's understanding like how to work products in. Like I was doing my niece's hair. Oh my gosh. And her hair is very low porosity. And I was just watching the products like want to evaporate away. Like they did not want to go in. Because her mommy would tell me, like, yes, her hair is like this. And I was doing like this. And I was like, this is really not going in. So definitely it does help you understand, like, okay, I don't want to overuse product because if I do, I'm going to get a ton of flaking. I also might need to use a little heat. Like, some people talk about, those, I guess they're like steam treatments and stuff like that. That can help with low porosity, can help open up those pores that are very, very tight. And also like soaking wet hair. Cause I think, I don't know if like when we were growing up, if our parents did our hair when it was like soaking wet, I no, they probably didn't. And now we're really understanding the advantage of making sure our hair is soaking wet because it allows it to be a bit more porous, and adding the products in and helping like and working them in and all of that. So yeah, that's kind of like the differences. But yeah, your hair definitely has different porosities, and you can figure out what works for you to get it to do what you want it to do.
Can you naturally have high porosity hair? Like if you
Yes.
haven't done a treatment?
Yes, it is some through your genetics. Straight hair tends to be naturally high porosity. Curly hair can be mixed, but I think it does lean more on the lower porosity side. But yeah, it can be through your genetics. Absolutely.
When it comes to this whole no, well, actually, wait, let's go back to it though. With porosity, then same with curl type. It doesn't necessarily mean certain products will work better on your hair. Is there certain ingredients that you would say will work better for certain porosity?
I was just looking this up today, just like different ingredients. I talked about like how you can perhaps use like products that have steam. I'm not like use like a steaming. I can't even think of the word right now, but just kind of like that. Um, when I was looking up high porosity, it was definitely talking about sealing agents. It was talking about holding the moisture in there, because as readily as the water can go in, it can also go out. So it was talking about sealing agents, and low porosity was talking more about more penetrative ingredients. And maybe they talked about the helpfulness of using maybe deep conditioners. Maybe low porosity hair needs more time, because it doesn't want to go in there readily. So maybe something formulated to sit, you know what I'm saying? So that's where the value of the deep conditioner could come to play. Things to help your hair be a bit more porous. There are some different ingredients that can help your hair be a bit more porous. So yes, definitely. You can definitely cater that. But I think, again, sometimes people will make that their whole hair thing, and then they'll be like, oh no, this only works. This doesn't work. Well, you can, so definitely it takes some trial and error to figure out like, how do I get product into my hair? Maybe I'm using something that has too much butters in it that's sitting on the surface, and I need to focus more on like an ingredient that is going to penetrate my hair, versus something that's going to sit on the surface.
Okay. Perfect question here. Perfect nails. Will certain products fill the pores of high porosity hair? Is that like
Definitely.
a true thing?
Well, okay, so like when I talked about these coating, like sealing, like emollients and stuff, those are gonna coat and they're gonna coat the cuticle. You know what I mean? So they're gonna help with that. So when you use, for instance, like an oil, oh, and I now might be on this by myself. Oh, there you are. I was like, oh no, how can I leave this alone?
It's okay. They don't bite.
What do I do?
Oh, you know what? I also need to take a little break because I've been drinking too much water, but go ahead.
Probably same. But no, I was just saying yes, you can definitely have products that help to kind of like coat and seal. That's what the oils come in. Occlusive agents can also help to do that. Yeah, so definitely there are things that can help to fill in the pores. Fixatives can help do that too. So they will be temporary. That's why you got to eventually get back to washing your hair, rehydrating, so on and so forth. But you can definitely have things in the meantime to help kind of calm down that cuticle,
Okay.
help it lay flat.
Sounds good. We're gonna take a little break, a little breather. This conversation is it's a lot. We have lots to oh god, we gotta move faster.
Where are we? Oh, girl, yeah, we got to move faster.
We gotta move faster. All right, let me go have a little break and then I'll be right back. Oh, it's just you and I, girl. How are we enjoying this conversation? Oh, Sheree, what is Sheree talking about? Ooh. Ooh. What is this tea? I need to catch up on this tea. All conditioners, on sale deep conditioners, leave-ins are mostly water. We're gonna have to take that question. Oh, we have some good questions too. Oh, I gotta go back. See, this one gets me every time. Influencers did this and that. Very interesting. I guess maybe I usually feel some sort of way about this conversation because I'm an influencer, but I do understand that not all of us are created equal. So I try not to get in my feelings about this But the whole conversation about influencers ruined hair. Uh, I feel some kind of way about it. I'm not gonna lie. I just overall, I just feel like there is a lack of education in the hair space, which is why people are doing whatever. And even nowadays, with everything influencers have done and like figured out, okay, because when we started like 2010, we're doing a lot. We're doing everything. And can you blame us? Okay, where was the education? Where was the how to, the to do list? Like do this and that to your hair. Where was it? I don't know because I didn't see it. And we came to say 2015. I want to say we had like a solid regimen. Everybody had a regimen going by 2015. If you didn't, you were late to the party. You had years of videos to watch. So what's the problem? If I'm watching a video and I swear the first thing I check when I watch a video is the date it was published. Sorry, girl, I'm gossiping. But I was just saying, like this, when people say influencers have ruined natural hair, it just it picks a bone with me because now what are we doing? We're just trying to find someone to blame sometimes, but I would just say, like, back in 2010, let's say, like, you know, the original influencers were people just regular women talking about their hair and like figuring it
Yes.
out, doing this, trying this. We're remixing ingredients, do it yourself treatments. Because, mind you, as you were just talking about, a lot of products weren't catered to black hair. Like, we're just sick of using products and, like, say some certain shampoos and having our hair stripped every single time.
Mhm.
I'm, I'm just gonna do a mud wash and see what happens.
Oh,
We told you
absolutely.
what happened, and you have the videos to watch, and for you to like still not do your little research and just be like, I'm gonna watch this one video and follow this person. Like, no, you should watch multiple videos. You should Google it. You should research it. But at the end of the day, talking about this, still you're not gonna find much if you research. If you're trying to find scientific papers on it, so good luck with that. But what I want to say, we've ruined natural hair. I'm just like, I don't know, because a lot of things that we've also done are being formulated in products now. So,
True, true. I mean, and a lot of the trends are now in existence in the products. Like, no, I'm telling you, like they will pick up on a trend and it'll somehow be mainstream. I think about when I went natural, boy, I don't know what I would have done without them YouTube people because they were doing things I never did.
mm,
And there are just some that stick out to me who were like, oh, do the flat twist, teaching you how to do flat twist, teaching you how to do
right.
this, teaching you the, LOC or whatever was popular at the time. What? That was the only way I survived.
I just don't know what the kids these days are doing. Like, you have all this information now, and for you to just be like, "Oh, influencers ruined my hair." I don't know. I feel like you ruined your hair. I'm gonna bounce the blame right back at you.
I mean, we do have a lot of influence now, so and then everything is this is the way, this is not the way. So it does get a little overwhelming. And I think at a certain point, you're just like, listen, I don't care what y'all talking about anymore. What works for me, what works for me. I
That's
get
what
this.
we.
Yeah,
And you know what?
girl,
I'm pretty now.
I get that.
No, no, I refuse to let you feel this way. It's a mentality thing. Perfect nails. We're gonna pull you right out and let you know that your hair is beautiful. If you don't want to spend time doing your hair, then like, what are we doing? Come on, girl. I
I've
have
I've
felt
heard that sentiment.
sorry if you still feel that way.
I've heard that sentiment from so many people who are just like, I ain't doing it. And I think there's so much language associated with natural hair where it's like, it's difficult, like my mom used to call my hair a wasness. Again, Baham is Caribbean, so there was no mincing of words. Um, so, there was just a language associated with natural hair. And it was like, if you weren't lucky enough to have the coily, like the curly versus the coily, it was like, oh, well, your hair is a headache. You need to relax that quick. So now it's like, we are learning to love and maintain and figure out how to associate that with our hair. I'm having a daughter and I hope I'm able to kind of use different language with her hair. It's not even like, I'm sorry, we'll go back to the topic soon, but like I was watching a clip of Sesame Street and they had a wash day song and I nearly lost it. I was like, this is so different than the Sesame Street I grew up with.
Right.
And the wasp nest I was told my hair was. And but anyways, so but I understand it does get tiring. Pregnant me and hair is really been a very jokey experience. I have relied on protective styles. This is the first time I've had it out in a little bit. And this might go right back into protective style.
And I think that's the importance as well of all the routine and all the things that we've tested. Now you have a arsenal of things that you can do depending on what's going on in your life. For example, I was doing wash and goes back to back to back for the past 3 years actually. And this is the first time I've gotten braids. And you know what? I'm about to be in protective styles now because I'm fighting for my life.
So this is who I am now. This is me. Y'all see me in braids every day now.
I'm just trying to survive with a baby who's entering her toddler years. And I'm trying to do a lot of different things. So we're going to be in braids. And I'm 100% enjoying this right now. Like, no. And I can feel my scalp getting drier. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I can feel my strands getting drier. And I'm just like, it's going to be fine.
Because braids have their own thing, you're mixing synthetic hair with your own texture hair.
They have their own thing.
You have to be careful taking them out. I think I had braids. Last time I had braids was for the Beyonce concert last year. And I do remember rushing to take them out and pulling out too much hair. Like,
I kept my edges, rest in peace, but it's fine. I'm mentally prepared for all the things that I'm doing to my hair right now. But in this stage of my life, I don't want to do my hair back to back to back every week. Because if I'm doing wash and goes, I got to do my hair a little bit more often. And I found that I was like neglecting my hair a little bit. It'll go 2 weeks in like a wash and go, which you shouldn't be doing that. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be fair to my hair and just put her in some braids, and I'm enjoying it. Okay, back to the no butter conversation. I feel like if we start taking questions, we're gonna go in different ways. We're never gonna finish. Where are we? Okay, there we are. When it comes to no oils and butters, do you feel like we're swapping one coating for another? Because we came from, thick grease. We've done the LOC, which was technically the coating, like the leave-in, the oil. That's what we're leaving in our hair. And now we're layering gels and mousses, which I feel like once we hear that, our ears are just like, what? You're just putting gels in your hair. That makes no sense. But it's a way of taking care of your hair. It's a way of achieving a result, which is the wash and go. You're locking your curls in place. Do you feel like we're kind of swapping one coating to the next because they're ultimately all doing the same thing?
Well, I would say mousses and oils they're not the same category of product. So they're more fixatives. So they're relying on polymers and like fixative ingredients like PVP, those type of things. They don't provide as much moisture. So they're more locking your hair. They're like film formers. They're like locking your hair in place. Whereas, oils, they're not going to really like lock your hair in place, but they will help to soften and to encourage product, like they will help to seal depending on the type of oil you use. So I wouldn't necessarily say like mousses are doing that. I feel like when you're doing wash and goes, it's more for they can definitely, your hair can definitely thrive in a wash and go for different reasons. You're relying more on the water and the gels and all of that type of stuff. But like the mousse is there for the definition of it all. Like, at least in my opinion, like it can help with that, but it's there to keep your hair in that wet look. That's basically what a wash and go is. Yeah. That's basically what a wash and go is. You're kind of holding on to your hair wet as long as you can.
Okay.
It's kind of like a wet look, but it's a fixated wet look. So yeah, they're gonna have different effects, because with the oils, you probably can go a little longer, like when your hair's enough, you can go a little longer. And whereas with the wash and go, it's gonna lose that effect after a while. Then you're gonna have to reinforce it and rehydrate your hair. Whereas maybe with the oils, you get to extend it a little longer. So it just depends on what you're going for. The way you wear your hair.
The way your hair will determine that. But are gels naturally a bit more drying than, would you say, when it comes to how we use it in our hair? Or like, is there such a thing as like a hydrated gel?
So it's really interesting. No, it's interesting for real, because like when you think about a gel, they're very simple in terms of they have some type of hydrocolloid or a polymer that basically swells water. That's like, you can have like hand sanitizer. That's a gel. So it's just a way to apply like water in like with like a semi-solid or something like that. And typically with gels, they're usually not very lengthy like product ingredients. They tend to have the polymer. If they want to have some seal, they might have alcohol in it. They might have and that'll help dry time be a little different. And also solubility, like if you're adding like a fixative like PVP, that's a really common one, or a polymer to help coat that hair. That might be a little drying because the water's going to evaporate off and you're kind of left with this film that can be flaky. There are gels that incorporate oils and stuff. They're not always clear. And I've honestly found different communities will use them more. Like my sister-in-law gets a lot of Dominican products and they tend to be a bit more hydrating, I've noticed, because they're incorporating more humectants. But Dominican hair is varied, and that country's going for a certain different type of style, like a way that they wear their hair typically. So the products will be a little bit more differentiated to that community. So yeah, you can have gels that are more hydrating, depending on the polymer you use. Right now, aloe is very popular because you can use aloe, like a dehydrated form of aloe to gel. Okay. And that's like there's been some products like that, and that will provide some hydration and also some anti-inflammatory properties. So yes, there are different types of gel. They're not all the same, but you can get different benefits from different gels.
Okay. But you still have to be mindful with washing and conditioning your hair consistently when it comes to, say, a wash and go lifestyle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the water is going to be what you want. Like you're going to want to soak your hair. You're going to want to apply the gel wet. That's going to help more define your curl more than anything. It's going to help support hydration, but that water did the trick. It's going to just help lock in a little bit of that. But really, like the gel is more for defining and holding, because and then you add the mousse and that does even more defining and holding and locking into that wet state.
So then what about high growth fatigue? Is it hydro or high grow? I've seen both.
I've seen both too. When I was doing research on it, because I've heard about it and I've been suspicious about it because it's not really like something you get diagnosed with. You know what I mean? Not quite. Like when you look at research papers, it's more associated with textiles like wool.
Oh, interesting.
Versus hair. There isn't, and like the articles that reference it don't necessarily specifically talk about hair. So, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, are people getting diagnosed with this? Or is this more kind of like it gained popularity and now people are like, okay, well, and it makes sense. Like, I'm not saying, like, you can definitely overdo things to your product. I think they say it's about like your hair swelling and deswelling so much that it's now fatigued and it's not holding shape anymore. They talk about a lack of protein, maybe you're over moisturizing, which they do talk about a moisturizing like lip protein balance and how that can affect your hair elasticity. So maybe there's some truth to that, but I don't know. From what I was reading, I was like, is this more like has this been a diagnosed like condition? Is there enough support to say that this is 100% factual, or is this more like maybe you need to alter your hair routine? I don't know. It's one of those things where I would more lean to more research needs to be done. Yeah. What I've seen is leading to textiles.
For sure. I feel like when it comes to everything we're talking about, we want more research. But I haven't when it comes to high growth fatigue, but the idea behind it is your hair absorbing too much water. And like you said, it's swelling with the water and then it's going to dry. So it's going to shrink. And the swelling and shrinking eventually damages your cuticles somehow. Because of that, what we've been doing is pre-pooing to mediate that swelling or how as much water as your hair would absorb during the shampoo step. You will use something like coconut oil, for example, a penetrating oil that's going to go in and prevent your hair from swelling as much. This is all allegedly from YouTube University, who is, I don't know, not giving the right information allegedly. So with that said, as we think about the wash and go routine, which is putting a lot of water in our hair, really letting our hair soaking as much water as possible and locking all that in, I feel like that's something that a lot of us, or at least some women, are concerned about. So it's too bad there isn't enough research or information on it, because it'll be interesting to know if that's even a thing. But also if it has something to do with splitting and webbing and the things that basically hair damage, integrity damage of our hair, if it has something to do with it.
You can definitely overdo things. You can definitely over moisturize your hair, and then that can cause you maybe lacking some other things. You can definitely overdo things, and might need to pull back and kind of let your hair rest and all of that. Because if you're continually the pre-pooling, I've not been on that team because I feel like you're adding more product buildup to therefore wash it out. But I have made like a pre-poo like type of thing before, and I have worked with detangling. Like there's a couple of favorites I have, but I didn't really consider that like a pre-shampoo. I more consider that like I'm detangling my hair first.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's an interesting topic, but people have definitely said they've experienced it. Um, so yeah, I don't know that one. I just would have to do more research to see if it's been validated in terms of like, is this a condition?
We need Lennon to let us know exactly what she did to get it twice. And how did your hair?
Yeah.
We need you in a paper, girl, please.
Like was the hair damaged before? Was it more susceptible to being over moisturized? Because if you're doing a lot of these treatments and stuff, and then you're trying to fix it with moisturization, it's not going to help because the integrity of your hair has been lost from whatever processing that's been happening. So yeah, I would love to hear what's been going on and more people that have experienced the symptoms that are related to that and kind of figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I would love to hear more as well.
Yes.
When we talk about the gel coating, the gel concoction that is supposed to hold our curls in place, hold our wash and goes, I guess, hydrated for as long as possible. Are they technically moisturizing our hair?
Depends what it is. The PVP, the polymers, not really. They might be helping reduce moisture leaving your hair, but I wouldn't say they're hydrating your hair. They can also be drying your hair. There's sometimes humectants in gels, like glycerin is a popular one if it's a water-based gel. And there's some other ones that people like to use, sodium PCA and different things. Those can definitely help hydrate. But obviously there's like a balance, if you want your gel to lock in, like how you want your edge control to hold your hair down. You don't want too many hydrating things in there. You want it to lay flat. So yeah. Yeah, so I would definitely say, I'm sorry, I was reading some of these comments, so I got a little distracted and lost my train of thought.
We're having a whole conversation in there. I'm just like, girl, let me read.
High-growth fatigue, I'm very intrigued because it seems like a lot of people are suffering with this. And I'm seeing different think pieces of like, is this real or not? Like, do people get diagnosed with this? I'm like, what? So yeah. Anyway, sorry, I was getting a little distracted.
Whoever have had hydro fatigue, please leave us comments. Let us know what happened. What did you do? How did you get it? Were you leaving your hair wet overnight? Give us all the tea.
Like, was your hair like virgin hair or was it treated hair? Like, would love to know the details. Oh, I'm just loving these comments. I'm learning.
I was going to sleep with saturated wet hair and a scarf on. I wanted my hair very moisturized and I was following the trend of sleeping with, with a shower cap on.
We have all done this. And then depending on your hair type, that's where that weakened hair state conversation comes in. That is where that's all of that because your hair is definitely different wet. Okay, we're learning too. Like this is brand new. Brand new. I couldn't think of the right term. But all that does matter too. This is super interesting. Okay.
See how for us. She's giving us the whole thing. I love
this. It's like a whole case study. But that definitely does caution to like hold water in your hair overnight and to leave product in there and to kind of have it in that prolonged weakened state where different things can happen. I could definitely see your hair being fatigued in general over that. But that's interesting. I'm going to research more about the effects of leaving product in your hair wet overnight because I'm telling you, we all did it. Like that was a science. I would wake up in the morning and rinse it out and pull it back in one ponytail or whatever and go to school. And go to school.
I love how the accent comes out. Yes, this will be on YouTube unless some technical difficulties happen, then it's out of my control. All right. Is there any more juicy questions? I think that's it. There's just one comment here. She realized that oil and butters were not working. Had to find an old school shampoo with no oil and conditioner with no oil. The only thing now is finding what to put in my hair that's not an oil or a butter. And someone mentioned that the Kinky Curly line does not have oils. But I'm curious to now read the ingredients from a new perspective. Like you said, there's oil-like ingredients. And I wonder if,
We should
what
read
the
some ingredients. I think that was on there somewhere.
wow, you're right. You know what? I do have that in the agenda. Oh, let me keep going. Ingredients in our products actually is the next is the next topic. Just gonna skip ahead. No, I'm kidding. It is next. And I actually want to have this section because we just talked a lot about a lot of different ingredients, what they're doing. I wonder how the average person who's not a chemist, a scientist, who don't even really want to memorize any of this, how do you navigate this space now, knowing that, okay, perhaps you could read the ingredient list and, I don't know, make educated guess of how our product is going to perform. So I feel like you should do that at this point because marketing is going to get you first. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
this is pretty. It smells good. It has castor oil, but does it really? You got to turn the back now and be like, where is the oil? How can a regular person navigate this space?
There are people, I'm just being so surprised how much more educated consumers are. Like, you can't, like, I just am loving that. There are apps I wouldn't necessarily have any I would necessarily recommend. Some are coming from a different scope, but there are people do use apps to kind of try and understand what's going on with their products. And then there's just like the papers and the different websites. Chemist Corner is one that I use, but obviously I'm a chemist. So, but then there's also Google is free. She Googled, me too, girl, a full whole scientist Googling all day. Like, I tell it to people all the time, like, scientists, we are Googling because there's constantly things we need to like remember and look into and make sure we're just referring to the right process. But yes, Google is free. Absolutely. But in terms of ingredients, there's definitely a way to read your ingredients to understand the general composition of your product. Because the FDA does have guidelines on how to label cosmetics. So you can definitely like read things and understand like, oh, this is the main ingredient. This probably is not. And yep. And she's talking about some of
We were
it.
just talking about how we're so educated now, the consumers, and
We
there we go.
are.
We're like, well, we know how to read this. First 3 to 5 ingredients. Let's go.
A rule of thumb is find the fragrance, and anything under that is typically 1% or less. Because once you get to the 1% line, you can put in any order you want. And so you could even have half a formula being 1% or less, depending on what it is. So if you find fragrance, there's other ways to do it. It's not always fragrance. Sometimes it's preservative. Sometimes it's certain ingredients where I know they're not using it higher than 0.5, like a carbomer or something. And that will give you an idea of everything that falls under it might be, and not all ingredients are bad under 1%, like there's definitely some more active ingredients, like, hyaluronic acid can be effective at 0.1%. Like retinols and those type of ingredients, they can be effective at very low levels, but you're talking about like 0.1% of olive oil, it's probably not doing too much. So it depends. But yes, we definitely need to look at some products and kind of get an idea of like what's going on.
But what if fragrance is the very last ingredient? Are we still using that 1% rule?
Well, once it gets to 1%, you can put in any order. So yes, companies can make fragrance the last ingredient if they want to make you think that that is the least in there. So it could, yeah. So there's a lot of like, marketing and a lot of different things that companies are doing, and it makes sense why they're doing them. But so yeah, sometimes it won't work, but yeah, fragrance can sometimes be like the middle ingredient. Sometimes it can be the very last.
Okay. So keeping that in mind, what about toxic ingredients, so to speak? And I bring this up because one of the last lives that I had, I feel like it was the last one. It was a while ago, though, but I had a live with a holistic stylist, and she feels strongly about the ingredients in our products, just not even hair care, just overall for overall health. And one of the things that we talked about is how toxic certain ingredients are. I do have the same products here that I would love to kind of pull up and we can go through them. It's the very popular products within the no oil and butter world. You're probably familiar with them: Malibu C, AG Balance, AG Boost, Uncle Funky. What else do we use? And the Do. we can quickly go through the ingredients, but what about toxicity of these products? And I feel like it kind of goes to your values and what you believe in. I think that's important as well. But what are your thoughts from a chemist perspective, as someone who uses these chemicals to formulate products? What are your thoughts of the toxicity of some of the products that we have on the market, um, especially when it comes to women health and
Yep.
our hormones? I think that's not always considered. Just like they don't even consider our hair growth. You think they care about our hormones? But you go.
No, and I think, okay, so not everyone understands that there's a whole regulatory department when it comes to ingredients. So, especially when you work for big brands, like you're working with toxicologists. So we're submitting we have I interact with safety all the time. So there are ingredients that are used in controlled levels, meaning maybe, and definitely for consumer groups, like babies, they might only use that to 0.2. Then for kids, maybe 0.6. And then for adults, 1% or something like that. So there are, especially for big brands, there are people we are talking with to understand the safety profile for quadrillions of ingredients. And that's why sometimes cosmetic chemists get a little startled when something's new, because we don't have that same profile. We don't know everything about that ingredient, and we might find things out the hard way. So, we do get sometimes nervous when something is removed that has a very strong safety profile, when something is replaced with something that's they could do some more work here. So there are people that are thinking about that, but then we're talking about endocrine disruptors, and there are ingredients tied to that. And let me tell you, the consumer effect is real. For instance, with parabens, as much as I've worked with parabens, as much as a cosmetic chemist might know, these are potent preservatives, they do their thing. If the consumers don't like it, they coming out. Even if the data is still these are still safe, these are still this, these are still that at these levels, they are not going into your bloodstream. There are food grade parabens that you know what I'm saying? They will take them out, because at the end of the day, why are they going to fight for parabens when there are other preservatives? And consumer opinion is important. You're selling products for consumers, so you do need to value what's going on, instead of always trying to justify why you're using something. The same thing is with formaldehyde donors. That one's been really big. The Hadentoin. Why am I saying that wrong? Anyways, there's a lot of ingredients.
And I mean, that's a very common one that we had in the last live: sodium hydroxide. Yeah.
So a lot of products have sodium hydroxide. It's a pH titrating agent. So for instance, you work with polymers, and sometimes they only work at certain pH. So you'll either use citric acid if you want to bring it down, or sodium hydroxide if you want to bring it up. There's other options, but those are the typical ones. So you'll see sodium hydroxide at the way end as a pH adjuster. But I mean, maybe there's other reasons to use it too. That's how I've typically used it in products. But sodium hydroxide also too, you think about these ingredients, they were relaxers. They were at high level.
And we remember these days. It wasn't that long ago, and we know what's associated with some of these ingredients. Perhaps, it was more concentrated, but it's still sodium
very concentrated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we were just putting that on there and leaving it on. You ever used to be I don't know if your hair was relaxed ever, but you ever used to be leave this on. So because if your hair you wanted your hair to be bone straight at the root, so you out here leaving on sodium hydroxide for 45 minutes and just taking the pain for that effect. And I know relaxers have their own conversation in terms of if they have a negative effect, and that's a whole thing. And just the way that chemistry works, I could see that having a lot of concerns and issues. But yeah, when we talk about toxic ingredients, going back to that, there's no real definite, there is limit, for the ingredients that are regulated, they understand limitations. But when you say clean, there's no definition for clean. Honestly, when you go to a big retailer and they have a clean aisle, that's their regulations. That's not the regulations. That is their ideal of clean. And it will differ based off of the shop. Some are more strict than others. I have formulated products for a couple of different clean definitions, and their lists are different, and they justify them different ways. So that there is a subjectivity in what's considered clean. So that's something just to think about too. I know it's very frustrating, because you just want to do what's safe. And you don't want, there are ingredients out there that, that have been linked to like endocrine disruptors, hormone disruptors. With cosmetics, it's unlikely that you're going to get them into your bloodstream and that they're also used at those levels. So, sometimes a paper will talk about it at like a 10% level, and in a cosmetic, it's like a 0.01% level. So those things to consider. But at the end of the day, like, you want to make informed decisions. You know what I mean? And you don't want to use those ingredients if you don't have to.
But it's hard to inform
what is natural, what is not. Sorry, Bella. Like, yeah. She
it's hard to
knows.
make an informed decision with the information that we do have. And I've been thinking about this a lot more now that I have a baby. And I mean, for example, even the things that I used to clean my floors, I was a huge fan of like, the bleaching agents, the Pine Sol. and now I'm just like, I see her hands everywhere in her mouth. She don't care that I used Pine Sol last night. So now I've been very mindful as to, okay, what am I using? What am I using on her? Like, why do I feel inclined almost to think about the products that I'm using on her as a baby? And then for me, it's like, whatever, wild west. So I kind of think about that. And I also think about, when we talk about the strength, how the dosing and all of that. But we're consistently using these products still.
That's another thing.
Yeah. So it's not just I'm using this one time. No, I'm using this product weekly or even more often than that, depending on what it is. Think about skincare. You're putting it on your skin every day. And we're using so many different type of products as well. So there's hair, there's skin, there's, I don't know, your body lotion. There's all the different type of products that we're using. And they could all have the same ingredient that, oh, it's safe when it's less than 1%. But like, you're using it like in so many different products. Doesn't that also make a difference?
Now they do studies to understand like over the use. Like they know that you're not using this just once. They're like, what if you use this every day? And they do the different studies to kind of validate that. And I know a lot of the studies have shown like, no, this repeated usage does not indicate that it's like collecting in your bloodstream and causing this effect. But I can definitely understand the fear associated with it, because you just want to make informed choices. You want to understand what's happening. Like, someone's talking right now about DMDM hydantoin, and that is a formaldehyde donor, and that is just it's a preservative that releases formaldehyde to help extend your shelf life. And they've linked it to hair loss, but I'm not sure how clinical that link is. I'd have to research that, but that has been why some ingredients have come under fire. But that's a common preservative. It's not just in hair care, it's in skincare, it's in some other stuff.
And so even where you think about being marketed as a natural relaxer, like the irony there.
Boy, yeah. And that's the thing. We could look back at some of the things like in like the food industry, there was this ingredient that was like, what was it called? It was like low fat, but then they found out that it was doing all this other stuff too, like all this other horrible stuff. And they just published the low fat part. And it's so it is interesting. Like, sometimes when you look back at some of these things and it's like, you want that clarity from your brands and you want to understand what's in your products. So yeah, but there definitely is. I think the ones that people know of, like phthalates and parabens and triethanolamine, and there's a couple of those ingredients that have come to light. I think as cosmetic scientists, because we see the safety profile and stuff, we see the value, and we're a lot less hesitant to criminalize them. But I do try to empathize with consumers who just want to do the best for themselves and stuff like that. So, but yeah, right now the papers don't really suggest anything that's going to cause that harmful cumulative effect. But again, I do understand where you're coming from, and I do understand like having options that avoid those ingredients. Absolutely. And they're being taken out, a lot of them, because of the consumer perception. So yeah, no, stay informed, try and listen to the different people who are doing the research and stuff. But listen, you don't have to use that if you don't want to. There are options. And you're thinking about your baby. She's putting in her mouth. It was never formulated to put it in her mouth. So yes, I can understand why you're like, can I have a product that I can clean with, that if my baby happens to consume a little, is a lot safer? Because yes, bleach was not made to drink.
No, I know that.
Exactly. But that's the thing. Now it's going outside. But so I and that's something I'll think about too, because I love up a bleach. I love up a Pine Sol. So I could see myself switching to things that are more mild, because I'm like, this little girl gonna eventually make her escape. And
she's about to soon.
I hit 30 weeks, and 30 weeks feel different. 28 weeks felt nice. 30 weeks feeling heavy. Oh, I
Oh
keep
no,
waking
from
up.
that point on, I don't want to scare you, but you don't even know what happens.
I know. I know, and I was like, this feels like the third trimester has started. Like I was telling that to my husband because I almost woke him up to help me out of bed, and I have not needed his help, but I literally could not get up, and I was
It
like,
gets heavy quick, and towards the end, I was like, "Oh my god, I don't know if I can get any heavier. Like, what's going on?" It's so quickly. You just pack on all the way. The baby packs on all the way. Uh, Girl, I feel for you. I remember feeling so sluggish, and whew, everything you do is much more difficult.
everything. Oh my, just picking up stuff, going to work, doing anything. Like, oh, I just, anyways, it's all worth it, little girl. It's all worth it.
All
But
right, so this is the same slides I had last time with Amina. We talked a little bit about the no oil, no butter method, which we did here too. So I'm just gonna skip through. Shelly, shout out to Shelly. I don't know if you're familiar with Shelly, but she started the no oil and butter method and experienced some severe damage. She's living, from what I see, she's living her best life now with her shortcut, looking really lovely on her. But anyways, this is not about Shelly. We're just we want to blaze through some of these ingredients, just to get a cosmetic chemist perspective on these products. Because last time we talked from a holistic point of view, where we're like, be careful, proceed with caution. So we're gonna do the same thing here, and even kind of learn what these products are doing to our hair, from a like a wash and go perspective or from a styling perspective. So first one, we got a clarifying shampoo, which is Malibu C. Personally, I think Malibu C is a very strong clarifying shampoo from in my hair. So let's talk about it.
talk about it. I'm looking at these ingredients, and I just love reading ingredients. I literally on my Instagram, I will just read ingredients and be like, this is this and this is that. So the first three ingredients are surfactants. You have a sulfonate, which is like an ethoxylated sulfonate is like an ethoxylated sulfate. And then you have, and which is definitely more mild. And then you have, let me see, cocamidopropyl. Oh, yeah, that one is definitely cocamidopropyl betaine. That's more mild, non-ionic surfactant. And so is the cocamide DIPA. That's definitely a lot more mild. So it's almost like blending three different types of chemistries to get you that good build. So this is definitely formulated with mild. I wouldn't necessarily say this is sulfate free because it's a sulfonate, so that's ethoxylated. I'm not sure. I wonder if they can say that's a sulfate free.
I know girl, it says right there that
They
it's
do say no sulfate, so I guess so. I guess the chemistry has changed enough, but that is a ethoxylated sulfur-based ingredient. See, a little tricky, but sulfonates are great. I've done projects with that was actually one of my papers where I would compare sulfates versus sulfonates and some other ingredients, and sulfonates are a lot more mild because they essentially extend the head group, which makes them penetrate less into the skin barrier and cause less irritation. So yeah, those are the first ingredients. Then you get the butylene glycol as a solvent. Then you got a quat, which gives you conditioning. Disodium EDTA, that's a chelating agent. That's helpful for product stability, like extending shelf life. It can also have some chelating properties for your hair. And if you're not familiar with chelating, it's just we get a lot of mineral composites in our hair because of the hard water, and chelating ingredients combine with them and help get rid of them. So when we keep going, we're entering more, like there's some preservatives, some light emulsifiers, some fragrance ingredients, the limonene, the limonene. Hope I'm saying that right. Because some of these ingredients I read more than I say. Phenoxyethanol is a preservative. That one is popular because it is some people have been using it to substitute parabens, but there is some stuff coming out about it right now. Not coming out about it. There's some maybe concern that's happening with consumers. So I'm wondering if that also is going to leave. And so is potassium hydroxide and potassium sorbate. Those are known to be preservatives, and maybe some pH adjusting agents, and then fragrance at the bottom.
So with fragrance being at the bottom in this formulation, how would we know where that 1% line is?
I would guess it's after disodium EDTA because I never use that more than 0.5% personally. That would be my guess. It could even be after, honestly, it could be after butylene glycol, to be quite honest, but more, it could even be after the polyquat 10.
Okay.
I can't say words right now, just like dehydrated. But yeah, I would guess disodium EDTA. Like everything under that is 1% or less.
So then would you say that's why we have almost that rule to read the first 3 to 5 ingredient and then kind of not really bother with the rest?
It's not a bad rule because, granted, the only thing it doesn't consider is if some ingredients should only be at certain levels because that polymer does not need to be at a high level to be effective because it's a hydrocolloid. When that joins with water, swells, like you could have 0.25 carbomer and that's going to make your thing go from water thin to a whole gel. So there are some ingredients you don't really need to be huge amounts. But when you're looking at like this, yes, the first 3 ingredients are the cleansing agents. Then you get into a solvent, and then you get into a polymer.
With combining 3 cleansing agent, does that make a product stronger in terms of its cleansing properties?
So it depends on what you're going for. They will blend different ingredients sometimes for a foaming effect. Sometimes they'll blend different ingredients to adjust something they call the critical micelle concentration. That's a whole chemistry. Then that can affect irritation and just how the product works. So yes, combining ingredients can definitely give you an optimum product because they all have different features. So when you're combining them all together, you're kind of getting a new type of feature. And that can, you can do tests too. You can do one where you're just doing one. It might have too much foaming for the consumer. And then you might do an irritation test and it might score a lot higher. So combining the different ingredients can help mitigate some of that. And yeah, you will find that for most products, you're going to get a combination of things to kind of get the perfect blend.
I guess I just kind of wonder what makes this shampoo particularly strong, because it will remove your bad credit.
Sulfates work. They are effective. Because they are based off of sulfates, like they are effective. They are very effective cleansers. And then cocoa, like the 2 mild ones, they're also effective and they have good foaming properties. So I've had products that only have the last 2 and they're effective cleansers as well. But this 3 combo is 3 well-known surfactants that do the job.
Okay.
So, and the one that's the most is the sulfonate.
Are they particularly drying? I know there's a comment here that, I can't say these words. Olefin sulfonate. It was very drying to her hair, and she ended up breaking up with that ingredient. And
I do know some people who have struggled with even ethoxylated surfactants. They have the data to show that they are less stripping of the hair. I've seen it. I've worked with them. I've done a lot of different skin and hair. Well, I've done more skin studies with sulfates. But if that is something you've experienced and you're like, I want to avoid ethoxylated sulfates, then yeah, there are ones that will start with more non-ionic, mild co-surfactant ingredients like the 2 that are listed here, the cocoa imidopropyl betaine. And then there's a lot of different other ones too. There's like alkylates and some other different ingredients like glucanates that are mild that you'll see in some other products. But this is effective, I think, because of the sulfonate.
Okay. Well, let's move right along to AG Balance, which I think is also clarified as a sulfate-free. Is it? It's all purpose. I'd never see if I remember. Apple cider vinegar, argan oil, all the stuff that we like to hear. 98% plant-based. Well,
this is long.
Let's read.
Oh, yep, it has a glycinate. That's the first surfactant. That's a non-ionic. That one's mild. Isothianate. That's a mild one. Yeah, this one definitely doesn't use sulfates or even ethoxylated ones. So the first thing, it's like a glycinate, an isothianate, and a sarcosinate. So those are just different surfactants. And there's so many different categories. But they work well, and some of them provide hydration, still good foaming properties. Then you have a hydrocolloid or a thickener. So the hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose is a thickener. And then polysorbate 20 is a emulsifier, just to help get everything in. Desylglucoside, I believe, and sodium PCA is, I believe those are moist. Well, I think desylglucoside is another surfactant, and then sodium PCA is a humectant. And then you're getting into peptides. Honestly, from then on, you're kind of low. Like, I bet you that there's so many big words, and I don't know, it's really late for me to be reading big words. Guar, hydroxypropyl, triammonium chloride. That probably is not used at a super high level because that, I believe, is more like something that creates more like a film. It's definitely a conditioning agent, but I don't believe you use that super high. So I think once you get about there, a lot of these ingredients could be at low levels. Yep. A lot of these, like, because you're getting into some of these oils, and those are probably extract blends. Like, you're getting the leaf oil, this oil, that oil. That's probably a blend.
And it's funny because it's a shampoo, right? So you don't, I don't know how it works, but I imagine we don't want a lot of oils in the shampoo. Maybe we do want the conditioning agents, but all these different oils that are listed are probably at a very small quantity.
You could probably stop as early as after the P peptide, because capryl glycol, I use that a lot. That is a great conditioning agent, but it also extends shelf life. And I never really use that more than 0.75. You can use it higher, but I never typically use it more than that. So yeah, I would almost stop at P peptide and assume that everything under that is likely within the 1 to 2% range or lower. And yeah, you're getting tons and tons of oils and extracts, which you usually blend. Usually you'll take one ingredient, blend it with a million different extracts and add it to that. So, but they're great because then they can use them for different claims. And they do have.
And I was just back to this because the claim for this product is that apple cider, argan oil. But then,
where are those?
The lie detector said.
Where is the inky for argan oil?
It wasn't a lie, but it was a lie adjacent.
It's there. Okay, so argan oil, Arginia spinosa kernel oil. Where are you? I'm like leaning in.
I know, so am I, because now I'm very curious as to what's going on in this product because there's so many oils, extracts, and those were good. Wait, vinegar is like the
oh my gosh, argan oil is way to the bottom.
The line to us.
And the vinegar is way, and listen, they all could be very similar amounts because once you get to 1%, you can put them anywhere. So, like panthenol, I never use panthenol anything higher. Well, granted, panthenol is more of a hair care ingredient. You can use it for skincare. Pantene uses a lot of panthenol. So those ingredients are not the main component. The main component are what you kind of talked about at the beginning: the mild surfactants, the hydrocolloid, and there's some humectants, and there's a peptide. And peptides are expensive, so you don't typically use those too high percent, and they're effective. So you don't typically use those super high percents.
Right. So this product is not cheap, but I want to say that is very effective at what it does. It's an all-purpose shampoo, but I personally feel like it could be used as a clarifying shampoo. The way that it's so good.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you feel the same way, right?
Looking at the inky, yeah, you're definitely not seeing heavy oils in here, and the oils that are in here are probably not at high levels. So I'm definitely seeing clarifying shampoo with some benefits with the protein and a couple other ingredients. So, but yeah, it's funny. There's the way it's marketed and the actual ingredients that are doing it. It's like the person who's advertising the company but doesn't actually work there.
Yeah, they just told them like, yeah, make sure that it says argan oil and apple cider vinegar.
And it's effective because those are the ingredients consumers go with. But really, and a lot of cosmetic chemists talk about that. The ingredient that you think is important is probably not there. Like the ingredient that is important in shampoo are their surfactants and the ingredients that help balance the irritation, not necessarily the oils, but there are some that have more to give you some hydration. So yeah.
Are there?
But this one doesn't have conditioning agents.
Oh, no conditioning agents.
Well, it has one or two. I take that back. It has one or two, but
at the very
bottom, it has oils at the bottom. The guar, like that will have some conditioning because it is a quat. There was another one I saw, but there's some, but there are some that have way more conditioning agents.
So with this product, like when you look at these ingredients, is there anything that pops out at you like, you know what, I question why this is being used on the toxicity scale? And I say scale because, you know, technically it's safe, but you're just like something else could have been used.
do see some ingredients that are like irritating, like that could be considered irritants, but they don't have like hyperallergenic claims. So, it's interesting too because they could, like, for instance, they could actually take out a lot of ingredients and still have a super functional product, but it may not sell as well because one, it doesn't have those ingredients, and two, it may not smell the way they want it to smell. I have done panels where you take the unscented product and the scented product. And when I tell you that scented product does millions of times better for no reason at all, but the fact that the consumer experience was better, like literally, well, because the consumer doesn't know if there's only one difference. So they're using it and they are likening attributes. They're like, it was silkier. It was just because there's a scent. So I'm not joking. We have seen it, the remarkable differences with adding fragrance versus not in consumer perceptions for like big panels. So it's very, so it's because people ask me all the time, well, why do you even add fragrance? Because that's what they want.
And I feel like I'm one of those too, where it's like, oh, it smells good. Automatically in the back of my mind, my mental is like, oh, I feel so much better about this product because it smells like roses.
Yes,
Clearly
definitely.
working.
But yeah, there are a lot of ingredients in here that are not quite needed, but maybe would help them advertise in different ways because they could go all types of directions. They could be lavender, they could be this, they could be that.
Yeah, especially with all the oils that are listed, and those are terms that we love to hear.
Definitely.
All right, we're moving on to the conditioner now. This is AG Boost. We have claims such as sealing, smooth cuticles, sealing with mango seed butter, apple cider vinegar, as well as an abundance of nourishing superfoods. Woo! You got me now. 98% plant-based. Same thing, massage into damp hair, leave for a minute or two. The ingredients says,
Okay, you're starting with a emollient, the caprylic capric triglyceride, which is an ingredient that would be in an oily product but not considered an oil. So I love that ingredient. I use that for quite a few things. Glycerin. Glycerin is like a cosmetic chemist's favorite humectant. I've so many cosmetic chemists because it's inexpensive and it's effective, and it's very effective, and it's plant-based, and it just works so well. So glycerin. And if it's second ingredient, there's probably a good amount of it in there. And then you're getting into the fatty alcohols. And then you're getting into the conditioning agents, which is the chloride, different ingredients. I'm telling you, I cannot read. Like I say these in my head all the time, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to read them out loud.
I know that's me.
Hydromonium chloride, stearoalconium chloride, those type of ingredients. Those are two conditioning agents. And then you have like a starch phosphate, which can be for feel. I'm not familiar with this alcohol, but I'm guessing it's some type of solvent. And then you finally get to shea butter. So my guess would be, I could see them using shea butter at like 2 to 3%, maybe.
Okay.
But you are starting to get into the ingredients that are lower, like sorbitol. I could see them using that at like 1%. And then you're getting into the seed oils. Then there's like a polymer, which more than likely is no more. I would say from like that polymer, you're probably at like 0.5 there. And then everything. And then, they have the vinegar, which is under that, and some other stuff. But yeah, similar in the way there's a lot of ingredients here that probably are at super low levels that may or may not have an effect. But yeah, this definitely is interesting. I love how it does start with two, like the first ingredients aren't the conditioning agents. They are kind of like glycerin and the caprylic capric triglyceride. It's really interesting. So maybe it's a bit more gentle.
Well, I personally love this conditioner. I find it it goes on, especially when you add water, it goes on nice and thick and creamy. I really enjoy this one. But you know what? I find it's interesting how you start reading from the second ingredient. You usually don't even care about water. You're like, yeah, water. Anyways, the first ingredient is caprylic triglyceride. Like, you just, like, is that a way that you, like, when you're considering ingredients, we're not starting from water, you're starting from the next one? Would that be the first ingredient that you would count?
Well, water if the product's anhydrous, meaning it doesn't have water, then yeah, you would definitely start with whatever's I guess they call it the diluent or the vehicle. But most of these products are water-based conditioners. That's why I usually skip it, because the water can be anywhere from like 40% to 90%, just depending on the product. Conditioners they tend to be more low, like 40 to 60% water, because you're just adding a lot of tacky ingredients. But yeah, I would just kind of skip the water, just because I'm like, that's the diluent. It's kind of the thing that's holding it all together.
And
But
the
yeah.
reason why this question came back to my mind is because Sheree mentioned that all conditioners, deep conditioners, rinse out, leave-ins, are mostly water.
Yeah, I have actually heard in cosmetic courses that it's all about selling water, as a joke. But yeah, water is going to be.
I guess he yells me.
I know, as a joke, but like, yeah, there is going to be a good amount of water in a lot of products, and I think because that's now being more well known, you're seeing even the cleaning industry talk about like, oh, that's full of water. Like, you get this. This is way less water. So, yeah, there's definitely some truth in that. But like, you can't make this product without water.
Yeah. So when it comes to these alcohols, maybe we can clear the air, because alcohols get a terrible rep. So does silicones. Probably alcohol's worse, I think. Um, what are I guess there's probably different type of alcohols. Maybe you can clarify for us type of alcohols. There are different roles. Say a product like that, which is a conditioner, will have alcohol like high up. Whatever type of alcohol it is, we won't bat an eye. But we're looking at a gel, for example, we'd be like, oh my God, this gel has alcohol, is drying. So maybe you can clear the air when it comes to alcohols.
Well, I mean, different products will have different alcohols for different reasons. Like for instance, like if you're working with like a sunscreen and you want it to just be drying, the alcohol is gonna evaporate a lot more readily than water. So like if you're spraying on an aerosol, you're gonna, alcohol, or like a lot of what's it called, like fixative ingredients, they're gonna be soluble in alcohol versus water, and you're not gonna get that like water layer where your face is wet. So you're thinking about like a makeup spray. I'm trying to think what it's called right now. But like, yeah, you're thinking about something like that. You do want it to be something that's lighter, that will leave such a film or take long to dry. You want it to be like spray, 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 evaporate, fixative. So there's going to be benefits in there's certain products that you just can't avoid not using an alcohol. They won't be as effective. But alcohol is not all the same. Like, I think people see the word alcohol and they get scared. It's actually a category of chemistry. Like if something has an OH group, so not all alcohols are the same. So, but when they're thinking more like ethyl alcohol or something like that, that's more kind of like alcohol, or just alcohol, because the inkies are different. So like it's just alcohol plain, that might be the more drying thing that you see in a gel or something like that. Whereas some of these, they're probably really tiny amounts, and my friend Bella here just said that ingredient could be part of the emulsifier system. I haven't worked with that one, which is why I wasn't sure. But there's also fatty alcohols, and fatty alcohols like cetyl alcohol, that is completely different. Those are white, those are more waxy, and those give your product so much build and some cleansing action and some emulsification action. Like, so yeah, not alcohols are the same. That's a fatty alcohol, and then some are solvents. But the one that people get a little bit don't enjoy as much are gonna be the solvent.
Well, we'll move on from this one. Actually, wait, the same question as last time. Is there any ingredients in here where you're like, I have no idea why this is in here? Or something could have been used in terms of toxicity, from a toxicology lens?
I mean, again, there's a lot of ingredients that probably just don't need to be here, and they're only here because of claims. Like they're a part of the extract blend. Like you could probably knock out like half of this and just like not have it. But for the most part, most of these ingredients have a clear function as to why they're here. And I'm not seeing anything that's like on that. I guess I'm very familiar with no-no lists. Even if I don't fully agree with them, I'm not really seeing anything that's on a no-no list, except maybe like a couple of irritants, but then it's like irritants are associated with fragrance. So, if you really don't want, like, you have to really search hard for like fragrance-free products, because they just don't sell well. Like, honestly, I've recommended baby products to people because I'm just like, it's really hard to find fragrance-free. And this one doesn't have a fragrance like the Inky. There's not a fragrance, but there are some volatile fragrance like solvent components. Like I'm seeing a couple of things that would be in a fragrance in here. But they also have a different function, which is why they can like exist on their own. But yeah, no, nothing I'm seeing like that's like stand away. Or I think this would be a great product.
Yeah, no, I personally enjoyed this one. The shampoo, I find it to be, I guess when I think of shampoos now, I think about how long it's been since I last washed my hair, products that I use on my hair, the state of my scalp uh, at the moment, which will depend on how long it's been since I washed my hair. And that will kind of determine which shampoo that I use and based on what I have as well. So when I think of AG Balance, it's one of those shampoos that I find to be on the stronger side. So I would use it, and my scalp loves it. It gets nice and clean. For my hair, I will take it down my hair, but it's not going to be the shampoo that I go for my second wash to like get into my hair. I want something a little bit more mild, a little bit more moisturizing based on my standards, I guess, based on how I want my hair to feel.
Yeah.
So, all this disclaimer to say the shampoo's all right. I still have it and use it, but this one, I do enjoy me some AG Boost. Okay, moving on to gels. So this base gel is very well known in these streets. It definitely shot its way up with the no oil and butter method because I don't really feel like we're checking for a lot of these products like that. So let's see some of the claims if I remember. Flex your super curl muscle naturally. I like it when brands are just very fancy with their definition. Like, just tell me what it does. Aloe base, firm hold, enhancing gel. Curls become more defined, manageable, and nourished. Oh, brilliant shine. Wow, they really make this gel sound amazing. Curly Magic delivers superior results for taming frizz, elongating your curls, and adding moisture all in one. Wow. For best result, use a squeaky deep cleanser. Oh, really? Oh, they tell you to use a conditioner as well as their leave-in or butter or something. In any case, this product is very popular. Based on my experience, I don't find that it gives me a firm hold, not at all. It doesn't give me a brilliant shine, but again, my hair is pretty matte naturally, so it is what it is. And what else? Elongating my curls, that's a negative. It does it does add moisture. I find that it holds in water. Um, Yeah, so which is why we use it as a base to keep that hydration going. Well, let's take a look at the ingredients. They're actually, oh, now it's coming to me. There was a whole controversy around this product because there was an original formula.
Yes.
Yeah, see, now you remember there was an original formula when it comes to Curly Magic, and we all loved it. I think a lot of the recommendations were probably based from that formula, and then they changed it and we're all kind of concerned like, okay, is it still performing the same way? A lot of stylists told us that it was. And so some of the damage that happened, a lot of people wondered, is it because of the change in the formulation of Uncle Funky? Because we're using a lot of Uncle Funky. Your hair is soaking wet and you're really adding this product and breaking it in. That's like the first step of the wash and go, how we were thought to do the modern wash and go. So maybe we can kind of read these ingredients and compare the two formulations. Oh, that's going to be so interesting. Oh, I'm excited now. Do you need to take a break? A little bathroom break before we dive into this one?
No, we can dive in. I'm good.
Let's go.
This is so interesting because I remember when this came out. I feel like I won, and I don't know, and I actually use this product. I really like this product. But I don't know when this came out. I don't know if it was a macro, micro. I don't, this brand got popular. And I've noticed sometimes when brands are smaller, they may not utilize every recommendation in terms of labeling. So they sometimes do have to change as they get bigger because they're like, oh, shoot, it's like more eyes are on us. So now we have to like upgrade and do this. I've seen that with some brands where they start small and because I'm just so familiar with how products should be labeled, I'll be like, okay, this isn't quite following the guidelines, but because it's a small brand, it might be just slipping through the cracks, whatever. But when they get bigger, they're going to get more people, more eyes, and they're going to have to adjust. So I wonder if that's a part of it. Because I'm looking at how it was written before and I'm like, is this the way it should be written? Like, where they have like aqueous infused this and that. Like that's not an inky, I don't think. So anyways, I'm wondering if it's that. But okay. So they had I remember this. I remember their first ingredient was aloe. And my guess was that they were using like a 40x or 200x aloe like concentrate, because they come like freeze dried and they claim to be 200x and you have to rehydrate it. So I was wondering like, well, if they were rehydrating it with water, and they rehydrated it to like, I don't know, like 10% or 1%, whatever. Essentially, it's because it's a 200x, it still would be the highest component, but they're not claiming the water. So I always wondered about that, because so I'm wondering if now that they claim the water now, because that's what's happening. They're using the concentrated aloe, they're hydrating it with water. So now they have to list the water as first. I'm just curious. I don't know what they're doing. I'm just being very curious, because my guess is, yeah, because my guess is they're using some type of very much concentrated aloe. And maybe they had to move away from that for different reasons. Because now the new one says water, glycerin, then aloe. So I'm like, did they get challenged on how they labeled it because they didn't mention that they were adding water? I just don't know. So you're looking at the first one. Water is however many, maybe it's 70%. Who knows? Glycerin, maybe it's like 5 or 6%, and then you're getting to the aloe. So you're wondering like, okay, maybe the aloe is only like 5-ish%, or 4%, and then you're getting to It's interesting too, because now they have like jojoba seed oil versus, I don't even think that's in the old formula.
No, it's not. You're right.
And then they added hydrolyzed wheat protein. Okay, and I don't think that's in the old formula either.
No,
and then oh, sorry, what were you saying?
We were freaking out about the protein too. Like, what's going on? Where's there always protein in this product? You know how
we did some consumer studies, and they were like, people like protein, we're gonna add that in there. Marshmallow root extract is a great detangler. Oh my goodness, it's so great. They had that as their like second ingredient in the first one, and now it's like fifth. So maybe they changed the form. I don't know. Was it? Well, they definitely changed the way they wrote it down. Like, because they called it infused something, and now it's like it's almost like they had a creative way they were writing it here. I'm not sure. And then they pulled the official inky, and wrote it. So because with the way it's written now definitely aligns better with what I've seen.
Okay.
So that's interesting to me, because I'm like infused. Like, I'm like, I don't know if I would look that up, because there's like a way you can look up inkies, like official inkies.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that an official one? Like infused Althea, blah, blah, blah. They might have gotten challenged. Who knows?
There's also horsetail on this one, on the newest one too, which wasn't there before.
Which what? There's also what?
Horsetail. Never mind, it's there. I'm spreading rumors. Don't mind me.
Oh, I do see the horsetail extract. Oh, it is there.
It's there.
Nettle like extract. I've heard of that one too. And then you're getting the tocopherol, which is vitamin E, phenoxyethanol. Okay, so they changed the preservative system too. For who knows, maybe they were having some microbial issues, because it is a water-based product, but maybe not. Maybe because I mean, before they had citric acid, potassium sorbate, and natural fragrance. That's not a whole lot of. Citric acids can have some preserving qualities, but it's not a preservative per se. And so the only preservative in the formula was potassium sorbate, and that. So maybe that we're getting some challenges there.
Is that a problem? Potassium sorbate? Is it not enough, or?
I believe potassium sorbate is food grade too. I believe you can eat that. It's a good preservative, but it has its limitations, and it has its pHs that it works at. So I'm just guessing. And I've been on projects where you've had to adjust preservatives, because you're dealing with something that is water, and water is just a lovely home ground for microbial activity. And glycerin can help too. I bet you they added glycerin to help with that, because glycerin can decrease the water activity. Something we test for. So glycerin is very helpful in helping products maintain preservation. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious, because I'm like, they changed the preservative system. They went to phenoxyethanol, which is a lot more robust. Ethyl hexaglycerin, that also, I actually know the exact preservative that's in the industry, just because it's a blend of those two, and that's at 0.9 and that's at 0.1, and then fragrance. So, and they changed it from natural fragrance to fragrance. I'm just guessing that they were a little bit challenged.
So I wonder,
on
if you look at
thingy.
these two formulas, would you assume that these two products will work the same?
I would think that they work very similarly. Maybe they might have a couple because reformulation happens all the time, and I know consumers are now considering that more. And I love this brand. This is actually one of my favorite brands, and this happens a lot because sometimes when it's small to big, they do have to make changes because now their consumer base is so much bigger, so they have to consider the risk and all of that, and they also have to make sure that their products are sustainable, meaning like every time they make it, they're getting the right numbers. And as you get bigger and bigger, that's harder to do. So I would say, it just you can never know because I don't know if they reduced the amount of aloe because if they did, that could have affected the hold. Um, they did include some new ingredients. Preservative system, I don't think would change efficacy the efficacy, but they did remove a couple of extracts. I'm guessing those extracts were at high levels. Like there's no more agave nectar, I don't think. Um,
No.
yeah, there's no more agave nectar. That's the main one that they took out for whatever reason. Maybe it was expensive or
Mhm.
just not functioning the way maybe they just changed it. But yeah, no, I would say they work similarly, but man, it would be interesting to have two in your hand and think like, oh, this one's thicker, this is thinner.
Yeah.
Um, you had to reduce the aloe a lot. It's just very interesting. The glycerin now has made this have less hold. I don't know, but
Mm.
definitely could be valid. There are differences. There are
Or
differences in the way this is, and you can't tell if everything's at the same level.
yeah.
So always super interesting when you reformulate.
Someone's asking about marshmallow extract. Is it water soluble or something else like a gum?
This one's an extract, so I'm wondering if this is more water soluble because I've worked with the powder before and that has been a bit of a gum. But this being an extract, I could imagine that being water soluble just because extracts are made a little differently than maybe if you're using like the product. So I'm guessing this is water soluble just because I'm guessing that. Let me just see. Is there like a gelling agent in this? I think the gelling agent is coming from the aloe. I'm
Mm.
not seeing another gelling agent because it's not a. This isn't a super viscous gel. Like you've seen it. You've worked with
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
but maybe I'd have to see.
I almost want to say I liked the old formula better because when I first got into the no oil and butter thing, I you know me, if I'm doing something, I'm all the way in. I went and bought the big bottle of Uncle Funky. I don't know, 62, however many ounces it is. It cost me like an arm and a leg. Maybe it was $62. I was gonna say 62 ounces. I'm like, oh, that's a lot. I think it cost me like $62. It was a big bottle. And it was the old formula. And I, had just gotten into this. I was making videos, which is why I even know I paid attention to the ingredients because I was doing deep dives into these ingredients and I posted the ingredient list, which you can go to like the early videos and watch me talk about the ingredients. And then once that was done, it took me a year to finish. Once it was done, I went and bought a smaller bottle of Uncle Funky's, and I just felt like it wasn't performing as well. Like my hair wasn't as hydrated for as long as they used to keep it. Like I used to get that feel like it's so juicy, it's so moist. I hate to use that word, but that's what it felt. And then with this new bottle, it just wasn't giving me that. It was drying out um at a faster rate than I was used to when I use Uncle Funky. So I felt a different now. I don't know if it's in my mind because then things were coming out at that point too, where people were getting split ends. So I'm like, oh, am I getting split ends? So I'm not sure if that the mental aspect has something to do with it as well. But I noticed a difference.
I think in looking at these, because I don't know when. I don't know if I used the old one. I have no idea. I've been using it for a while, so I probably did, and I had noticed that I felt like I was using more, like
Mm.
as of late. So this is super. I could see these feeling different because they are different. Like we don't know how much aloe is now being added. We don't know if it's the same source of aloe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. So I
Mm.
mean, yeah, we don't know why the changes were made.
And I kind of wish brands and companies were more transparent with their and I mean, I guess they're trying to protect their formula. I get that, but when you change a formula, I feel like statements should come out and kind of explain perhaps some of the rationale behind why it's being changed and what you're doing. And I say this because maybe it's entitlement, but as your customer base, maybe you owe it to them almost to let them know this is what's going on. This is why we're changing things. Versus just kind of changing it and pretending like nothing changed. Same labeling, same claims. And then you're looking at that's if you even notice, but you're looking at the ingredient needs. And you're like, wait a minute. It looks so different. Is it still performing the same? Is it still doing the same thing? I wish there was more transparency around that.
Yeah, definitely is tough because you get brand loyalty and you're not always alerted. I mean, sometimes you see new and improved at most, you'll sometimes see that, but like
Yeah.
it's not always promoted when something changes. And so you're like, I love this product. It's amazing. And then you're like, why isn't this working anymore? And you feel like it's you and product just might have been reformulated. Like when we look at this could have been reformulated for a couple of reasons. I'm just like looking at the ingredient changes and I'm like, this is what I'm guessing it was reformulated for. But this could have been reformulated for a couple of reasons. And that does affect the way it sometimes works.
Yeah.
We've seen that, especially that's why sometimes, even though the smaller brand might not have all the safety things that it has to follow, sometimes you like that because then it's like they're not gonna like change their formula too much because there's not as much eyes on them, so they don't have to adhere to all these, they're not thinking about global use and risk. Whereas bigger brands, they're challenged a lot more.
Yeah.
So they have to make sure they are safe for a bunch of more consumers. So, if there's an issue, they got to fix it. They have to fix it.
Mhm.
And so, yeah. So, yeah, no, I probably would agree that this is probably a little different. And
Well,
probably a lot of people would agree with that.
yeah, and perhaps like Lin again. Lin girl, shout out to you with all these great questions. Do you think some of these formulation updates sometimes happen because of because they want to cater to a wider audience? Maybe, for example, her saying that maybe it's for it to be geared towards looser textures. That's a possibility, right?
I feel like it could always, I mean, a brand will want to cater to the main consumer that loves them. You know what I'm saying? Like they won't do that I mean, I would hope they wouldn't do that on purpose because if they were catering to this one, they're like, oh, now we want to go to looser textures. That would suck because you fell in love with it. I've been on so many, as a formulator, I've been on so many like reformulation projects that happen every so many years because you want to always kind of keep improving the product. And then you also, sometimes there are concerns, like things that where it's like sourcing changed everything. Like COVID with all the sourcing issues caused a lot of reformulation because there was just not access and availability. So sourcing, sometimes you can be making something 6 years ago and then this ingredient now is extinct or this ingredient cannot be found or it's super expensive. So you have to change it. So it is tough because sometimes they make the changes and you have to be like a detective to figure out that they've made these changes for whatever reason. This one I speculate had more to do with its preservation system and maybe just some ways the inky was written.
Okay.
That's just my speculation based off, that's the major change here, the preservation system, couple of the extracts and the glycerin addition. And the glycerin addition to me indicates, there were some preservation concerns, but it also does provide hydration, but it could dilute whatever was giving hold. Maybe.
Yeah. Because to give a firm hold. I don't know who uses this and feel that way.
No, by itself, no. I don't use it by itself.
Yeah, you use it as well. Do you find that it gives a firm hold?
I don't. I would find that's why I couple it with the mousse. I do love its definition, but I don't necessarily find that it gives a strong hold. But there are people who use it by itself, but maybe like Linlin's thing of like looser textures might not need as much hold. So, but yeah, that's interesting. I loved that. I loved looking at the before and after, and there's so many products that are like that.
Yeah, I agree. What about elongation? What about some of these other claims? Do you find that based on the ingredients, the recent ingredient that we just read, doesn't match, doesn't make sense? We're talking about it is aloe based, true. Firm hold, questionable. The fine curls, you said you noticed that, and based on the ingredients, would you say that's true?
From the ingredients, yes, like they are definitely catering to that. And what I do like about the product is that it is really kind of simple. You notice it doesn't have a whole ton of randomness. Every ingredient there has a purpose and a functionality, and they chose their extracts specifically, whether or not they're high or low, like they've chosen specifically. Because mainly this is a gel, an aloe-based gel, and it doesn't have an extra hydrocolloid. And it does have glycerin, which is a good thing for hydration. So some other like hair types might actually really enjoy that. So yeah, I mean, you know, but anytime you change a product, it does risk losing some of these features. But they've probably done studies to say that it's like the same, and then the stylists say, "Oh, you just have to do this now with it."
Hmm.
So it's
What
just
about
tough. It's tough.
shine? Is there anything that's giving it shine?
Yeah, I don't know with the shine part. There really isn't those type of ingredients. But again, I, I work with marketing all the time,
Mm.
and it's so funny sometimes. Like the claims that come from it will be like, but it's completely different realms of thought. Like we need marketing. They're the ones who are telling us what's hot and what's not and how to market it. They know shine is resonating, and we do tests. Like you'll do with and without, and you'll do consumer tests. And if you see shine, like you can claim it with a lot less risk. So, but from your what you're saying, you're like, there's no ingredient in here that's really helping it shine. Is it just shinier than hair without any product?
Right, right. Like how? Where is it coming from? Maybe a little jojoba oil. Well, I wouldn't say that gives it shine. And elongation. How? How?
Just weighing down the hair. That's what they mean by elongation. Because if you don't have anything in it, your hair shrinks even more. So it's just something that's giving your hair a bit of weight.
Huh.
But yeah, that's super interesting. Oh boy, understand this brand. Oh my
And
goodness.
tell us the tea. Is there a little tea there, oh
Oh
girl?
no, I just mean that this brand just really hit the market and just people love it. And it is very expensive, but oh my goodness, this is like I've only tried it like once because it's expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. I feel like Innocence became popular 100% because of hairstylist. I don't know who was checking for Innocence like that. Definitely not YouTube University. So if an Innocence product damaged your hair, I don't want to hear influencers did it.
Influencers are like, we're at Target.
Right, right. We're using grease, oils, and butters. So with this particular one, it's a topper gel. We just talked about the base gel being Uncle Funky, the popular one, not giving us a lot of hold, not firmness. And then this particular product is called I Create Hold. It's very specific. It creates what we are lacking from the base gel. So it says it's for hold, it's for shine. Definition, firm hold as well. It's an aloe and honey based gel. What else we got? Increase shine, flexibility, and strength. Oh my god, I feel like it's giving all the key terms. And now that we talk about marketing so much, and when I read these things, marketing comes to mind. It's like, oh, is that so? You know. So we're gonna take a look at the ingredients and see if all of these claims are valid or if there is ingredients that supports the claim. So there we are. Water, aloe, things that I can't pronounce, so I'll pass it to you.
Hydroxyethylcellulose, which is a thickener. Okay, we have a polymer. We have potassium hydroxide. I don't know what this ingredient is. I'd have to look it up, but I think it is a silicone type. And then, yeah, pretty much it is the first couple of ingredients that are kind of doing some of the work. Sodium benzoate is a preservative. We have some ingredients for solvency, a copolymer, and then we're getting into the oils. And those I'm guessing aren't super, super high. But it is really simple. I honestly love when inkies are short because then you have a better understanding of what's doing the work. But yeah, once we get into kind of like the extracts, we are a lot lower, I'm guessing. Like potassium sorbate, it's probably like very low percent because I don't remember the level for preservation for that one, but it is preservative and use low levels of preservative. So yeah, I would say maybe stop there, and that would kind of be like what's less than 1%. But yeah, no, this is a wow. I have actually never looked at this inky. There's not a whole lot going on here. Like but it is aloe based. It said eucalyptus and it said honey. I'm not seeing the honey.
What have you got? Oh,
I see the eucalyptus. That's way at the bottom.
Second to last ingredient is honey extract.
Okay, so as you can see, the work is the aloe. Aloe is, and this is actually saying an aloe gel versus the other one was saying an aloe vera juice. So this one might be a little bit different to that one. But yes, that's so interesting. Yep, that is water, aloe, a thickener, a copolymer, and that's pretty much the stuff doing the work.
So hold, yes or no?
Aloe does have hold, but it doesn't have like and the copolymer, because the other product did not have a copolymer.
Mhm.
That will provide some hold as well. So this one I would say probably has a bit more hold, but it's still not going to be the same as like a mousse, because a mousse is like hairspray. So yes, I would say this has some hold. I'm
And
curious.
I agree, it definitely has hold. You will notice that if you use this gel. So there's not,
I've heard this one offers a lot more hold.
yeah. What else does it say? Wait a minute. Let's go back to the claims. Honey-based styling gel. Honey-based styling gel, y'all. And then honey's like little honey extract, almost the last ingredient.
If anything we've learned is that the ingredients that they're highlighting, they call them hero ingredients, claim ingredients. They're typically not typically. That's not correct. They're not always at high levels. And does it matter? Does it not? Because at the end of the day, like you can get an antioxidant claim at a very low level. Because we'll test with and without, and it'll be super low levels for getting antioxidant claims. Granted, sometimes they'll put things in the like different spots because there's different risk associated with like if it's on pack versus if it's in the advertisements.
Okay.
So sometimes they will put things in one spot that aren't in another spot just because of the risk of being called out, because brands are constantly challenged all the time. But and sometimes brands will, but it's not regulated necessarily. Like they can choose to do testing, like they can choose to take this product and test it for antioxidants, like they can like do the AP test.
Mhm.
They can choose to do that, but they don't have to do that. They just risk if someone comes at them, they don't have any validation as to why they're claiming that.
Mm.
So, and because it's a cosmetic, when you enter drugs have to validate everything. Cosmetics don't. So yeah, that's why like you look at this and you're like strengthened with eucalyptus. They're not lying; it's in there.
I guess increased shine, flexibility, and strength. Is there anything that even supports that?
That would probably be from consumer testing versus without using anything. So so that would we think about it. We're like, where's the emollient? Like honestly, silicones are excellent for shine, but like for in a product perspective, they're gonna take a consumer panel and they're gonna do like with or without. And if you're like this gave you shine, they have more reason to be like, yay, we got shine, even if there's no ingredient in here that is 100% giving you shine. So I know. So it can give it. So you're like, where's this shine coming from? It probably is just from the consumer panels that they've done.
It's listen, that's true. They're getting away with
Getting away.
as if we don't have probably enough in this space when it comes to black hair care. Now we also have to watch for false advertisement and marketing.
And because I obviously work in this industry, I wouldn't consider it necessarily false. It's just it's just not what you think, meaning like and that's because I work in the industry, so I understand where it's coming from, and it's just not as
Technically, there's honey extract in it.
technically but it is something that is known, because again, they're going for the ingredients that the consumers resonate with. Because if you say made with sodium lauryl sulfate or whatever, the consumer's like, I don't know what that is. But if you say with shea butter, they're like, yes, I like me shea butter. So it's more, so yeah, it's funny. It's very funny. But yeah, so yeah, the more you know. So don't be too tricked by that honey.
All right, so I think we have 2 more ingredients. Let me check. One more. Okay, I remember last time I didn't have a slide up for it to do, and I wanted to quickly talk about it because it's a mousse, which is a different type of ingredient than we're used to. I don't feel like we're really using mousses like that. Mousses, is that, I guess that's plural. I don't even know because it's not a product that I checked for like that. And now we're definitely opening up our hair care regimen to different type of products, which I do appreciate. I definitely want all of us to have healthy hair, but I also think that there is a level of fun and joy we can get from wearing our hair and doing different styles, and also using the best product to support the style that you want to rock. So I do appreciate the fact that we're opening up our arsenal to have these products sit with us: mousse, foams, bond builders, all the different things that we weren't really checking for. So this is another gel. This is another topper gel. And typically with this regimen, we would layer Uncle Funky, I Create Hold, and Troubadour. And this one's more for humidity control. And according to their benefits here, it's 100% vegan, flexible hold. It's a styling cream that will tame frizz and define your curls. All right, well, let's look at what the ingredients really have to say about that.
Okay. And actually, can you go back and just let me see what they're claiming again?
Mhm.
So this is a styling cream gel. So cream gel, tame, frizz, define, blah, 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 blah. So kind of like because there's a lot of like gel creams that are very popular in skincare. So maybe this is like a gel cream that's popular for hair. So kind of like a curl cream, but jellier. So, okay, we can move on.
Okay.
All right, so we start with water and glycerin. Love glycerin. Always will love glycerin. We got a polymer. We got a glucoside. Wow, perfume starts pretty early.
Oh, so does that mean that 1% line?
Could be. I mean, not 100%, but could be, because a lot of the ingredients that do come after are things that are used at lower amounts, like xanthan gum. I typically don't use that anything more than 1%. Some of the thickeners, yeah, I could probably see your perfume. You're not going to typically add more than 1% just because you get risk of irritation.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and also you just don't need more than that. So, yeah, I could see that being the 1% line right there. Which, I mean, because really the biggest ingredients, because it said it's like a gel cream, so you're seeing that polymer,
Mm-hmm.
and you're seeing kind of like some of the other ingredients. Heptoglucoside. I'm not as familiar with that. Let me see what that does.
I like how you guys can see my baby. She's just as shocked as we are with this conversation. What?
I just love hearing her in the background, and meanwhile, mine's has just been kicking me.
Oh, honestly, you do end up you end up missing that feeling.
Yeah, I've heard about phantom kicks.
In the moment, well, not right now. I feel like when you're like 36 weeks plus, whew, some of the kicks can be a little like, come on, let's be gentle on mama. But I miss it. I loved feeling move around, and she was a mover too in there. Oof.
Girl's a mover and a shaker, especially when I'm lying down. She goes nuts.
Mm-hmm. A little puncher.
Like when I'm at work and stuff, I'm like, "You good?" Like when I'm moving, I'm like, "Are you okay? Everything good?" And then like when I lie down, she's like, "All right, let's go." But yes, so that is a solubilizing agent, the heptoglucoside. Yeah, so very simple formula. Like you got your glycerin, you got your copolymer, you got your glucoside, and then you kind of get into some different ingredients. You have another copolymer, you have another thickener, actually a couple thickeners, and then you get into your oils. So interesting. Yeah, so I can definitely see where they're coming from with like the gel cream, because this doesn't have all the fatty alcohols that kind of would make it more of a cream. So it's like they have their hydrocolloid gelling agent, and they're adding kind of like oils and stuff to it. So I could see this being not super heavy or have that like whitening effect.
Sorry, I'm laughing because someone said, "You ready to be pregnant again?" Me too. Girl,
they say the year after, like I think my boss was like, "Oh, well, the year after you get pregnant is like the most likely you get pregnant again." And like, or the year after you have a baby. And I'm like, what? Mentally, I'm like, anyways. But I don't know. Maybe you're ready. I don't know. I'm hoping I'll wait till they're
are you ever ready to have a baby? Like, that's the real question.
I don't know if I'm ready now, and it's getting close.
Okay, so flexible hold, you see that, right?
I can definitely see why it would be considered more of a topper gel versus like, it's interesting. It definitely does have some hydrating features. But really the main things are the first couple of ingredients. Once you get to like some of the other ones, they're more there for some of the claim purposes and stuff. But it is very interesting. I could see it being not too heavy, not too soapy. It's kind of like when you have like those products that are super white.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You just said you can see this being a topper gel. How can we identify a gel that will perform better as a base versus a gel that you think, oh, you know, that's a good topper. How can we identify the two?
Funny because all these things are kind of made up. Like these are all new terms for products. You know, this one, the reason why I'm like, oh, I could see that being a topper is because it's pretty much bringing some hydration and a film former. It's not bringing like a bunch of different other elements. So I'm like, oh, okay, I could see that you add that on top because it's helping you to create that film. That's just the way I'm seeing at it. But maybe that's not exactly the way they want you to use it versus some other gels.
They suggest that we use it for to combat humidity. So I can see how the
Yeah.
film forming property will come into play.
Yes, and it doesn't have too much in it, so it's like, yeah, I could see that because this is almost like something you could use for a refresh because you're adding some hydration and you're kind of adding a bit more film former, you know, because this one has more than say like the Uncle Funky's. That one had more aloe and didn't really have a film former, whereas Innersense had one. Yeah, this one really didn't have a film former. This one's getting its hold more from the aloe, and then the other one, huh?
Go ahead.
And then the other one had one, and then this one has even more. So I get that. I get where they're coming from. But it's just so interesting, all the new stuff. Like, what is a topper gel? Like, what is this? What is that?
Almost made up words. And do we actually need 1, 2, and 3 gels?
No, I mean, I like the products that are starting to like, I mean, I think we are in a period of trying to reduce our routine. I've noticed that where people are like, I got this with 2 products, you know, where people are like, all I did was a wash and go with just mousse, or I did just mousse in a gel. Like we are trying to leave the product junkie a million things behind. The industry doesn't like that because they don't sell as much. I get that. Like, I want y'all to buy everything. Like, come on, buy all the ingredients. But like, you know, I do see we are also trying to like cater to like people want less stuff in their steps because yeah, this I could see being useful to rehydrate and support kind of like an existing style or like to use on top of maybe a gel that doesn't offer as much hold. So maybe you can combine the two, but that's just not the way they chose to make their product line.
And you think that's possible, say, to create a product that would just be one gel that hits all these points, kind of give you hold. Well, first of all, hydration, hold in the water, hold and combat humidity all in one. Like, could you just could get all these products and just do one super gel?
I've seen some products advertised like that. There's some brands that are like, this is the only thing you need. Then you'd have to find out if it works for you because some people need more hold than others. And some people, you know, sometimes it is nice to be able to, you know, be like, I add a lot of foam or I add this or I add that. So sometimes it is nice to be able to do that because if you have a combination product, you don't get to necessarily pick and choose how much one function works. So I do think there's definitely a possibility. And there are some products like that, but these do allow you to offer like additional support in certain areas. So, but it is interesting the amount of different categories that are merging. And you know, I guess it's like what you said, the way you want to wear your hair, is it needed or not? Because there are people who do wash and goes with just foams and they wash their hair enough, then they look good. And I've done that before. It just depends.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're in the dew.
We're into dew. I just Googled it and shared my screen because I want to get into this. So some of the claims here for the dew, provide the perfect amount of hold to define your curls. Oof. Gives definition, shine, volume to every hair type and curl pattern. Is that true? Natural humectants and silk protein to help resist humidity and straighten your hair, leave your hair soft and touchable. Lustrous shine. I see you marketing. I'm seeing right
I
through
love
you.
all this shine. I just
Right,
love
all
all
the
this.
shine is like really kind of speaking to a certain person here. Okay, it tells you to kind of put it through damp hair, smoothing it, apply quarter size to your edges prior to blowing dry and adding shine. Shine control and resistance to humidity. Okay, well, let's look at the ingredients and see if they support some of these claims here.
So we have water, then we have a Polyquat 55, and I feel like that is used for style retention and conditioning. So that provides conditioning, but also style retention. Then we have cocamidopropyl hydroxysultane. I feel like I looked that up earlier because I was trying to remember why you use that. And that, okay, that's a surfactant and a thickening agent. So that probably helps with the foam.
Okay.
Yes, that makes sense. And then you got aloe again. And PVP. PVP is a fixative. You see that in skincare and hair care. So that really just helps to form a film and hold it in place. You see that in hairspray a lot. PVP is, and you'll see that in like makeup sprays and stuff like that. And then I think honestly from there, you're into more of the like claim ingredients. So tocopherol acetate, that's vitamin E, citric acid, could be for a couple of purposes. You got the silk amino acid, then you got the emulsifier, and then preservatives and some other ingredients. So yeah, I would say probably stop right there at the more of the functional ingredients. Well, the preservatives are functional. Absolutely. I don't want to disregard their purpose and the chelating agents. They're just not going to be at high levels.
Okay.
Because you're never going to really see preservatives at super, super high levels. But yeah, so in terms of styling functional ingredients, kind of stops it around the PVP. So yeah, you're definitely seeing two fixatives. Yeah, really, it's really just a different way to apply a fixative to your hair. Spray, you're using an aerosol. This, you're using kind of like you have your conditioning agent and style agent. You have something that's going to help with foam, aloe. And aloe being at that level is interesting, even though PVP, I'm guessing you're not using super high level. So aloe could be maybe like 2-3%, but still better than like 0.1% or 0.01%. But yeah, it's a simple product. Like it's very interesting how like in general, a mousse is pretty a simple product, but it's an effective product. Just being able to take hairspray and like put in your hair like that and get that manual hold, you could not get the same thing spraying it.
So this product, you would say it's more for hold versus any type of hydration.
I mean, it has a conditioning agent is the second ingredient. So you are getting some conditioning. But I would say that I would use mousse. And there are some mousses that do offer more conditioning than others. Some are more fixative than others. But I would say that this is definitely its focus is to really help provide hold.
Okay. They do have a new product on the market. Let me see if I can find it. What is it called? Oh, what is it?
But I love their products, honestly. Does their thing.
They have what is it? It's a new base gel. I think it was called 108 or something. 808. Ugh, I've had my eye on it, and I was like, Jen, oh, there it is.
Oh, here it is.
Jen have the Subbomb products. So this, I feel like this product came out in the midst of all this no oil, no butter thing. It was like perfect timing. They were like, oh, we got to get this product out.
Oh yeah, and that's smart. That's smart. You might
Very smart. Came out at the perfect time, and apparently, allegedly, according to the website here, is for juicy, shiny curls that crave extra length. Reach for your 808 base gel. This medium hold gel serves as a base layer, locking in long-lasting frizz. Whew, frizz protection, definition, bounce, excellent for wash and goes, twist out, and TWAs.
TWAs.
And there at the top.
Ooh, we got honey, slippery elm, marshmallow root. Marshmallow root is popular.
Very. So I guess to use through wet hair, use a wet hair, section your hair,
Always.
allow your curls to come together. Use alone or top it off with Mousse Def, which we're just talking about. Best result. Oh, use a diffuser. Okay. Well,
yeah, a lot of brands are recommending that so you can get that certain drying effect that you may not get with like air drying. So we start with glycerin.
oh, this one has a specific claim. Hold up, girl. Do not apply oil to the hair.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, interesting. As you read these ingredients, perhaps you can kind of keep it in your mind, like why you think an oil, but there's oil in here. I was gonna say why an oil will interfere with the, performance of the products, but then as I'm reading the ingredients, there's oil in it. So, okay. Anyways, let's go through the ingredients.
So we have water, glycerin, aloe, first three ingredients. And then we have pig 40 hydrogenated castor oil, which is a emulsifier. So you use that a lot. It's really effective. And then you have honey and xanthan gum, which is a thickener. And you typically don't use that at super high levels. So that's the thing that's giving it its body, which is interesting. I wonder if there's another one in here. I wonder, because xanthan gum, it gives an interesting rheology. But there's different types. So, and then you got the oils, and then you got the extracts and fragrance. So yeah, this I love when I can like when the ingredients are so easily identifiable. Like everything I can understand what it's there for. Like I see the preservatives, I see the titrating agent, I see the solvents. It's very much like I know what everything's doing. But yeah, you're definitely getting hydration and the glycerin and the water and the aloe, getting some hold from there. And yeah, this does not have a fixative and it does not have alcohol. Very interesting because I'm wondering like, is the hold just coming from the aloe? Yeah, very
Why is
interesting.
it a medium hold? Given
Yeah,
that,
medium.
yeah, if Uncle Funky can say firm hold with nothing to
Yeah.
back it up, perhaps medium hold is what's in terms of marketing words that could work for the hold that the aloe is providing.
I wonder if this is similar to like Uncle Funky's gel. Like I wonder if it's because that's kind of a base gel too. So I'm wondering if that's because this one they do say supported with the mousse. Maybe you're getting a bit more longevity there, but you can also use it without, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah, and this
Um,
one I feel like has the same preservative system as oh my god as Uncle Funky, doesn't it? Let me Google Uncle Funky real quick so we can
It's a
compare.
popular one. It's a popular one. It's like 0.9 phenoxyethanol, 0.1 ethyl hexaglycerin. It's a popular one and it's very potent too. When a lot of preservatives were being kind of just like taken out, that was like a go-to. I used that one a lot when I was making a lot of prototypes.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so similar preservative system. Yeah, but no, this is interesting. I wonder if this is comparable to that, and because I'm looking at the ingredients and it's the main thing is that this has xanthan gum and that one doesn't. So interesting. I wonder how it looks. It says, yeah, interesting.
I don't know. Maybe they can give us some shots.
I know. Anyone using it? And even has a pump too, versus
Yeah.
like a jar where you're like scooping it. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing the viscosity isn't um super super thick because that pump does not look
No.
super.
And you know
Yeah.
what's so interesting as you're looking at this website, you have these marketing pictures, almost stock pictures. I don't know. Like you couldn't give me an up close of what the product looked like. Huh?
Why would they do that? Why do you want these things? What in the world? Like,
Right. Like I have to like zoom into this bottle to be like, I don't know if it's liquidy or not. Like, what's going on here?
why I'm noticing so many more brands are utilizing like influencers
Yeah, that's what
because
we're gonna
that
do.
is where because that's you're getting a real person versus like a commercial because commercials they're gonna do it differently. Honestly, I love like when an influencer like actually has that product because you see them like use it and do all that stuff. So yeah, I love that, and I've done that before for some brands too, and I just love being able to like actually feel it and see it
Yeah.
because you're not going to get that from the website.
No, we're not getting it from here. So you think this product could be a very pretty hydrating product, one that could I don't even know how to like the best words to use anymore. Seal in moisture or hold in water after you wash your hair.
Definition, yeah, definition, some holding of water. I think would be very similar to how the Uncle Funky product works, like as a base gel. Like I could see it, but it's interesting. You're looking at the inner sense, theirs, and this one, and they're all a little different. This one has a film form. This one has xanthan gum. That other one doesn't. Then the inner sense one has a polymer that the other ones don't. So yeah, it would be interesting. Yes, girl. Sorry, she was kicking a lot just now. It'd be very interesting to see them neck and neck and be like, oh, this one provided more hold, or this one actually like the way to find my curls better. So, but they have some similarities.
Okay.
From a composition point of view.
All right. Well, let's change the topic a little bit and go more into theory versus application because there is what the science says or what some of these research findings are or what the research paper says, which we take with a grain of salt because I feel like there aren't enough research done on our hair to be like this is what's happening exactly on black hair. But do you still think there is a gap in terms of theoretically speaking versus application?
That's a good point because like when you're testing things like from a theoretical, you're doing it from like the situation that you can kind of control versus like you're giving them exact steps versus like when you bring the product to the consumer, maybe they're overusing it, maybe they're underusing it, maybe their hair isn't, you know what I mean? Like, so they are not doing it the exact way. And then also, you're using like only so many consumers, whereas like who's actually going to get their hands on a product might differ than like what you tested. So, but I'm thinking that's more from the brand versus like the consumers. But then like, I think if you're thinking like stylists, they just know what they're doing. They know how to get that product in there. They have the advantage of like standing like overview and getting like, so they have a different advantage. They know what they're doing. So I always am like, being a stylist,
they know what they're doing. We hope they know what they're doing. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not every stylist made equal, but like, oh my goodness, like sometimes you're like, how did you do that? I use the exact same product as you. And I come home and I try it, and it's my hair does not do that.
That's true. That is very true. In their defense, not all stylists are equal. That is true as well. Just like not influencers are the same. We're all different people. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you guys take feedback then when it comes to the formulation of these products, how they perform, say feedback from stylists, feedback from consumers? I think you talked about that just a little bit. I guess you guys do some testing and people are like, "Oh, I like this because it smells better." And you're like, "Well, this one is what we're going to go with." But how do you typically, is there a process to take feedback from the consumers or people that are using the products?
I definitely would leave that to like the marketing and the different people who are getting that feedback from, because we're in the lab. I don't think people understand, like, and I'm talking about industry, because then there's obviously smaller brands that can really work directly with their consumers, and there's big brands. And I've worked for both. And so when you're thinking about a big brand, like you're in the lab, and a lot of times you don't necessarily have say on what is happening with the product. You receive a contract and you get do's and don'ts. So you're bringing that product to life versus like, oh, I think it needs this, or I think it needs that. You can sometimes bring in your creativity and opinion, but only when the situation allows it. At the end of the day, like you're not the one making that decision. Mm-hmm. So that's more for kind of like the marketing department to kind of figure like what are the consumers acting for? Like what are the issues? When they do consumer panels and they're getting like complaints, or when legal gets involved, because big companies always have legal like people reaching out saying you did this or you did that. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how you're getting that. And then honestly, like social media has become so huge where you get direct voices. Mm-hmm. It's like you can get direct feedback if something is liked or not now. So that's being incorporated as well. But smaller brands, they have a better that's not like the word I want to use, more kind of like a more direct relationship with their consumers versus bigger brands. They have to kind of use different fields to kind of like figure out what their consumers feel like. Mm-hmm. So, but then they have to meet more people's expectations. So they can't necessarily make as many changes than the smaller brands.
Yeah, it really depends. Like Innocence, for some reason that comes to mind, because I feel like it's a brand that we've criticized, like, oh, it's for white people. It's not for us. These products aren't for us, especially when we talk about gels and different type of products that we typically didn't grow up using. With Innocence, they kind of really popped up into the Black hair scene for me, at least in recent years. I want to say the past maybe like 5 years. But I wonder, like, who were they catered their products to before? Like, was it, their audience, was it primarily white? And then now it's crossing over. How did this happen? And even how do they cater their formulas and their products now, given that they're tapping into both markets, like white and Black?
Does make you curious, because you're like, when did this brand exist? Like, is this a new brand? Who is the central consumer in this brand? Like it's curious, because I've never actually thought about that. I don't, I think I started hearing about this brand in the last few years, but I never really thought like, because there's certain brands like Carol's Daughter and these other brands that came up, and where like the consumer they had and what they were thinking to do. But this one's curious. Is this a brand that started in one place and now has extended? Has it been out for a while? Is it new? Is it old? I have no idea.
Oh, let me quickly look into their About Us.
I know. I'm like, It's definitely more geared to pro stylists. There's brands that are definitely geared to like, there's like tiers, of brands, and like the ones that stylists use versus the ones that consumers use versus like whatever.
Let me see if I can share my screen. We should probably start wrapping things up too.
I feel like my child is like, you need to feed me.
I knew this conversation was going to be long.
It's just so much to talk about, but it's such a fun and good conversation, and I love being able to speak it from like my perspective as a cosmetic scientist. Like there's gonna be so many different perspectives just depending on like the side of the table you're on.
Yeah.
But I love getting to like share like some of the yeses and nos and ins and outs of like just the industry.
So this is Innocence. What is it about us? Well, like, is it about? Yeah, about us section. Doesn't say when they were founded, but I see a lot of whites. Salon and performance will always be at the forefront. Okay, I guess their philosophy is to develop with care and purpose, make sure they live up to their standards, deliver on what was promises, create a truly pleasurable, enjoyable experience. Okay. I wish they gave like a year.
No, because you don't know when they started to center it around different hair types. You just don't know. You feel like it's more recent because we definitely didn't hear about this brand recently, so we just don't know. But they definitely, like, you can see on their page, like all about inclusivity and all of that stuff. But it's interesting to see like how this came to be, like what they did to kind of now cater to so many different markets and be well received by these markets, which does lend to the conversation if you said like, are the products that different? Can they be extended? And, depending on how they're formulated and the research that's invested, then sure, maybe if you invest enough time and effort to make sure this works for that consumer.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right.
No, we learned nothing.
We learned nothing. Actually, someone said to do B Girl. Is it what it's called? B Girl. Yeah, it's a gel by the Dew.
Oh yes, I've heard mixed feelings about like the honey and the bee. But I've never tried it, so I can't say.
See if I can quickly
find Girl. I've seen some really. Actually, no. Someone just told me I should try the Crazy Sexy Curl, which is like their honey one. Oh, I see the Bee Girl honey custard, curl custard.
Or is it? I'm missing it. I'm not seeing it. Bee Girl. Oh,
like one of their lines, I guess, that incorporate honey.
Okay, well, if you can read the ingredients, girl, you can kind of break it down for us quickly.
Well, I'm looking at the honey custard, and actually, I don't know. Custard has not been my friend, so I don't know if that's where I want to start. But maybe I need to revisit it. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's start with. She should let us know which one she wants us to look at. Oh, Bee Girl, that in particular. What is that? Okay. Oh, that is the curl custard. Okay.
It's curl custard. She hydrates, protects, and defines even the tightest curls with no crunch
or flaky residue.
Juicy, bouncy, soft curls powered by the science of supercharged honey, specifically formulated for thirsty hair. Whew, okay. Naturally, because our natural honey is given a positive charge, which smooths the hair's negatively charged cuticles, seals in moisture, and fight frizz. There's also aloe, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin E for growth. Ooh, we didn't even hit hair growth. Ooh, girl, we gotta hurry up.
We did not.
It just came to me. All right, let's look at the ingredients. Quick things, 2 minutes.
Okay, so we're starting with water, propane diol. We got a film former. We got another one, copolymer, sorbitol, PVP. So definitely the honey. Where does the honey come into play? Honey. Oh, they're using the hydroxypropyl trimonium honey. Okay, so that's like a. What is that? I've heard of that one. It's almost like a conditioning honey.
Okay, but we have to put it after perfume and fragrances, so we're probably looking at less than 1%.
Probably. And this ingredient I have heard is more of a thickener, so I could see it being effective at a lower amount.
Okay.
So I could see that one being effective just the way it works because it's like a conditioning agent that came from honey. So I've heard, actually, one of my formula friends just put me onto this. She was like, this is great, this ingredient. That's why I say it's not like 100%. If it's under 1%, it's like not existing. It just depends on what it is. But sometimes you're like looking for shea butter and it's like way at the bottom.
Yeah, just like aloe vera juice here was all the way at the bottom. But I could have sworn in one of these claims they said something about there's also aloe.
Oh yeah, there is also aloe.
That is true. I guess it's not. They're not wrong, but
yeah, no. Sometimes that's just what it is. That's why I'm like, if you clung onto it because of aloe, don't be surprised if it's there in 0.01%. Yeah, no, this one's interesting. I don't know. I'd have to use it. This one I don't really. It's just definitely like a gel with different polymers. And fix it. It's very similar to a lot of the stuff we've been seeing. It just now has the spin of using the honey, which might give it a different effect, some conditioning. Okay. But yeah, I can't say there's a whole lot of differences to some of the stuff that we've been seeing.
And even a lot of things that they claim, vitamin B, C, and E for growth, keratin, and silk amino acids, but they're all the way at the bottom here. Like vitamin
C. Those are really more drug claims. So like, they're like, so they'll put them in there because it's definitely like those ingredients have been associated with that. But if they went really hardcore on that, they're entering a drug realm because drugs would claim to affect the function of the body. So yeah, that's just more like a marketing story, which is effective.
Okay. Would we even say that, I guess I'll ask you, do you think this gel will be a hydrating one or more of a topper?
Maybe more of a topper, just because, I mean, it does have propane. Let me see what propanediol does again.
Look at this. I like how you guys are detective. Innocence was apparently founded in 2006. Oh, I can tell.
Oh my gosh, the detectives.
I love y'all. I knew someone was going to bring it up. 2006. Oh, I just don't know if they were looking for.
This is probably more recent because we've only really heard about Innocence, and honestly, the things that they're talking about are only in the recent times. So clearly they've extended and done it successfully, like where people love the product.
Thank you, Alisa, for the super chat, girl. My God, I haven't said anything this entire live. We're 3 hours out. Listen, if you're watching the replay and if you're still here, you better. We're dropping gems, education, a little laughter. We're giving you all the things on this Saturday night. So don't be shy with the super chat. Anyway. Just me, y'all. Okay, girl. Okay, anyways, go ahead. My bad, girl. Innocence
founded. No. I think it's interesting that they were founded then. But yeah, it definitely seems like they have successfully expanded with products that are functional and well received. Yeah. So it's very interesting, and not all brands can do that successfully.
I mean, well received is subjective because I feel like we're in the thick of it with a lot of these gels, a lot of these formulations. I still kind of feel like, we're figuring things out. Things are changing. I think we're learning going from one extreme to the next is probably not the way to go. There's still kind of like a healthy balance in the middle. I think we're figuring out different ways to wear our hair, different products to use. So things I think are going to improve moving forward. And we've learned a lot over the past couple of years, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Because it was definitely hot, and now I am hearing a bit more critiques. So that's interesting too. But I know when it was out, like people were in love with it. I've never used it though. That's why I can't really give any personal feedback because I've never used it.
That's true. All right, we're gonna go into growth, hair growth, which is like one of our favorite topics. Really, everybody want to know how to grow their hair, which I always say it's not a hair growth problem. Typically, it's a length retention issue based on the practices that we follow, things that we do to our hair or don't do. But maybe you can talk to us from a scientific perspective when it comes to hair growth and some of the products that they claim will grow your hair. Is that true or is that marketing?
So in terms of hair growth, there's really only one drug ingredient approved to do that. That's minoxidil. And so hair growth is a drug claim. So when they talk about hair growth in a cosmetic way, they usually talk about stimulating your hair follicles to support growth. So that's more of an aesthetic cosmetic claim. So that's a little bit more, you can say that for more ingredients. And there are some things like you can justify that a little bit more than you could a drug. But there are products that really do step on the drug side, meaning like their claims are a bit more like strong. And they do sometimes get penalized for that because hair growth is a drug claim. So I think there's like different ingredients that have been suggested to help with hair growth, like peppermint, caffeine. I think people have been doing like tea rinses and such. There's just a lot of the, castor oil. No, is it argan oil or castor oil? Or maybe even rosemary oil?
All of them. Rosemary for sure is a top one. Peppermint, tea tree.
Yes. And so I feel like there are papers and different things that suggest, supporting stimulation of hair growth. These are not drugs, so they don't have all those very clinical tests that really could support it. So, you have to take it with a bit of a grain of salt. But they can support the things that help your hair grow, because sometimes your hair growth is not, maybe you're having some, I don't know, like fungal issues or this or that, and your hair growth is suffering because of that. So some of these ingredients could maybe, sorry, I'm just like leaning back and like rubbing my stomach. So
no, go ahead. Actually, you know what? Let me give you some. Let me give you 50 feet.
I know, I'm just right here like, you good? Like, what's going on?
All up in your grill.
But yeah, so I think hair growth is interesting. Whenever I see products that really, really promote hair growth, I'm always like, it is kind of stepping into that drug realm. So yeah, I don't know, but that one's tough because people are very much, especially with natural hair, they want their hair to grow so bad. And when hormones happen, like people have babies and then their hair growth struggles because estrogen is so a part of your hair. And but you're getting a drop of estrogen when you have a baby, so your hair's suffering. And then when you have gray, there's so many reasons why your hair can struggle: diet, stress, hormone changes, getting older, all these things. So I definitely know people are desperate to find things that support hair growth, but I think the science is like there, but not there. You know what I mean? Like not enough to like have a clinical claim, but like to have this could help stimulate based off of some preliminary data. You know what I mean?
But do you also think the lack of research in Black hair has something to do with it as well? Because I mean, okay, maybe we say minoxidil is one that's been proven, but has there been enough research done on all the other things that we claim grow our hair to say definite yes or definite no?
Some they've definitely done research to see like the claim, and they've seen suggestions, but have they seen it enough? Because with drugs, they have to like do certain very much regulated things, and it has to be very reproducible data, and it has to go a certain length before they can even claim it. They have to do a bunch of stuff. Whereas with these things, they can say, see, it's linked, but not necessarily enough to really make that. But maybe with some additional research, they could grow to do that. But I just feel like once you get there, then you're going to be limited to how you can use it. So, and Bella saying is a gimmick. Sometimes I am, as a formulator, sometimes I'm like, we see these things and we're kind of like, does this work? Does this not work? We don't know, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, some do stretch. They're like, they'll get like very, very, very much preliminary data or understand that this hair oil supports this, which is something that is involved with hair growth. And then they'll be like, it supports hair growth. So
marketing once again, don't get caught up out here. And I really think it starts from within, personally. Especially whatever really going on the inside. It could be pregnancy. I know for me, when I was pregnant, I had very little shedding. I don't know if you're experiencing that yourself. Very little. And of course,
I am having very little shedding.
Yeah, and then 3-4 months postpartum, it all came out. I knew I was running on borrowed hair, so I try not to get all emotionally attached to it. But it was just so odd how little my hair was shedding. And I, as an influencer, I've done so many wash day routine, and I usually kind of track my shedding that way. Like I'll show it, put it up to the camera. So I know on average how much hair will come out on the wash day. Nothing, girl. I could spend 2 weeks and I'm like just a tiny little hairball. And seeing that happen in real time was very interesting. Okay.
And that's just hormones. Like people will be like, oh, you just need to do deep treatments. It's like your hormones have so drastically changed post baby. And like your body is just adjusting, and your body takes like 2 years to regulate after
Yeah,
a baby. So
absolutely. And I think people don't realize it. Like, I can't, my God, the amount of suggestions I had to use this oil and I don't know, use this on your scalp and et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, it's just hormones. I feel like there's nothing I could have done except continue taking my iron, eating well, not stress about it,
I
drink my.
agree. The oils may have had some type of aesthetic like effect, maybe. I mean, they could have helped support things, but like the biggest thing is going to be what's going on inside your body, the thing that is generating hair growth, the thing that is affecting all of that. And if your body is literally running on empty in terms of estrogen, which is a big component of hair growth, and you're getting different hormones kind of popping up that are gonna maybe reduce that, yeah, no.
And if I had used oils on my scalp, I would have been like, oh, use this oil. That's the one that works. When my hair would have grown back anyway. My edges are back. Okay. We're going to switch gears and do rapid fire Q&A. If you have a question, put it in the chat. But there was some questions that was already submitted, so I'm going to quickly go through them. A minute each because we're trying to get up out of here now.
She's starting to tell me she's hungry. So
See, yes. We got babies hunger. We're going. Tea rinses. You talked about it just a little bit, but what do you think they actually help with? How long should they be left on the hair if they are useful?
Man, I did not know about tea rinses until like very recently. I was like, what in the world? Like but listen, people burn a lot of things in their hair. And tea does have a lot of caffeine if it's black tea. And caffeine has been linked to hair growth and some other like hair factors. You know, caffeine is used in the cosmetic industry. So I could see that having some benefit. Why not? Would have to kind of research that more to know like exactly what it's doing, but could see it being interesting and it's kind of sustainable. You probably could use tea that's not being drank on your hair. Why not? But I've never done it, so I can't really say. But the caffeine maybe could be interesting.
Maybe.
That's why I'm like, maybe, but I've never done it, and I can't really say. It could also be drying, because tea is really drying.
Oh, that's interesting. I think what actually helps is the fact that you're putting water on your hair a little bit more by doing these treatments. A lot of things that we do, we just start washing more or co-washing more, putting water more on our hair, spritzing our hair with water. And ultimately, I feel like that has the biggest impact when it comes to taking care of our hair than these specific things. But anyway,
there's antioxidants in tea, so that could help too. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I just kind of feel like so with the tea too, like the way I read something somewhere talking about the quality of the tea, like the leaves that you're getting. Some of them are like more potent than others. Some are just eating on the shelf forever, so you're really getting just like dried up herbs.
Putting Lipton on your hair. Anyways, let me stop.
Anyway, gray hair. Why does it act so differently? What are the best type of products to keep it in line?
Gosh, gray hairs, they just so shiesty, man. Like they just do what they want. Gray hair is lacking melanin. So, and also gray hair is reduced like sebum. So it definitely, and then also the fiber itself is thinning. So, you know, and the bonds are a little bit different too. So you're getting pretty much a whole new curl type. Some people experience curlier hair, like straight hair people sometimes will experience curlier gray hair. You know, ours will just like, I have gray hairs, like they like to like come up like here. That's where I'm starting to grow them. And they don't want to curl. Like they go off on their own. So those are kind of some of the things as to why the sebum reduction is less. Sebum is like our body's natural oil for hair and skin, and natural hair is naturally drier because sebum can't travel down our hair root because our hair just defies gravity. So the sebum is like trying to travel down and just cannot. Whereas for straight hair, it's a lot easier to travel down. That's why straight hair, you have to wash it a lot more. Their hair shows oil way faster than ours. But yeah, those are some of the reasons. And melanin obviously is now, so those are some of the reasons why gray hair is just.
So you really have to learn this new texture all over and figure out product that supports the way that you want to wear your hair at that stage of your life.
Yes, and it will not act necessarily like your hair that's not gray. And I think it's like a natural phenomena because even like my niece is 11 and she has some gray hairs. I'm like, girl, who's stressing you out?
Girl, it's not even stress no more because well, maybe it is stress because I am all over like the front of my hair. So disrespectful. all over here. And I was like 20 when it all started. And I don't even think I was that stressed.
It's not really related. I'm like, it's random. Like it's one of those things.
It is a little bit.
You're like, no, I was stressed. I was stressing out.
All right. Do it yourself products. Do you recommend? How should they best be stored, in a cool setting or refrigerated?
I feel like I could never say, like, I feel like DIY saved so many naturalistas who were trying to figure it out when products did not exist. So it's hard for me to be like, no, don't use them. They can have some issues because, again, preservation. I have had so many people message me questions like, oh, my product is starting to like change color. Is it like something happening? And I'm like, listen, if you don't get that tested for microbial growth, I cannot tell you. You cannot tell by just these physical like appearance parameters. I was like, how are you storing it? Is there a preservative? Oh, I put this ingredient in it. What's the pH? I don't know. I'm like, listen, if you don't know those things, I can't really tell you what's going on with your product. If you're just kind of adding citric acid as normal, your product could be super acidic, and you could make one batch one day that's like a 2 and the other one like a 3.5. And so I would say with DIY, depends on what you're doing. I do some DIY, but I formulate for a living. So I do think about some of those parameters. Putting it in the fridge will help because, cooler temperatures are going to have less microbial growth. So, the way you store your products does help. And then also using them fast enough, because obviously if it's like water based, that's versus like oil based, like it's gonna, so yeah, I would say it's tough because I know they're gonna always exist.
So I have a cute baby. I can't help. Every time I see her, it's like, ah.
I can't wait. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. I'll be just living my best life and not caring about anything. But
All right.
yeah, so yeah.
Well, what about like those protein treatments that we do where we like mix eggs and mayo? Is it actually when we talk about, like you said, hydrolyzed proteins was like broken down so that it has a purpose and it's doing what it's supposed to do? Like a full egg, aren't the molecules a little too big to even really be penetrating and depositing any type of strength to our hair?
That's what I would think. I would have to look into that, but that's what I would think, just because it really hasn't been formulated to be helpful for the hair. But I mean, people have been doing it. They've been seeing their benefits. Honestly, maybe they're getting more of a film, that film from the egg or whatever, the mayonnaise or whatever. But yeah, is it sustainable? Is it really meant for your hair? It wasn't built like that. So yeah, that's a good point. Like, it may not be the size that's recommended to really have an effect.
Yeah. What about henna?
Henna? No, listen, I don't actually know. I don't know a ton about henna. I've never used it. I do know some people that like it. I know stylists don't love it because it has a lot of issues with contact dermatitis and irritation. So I know a lot of stylists who do not use it because they will, they'll be putting it on you and then having issues for themselves. So, but I do know that it's like, natural, full of antioxidants, and it's a way to color your hair without using some of these synthetic colorants. So that one I cannot say yes or no on, just because I don't know. I just know those things about it. So that one's an interesting one.
Okay, right on. Well, what about menopause, perimenopause, postmenopause? What's causing the hair texture / density change that a lot of women are experiencing? And is it like, again, related to the hormones?
The hormones, the estrogen, man, when you start to go through menopause, like your estrogen levels are just all over the place. You're having to take supplements. Estrogen is very much related to your hair growth, like your hair stages. Like, 'cause your hair grows in stages. There's like 3 or 4 different stages, and estrogen plays a big part in that. That's why when you're pregnant or not pregnant, like when you're pregnant, you're getting all the estrogen in the world, your hair is flourishing, and then when you go postpartum and it drops, your hair is like drops with it. So when you're talking about all these different phases of life that we go through, we're 100% affected. Our hair growth is 100% effective, which is why we see our moms cut their hair, and do these different things. And some people aren't as affected as others. Like, some people are able to keep their hair pretty long and silky throughout. But yes, definitely hormones. And as you get older, you're just not generating the same amount of things like collagen, this, that, all these different factors. You're not generating them at the same rate.
Is there products specifically formulated for these changes that happen later on in life?
I feel like a lot of this is like maybe could be hit with products, but maybe with like diet products too. Like, those type of like supplements and stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe that's a missed market of like products for people in different phases of life, because that is not. I don't think that's the typical.
I need to trademark that real quickly.
I think that would be a market, because I hear so much people struggle, and especially women, hair is just a big part of our identity and beauty. So it's like, I wonder if there could be products more dedicated to people in that phase, because there's just certain. Oh my gosh, you can't do this to me right now. Oh my gosh, not the baby bonnet.
It's so fun for me. She said hello, aunties. Okay, she's going to bed. Oh, good night, baby.
Should she be hanging out with her dad?
She was hanging out with Papa all day. Did you have fun?
Yes. Oh, that's a daddy's girl. Oh, I can't wait.
You are.
Oh, she's so cute in her bonnet.
With you. Good night, sweetie pie. See you tomorrow
She's like,
morning.
Mommy, where you been?
Oh, you're trying to touch everything. No. Oh, bye, baby. Good night. Mwah. Mama loves you.
She's so adorable. She's like, don't you dare. Take
Right.
me back.
For me.
I want to stay.
She's going to take it off like 10 minutes within her little sleep cycle.
Oh, at least you have it on now and you look cute.
Right. Right. Say bye, girl. Say bye, everybody. Oh. Go to Papa. Good night, sweetie pie. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a moment. What were we talking about? I don't remember, girl.
It wasn't right to show me that. That wasn't right. That wasn't right. I'm like dreaming of this baby girl that is cooking. That was a lot. My poor hormones done child. Anyways,
they come and just take over your whole life. I promise you. Okay. What about post-cancer and chemotherapy? Like products that can help for hair growth after that.
That one, I was, so chemo is like a cell killer, and it's got to kill like so much stuff. And in that, it's killing the cells that are helping your hair to grow. And so when you stop chemo, it's like your body has to rebuild. So again, it's like what we talk about. There's not going to be so much of a magic solution. You have to give your body time. You have to get back to a healthy state. There are things you can do, just like gentle. Honestly, I feel like with that, it's gentle. Like you maybe want to use baby shampoo, because your hair is literally starting over. These cells are rebuilding. Gentle, like I would say baby shampoo, like baby conditioner, maybe things with low on fragrance, just being patient, maybe just like wearing wigs until it starts to get to a certain point, not asking your hair to be everything and everything just because it's at this point of just like rebuilding. Cells were broken, like cells were killed, and that have to regrow and kind of remember their purpose. So that's what my recommendation is, to be gentle, patient, and to go very sensitive versus like, oh, this is the magic. It's like, listen, if the cells aren't there, if the cells have to rebuild and heal and grow, this magic oil is not gonna, you know what I mean? So like that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and I kind of think we need to really start changing our mindset away from what is the perfect product that I can use for my hair right now? What's the best product on the market right now versus again, how do you want to wear your hair, and what products are you going to use to support that? Because there's so many different options and so many different price points as well. Like I get messages all the time. People are like, "Oh, well, this product is like $30. Do I need to use a $30 product?" And it's like, well, no. I think a lot of people use drugstore products and are fine. You just have to be intentional with what you're using and how you're using it and how often you are doing your routine. I think that's the most important. How often are you doing your routine?
Yeah, like I'm not a snob with shampoo and conditioner. I mean, the ones that are more expensive and costly, they probably have so many great benefits. I'm not downing those brands. They probably are amazing, but I have found, especially with my hair thickness, that it does not allow me to really want to venture and buy, because I use so much more. So it's like,
imagine you use a ton of conditioner.
Exactly. And I'm just like, it doesn't really, I found that I can use an expensive brand or not expensive brand and get a very similar effect, just because those are more, those products aren't quite the, like, I feel like I would want to invest my money more in styling.
That's
Oh,
interesting. I just wanted to bring that up because it's like that's
I
what we're talking about. Giving your body time, giving your hair time. Same with postpartum shedding too. Like instead of really trying to like pile a bunch of stuff on your scalp to try to get your hair to grow as fast as possible, just kind of think about what your body's gone through and just letting it rest, letting it be, letting it heal, and let your hair renew basically. Look at her. She said she just let her hair be. It grew slowly, but now she got a full, thick head of hair, if she may just say so herself. Yes,
no,
girl.
beautiful. You're a survivor. That's all that matters. And
Right.
your hair came back because your body knew what to do. Sometimes we treat the external and we're expecting that to do so much. When in reality, our bodies have to do the work, and it's your body to survive something major. So it's gonna take time and pretty much just love it and take care of it and be gentle. I'm glad you have a full head of hair now. Because with chemo, that affects everything, not just like a hair on your head, your eyebrows, your body hair, like it can affect everything. So yes, that's a beautiful story.
All right, we're gonna go quickly. There's a bunch of questions that people left. I'm just gonna quickly go through them. If I miss some, kind of post your question again, girl, so I see it, so I don't have to scroll all the way up. Like, let's make it easy on us. Should gray hair use baby shampoo too, or black soap?
Not as familiar. I mean, I'm familiar with black soap, but I'm not as familiar with that for hair. Um, I wouldn't. My mummy does use baby shampoo for her hair because her hair is very fine. I could see it. Maybe it would depend on like your gray hair and like if you're feeling like it's a lot more weakened than your natural hair, and if it needs something that's a bit more gentle. So I could see moving towards a more gentle formulation as more and more gray hairs pop up because they don't have as much support as I guess like hair that hasn't been affected like that. You know what I mean? Because it's not having as much sebum, the composition's changing, the bonds are changing. So like I could see a more gentle shampoo being effective.
And I would like to argue not all baby shampoos are created equal.
No, they're not.
A lot of different baby shampoos. There's this particular brand that I use, Tubby Todd, I think it's called. Tubi Todd. And the second I put it in my baby's hair, I was like, oh, nope, that is for the white babies.
And you're right. Like they're not all made equal. They just are compliant to the claims that they're going for. So they're not all made equal. There's one I think that I actually brought home that I really liked and I gave to my mom and she loved it because it was kind of, I think it was maybe Shea Moisture or somebody like, and so I can't remember. I think it was that brand, but my mommy really liked it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're not all made equal.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to wash and goes, why is botanical gel mainly encouraged for the base? Do any other products besides gel supposedly trap the water in?
Gels would really offer more hold curl creams and stuff. They typically are more hydration / fixative, so they're not really getting that hold as much. But you can use them. You can use them. It just depends on what you're doing. But if you're going for wash and goes, you're going for I want my hair to look wet but be dry. And that's why gels have been used because they're basically just like swelled water with fixatives and hydrating agents and a couple of things. Whereas like curl creams, the water content is a lot less. You have the fatty alcohols and you have the humectants and this and that are more for styling and weighing down the hair. So so it is interesting that gels have really been associated with like wash and goes.
Wash and go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it, like you said, it probably depends. Well, it also depends on just the look that you're going for with your hair. Do you want that wet look but dry, or are you somewhere in between? You don't care so much for definition. You just want the hydration. I feel like all of that determines what product you would use. Do you want a lot of hold? Do you like crunchy cast, or do you just want to stay away from that?
Yes, definitely. Depends on what you're going for.
Oh, I don't even know if we need to get into this or if we can get into this. You know what? Hard stop, 8:30 for sure. For sure, 8:30. No matter what, we're getting up out of here. Talking about Beyonce's product, Sacred, is rice water a true hair ingredient? True hair ingredients, fake hair ingredients. Oh, I'm kidding. If so, what's the science behind that? And you know what? I like to argue. I want to give YouTube University its flowers there because I feel like, you know, aside from the Asian, I don't know. Oh, I feel like I don't even remember the history of like rice water. It was like a group of women in Asia that used it and their hair's down their back. And then YouTube University, I guess, caught wind of that. They were like, hair down your back. So now everybody was experimenting with rice water. And now to see it being formulated in products is very interesting to see the trajectory. So I also wonder, is it a marketing thing? Is it truly doing something? What are your thoughts on that?
So rice water is very popular. It's like it's it's kind of like it was something that when you made food, when you made rice, you had leftover starchy water that people probably started to use in their hair. And this is like the begin. Like there's so many things that are like Ayurvedic things that are people just are using that somehow get to the mainstream. And rice water was one of them. There's so many others. I do know that people have said that they're not exactly sure about the scientific evidence showing the efficacy of rice water, but it's starchy because it's rice. So you're getting all those like leftover starches. You're getting some different amino acids and maybe some vitamins and some antioxidants, but because those are all things found in rice, at least maybe the more pure rices versus like some of the other rices we would have. So I could definitely see it having effects. And there's all these things that like they've been using it for years. Asian hair there's like three different types of category of hair. Is Asian hair, Caucasian, and black. That's typically how hair is categorized. And Asian hair is associated with the most shine and it's the straightest.
Mm-hmm.
So, definitely considering like that hair type that it was being used for, and it was supporting that hair type versus maybe bringing it over to a different type of hair. But yeah, this one's interesting. Like I could definitely see more research needing to be done to kind of validate some of these claims. But I mean, people do love them some rice water, and just from like its composition, it could see having some benefit because it's very nutritious. I guess it has a lot of stuff in it.
But I mean, our hair is not eating none of these food.
Yeah, I mean, it has the starch, and you use starches in your hair, use them for like the feel, use like rice. You actually use rice starches and different starches in your hair for different reasons. You can use them for gelling agents. They're great for feel agents. They can take away some of the oils from your hair. Yeah, so I don't know. That one I'd have to do more research, but it is kind of very popular. And
Yeah,
honestly, I don't know how much is being used. Like when you're saying rice water extract, are you using a lot or a little? Like I don't know.
I'm gonna go look at Beyonce's
Yeah.
ingredient list to really see what's going on there. But that's a story for another day, not today. We're trying to get up out of here. How often should we wash or co-wash our hair? Oh, we haven't even talked about co-washing much, but I'll let you answer.
Okay, so realms of thought. I feel like a lot of naturalista hair girlies would say once a week. Some would say more, some would say less. I think if your hair is fine, maybe you want to wash it a little bit more. If your hair is thick, have high hair density, maybe you could go with washing it a little less. But that's just what I'm thinking. So yeah, I think we've moved to once a week. A lot of naturalistas have. Co-washing, I've never been personally a fan because I feel like you really need to get that residual product off your hair, and the surfactants that are in conditioners aren't really the cleansing ones. They're the ones depositing stuff on your hair more. That's what they're designed. Conditioners are designed to leave something behind. So you're not getting that strong cleansing that you're getting from the cleansing surfactants. So I'm always hesitant to fully recommend it because you might end up getting more product buildup.
Yeah.
It might feel great because you're getting an extra film in your hair. So you're like, oh, my hair is so soft and moisturized, but that's just because now you have more product on your hair.
Mm-hmm.
So people love co-washing. So I can understand, to each his own, but I wouldn't recommend personally. I would not recommend co-washing. But yeah, I guess
it's also being mindful of your scalp too, what's going on there. Because the more product buildup you have, typically the more issues you have with your scalp, more flaking, more itchiness. So then we're adding more oils to combat that when we should have just washed to begin with.
And you need to get that product off. You really, really, really do. Because if you're allowing a lot of product buildup, you're allowing for a lot of microbial growth because that can be considered food for just the stuff that you don't want in your hair. So yes. I guess I'll stick with once a week. But
once a week has been the universally accepted answer when it comes to how often you should wash your hair. But you should also be looking at your lifestyle, how dirty your hair is. Like you would know that more than anybody.
Yeah.
What products are you using? Are you using something or layering products that are thicker? I feel like would probably determine, okay, well, you know what, I should wash my hair or collecting on your hair. I don't know what you do, girl. All of that will determine how often you should wash your hair and how dry is your hair feeling. I think we don't take that into consideration sometimes. But like, oh, my hair is so dry, but it's been 2 weeks since you washed it. Like, you need water. You need to consistently add water into your hair because water is going to consistently evaporate.
Curly hair is a spectrum. Like you have different types of curly hair. Like, you know, you got the 4 C's and then you got the 3 C's and you got so some might need more washing than others. Some might show that oil buildup more than others. So yeah, definitely. Oh, sorry, I'm like now reading comments. But yes.
We're just trying to go right through 8 minutes. What are your views on 4C hair not being promoted by bigger hair care companies? Oh,
The way I just breathed. You never notice like in TV and media and stuff, the hair that's promoted, like, and you've even heard it from like actors who will have maybe like a 4 type hair and then they go to the hairstylist and they somehow try to make their curls more like 3B or something like that. Like a lot of actors will talk about how their curls tend to be manipulated for, I don't know, just like to appease the media or whatever. I feel you're very much right. A lot of times when you see curly hair, it's not the coiliest.
yeah.
No, it's at best 4A.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because I always wonder, like, is it because that brand isn't centered around that consumer? So this is as inclusive as they're getting, where it's like, okay, we have somebody. Or their products maybe don't necessarily work as well for that consumer. Because I feel like if they're putting someone with 4C, they need to show that this is working for that consumer just as well. So not all brands will do that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just one of those things, man. The edges. I think we talked about that earlier. It's like the edges of the industry are not the things that are being shown.
Yeah. And it's the aesthetic as well. It's not aesthetically cool or pleasing to showcase 4C hair like that. It's not what sells. Like, I have two examples that comes to mind. One is an influencer that, it's funny, her hair wasn't even 4C, but she noticed when she wear her hair straight all the time, how many campaigns she get versus when she allows her hair to just be curly. If she goes to stretch with curly hair, she get less brand deals, less offers, less money versus when she just straighten her hair and keeps it straight. Something like that you think about. Or even like those wig companies. Like they will reach out, like if someone will reach out to me and say they want me to promote a curly texture, 3C. And I'm like, well, I have 4C and you have 4C on your site. I'd rather have this one. And they'll be like, no, that's not what we promote. That's not what's selling. People want the 3C texture. So that's what they're going to promote more. That appeals more. Very sad to say. And, you know, I think we're still waiting to see the day where there's actual full inclusivity into the hair space where you can see all the textures and they're all being celebrated, but it's just not where we are. What are the most basic products that are a must in natural hair?
I guess. I have to really think about this. I'm like, why did water come to my head first? I was like, start with water.
That's something we don't think about.
I feel like if you had to just exist, I would almost be like water, get a good leave-in, because leave-in can take you far. Like leave-in, you can do twist outs, you can do like protective styles, like you can really do a lot of stuff with leave-in. If you're wanting to maybe more style your hair, then maybe like a good gel. But it depends on what you're doing. Like, you know, if you're more in the twist outs and stuff, you might need a curl cream, because I feel like there was a point in my life where all I really needed was oil, curl cream, and a leave-in. That's it. Like that's really all I required. But I guess it depends on what you want to style your hair. Because if you're more protective, you don't need all of that. But yeah, it depends. What do you think?
I say water for sure because you really want to get your hair wet. I think you should wash your hair and your scalp. So I would say whatever cleansing shampoo of your choice, moisturizing, all purpose, whatever you like, whatever how clean you want your hair to be. Obviously a good conditioner. You know what? I'm not even gonna say conditioner. I'm gonna go straight to a deep conditioner because I feel like you can do. And I know you say you don't need to use a deep conditioner every time, but I think you're also safe if you use a deep conditioner every time.
Yeah.
Maybe overdoing it, but you're safe. And then now we're gonna move into preferences. How do you style your hair? How do you want to wear your hair? Do you want to do twist style? Do you want to leave your hair in twist? Do you want to do braids? Do you, I don't know, whatever you decide to do, I feel like that's, you're going to have to pick the product that's going to give you the best results. So it's hard to say what's a basic there, but I would say shampoo, deep conditioning, um, I guess arguably a leave-in, but it depends on where you want to go from that point. There's options.
Yeah. Definitely. I think I could survive off of just shampoo, conditioner, and a leave-in. And if I had to, I could survive.
If I got leave-in, I can see myself surviving. I'll just have to probably get some water in my hair a little bit more often, but I could survive. I could make it work. All right. 28. One more question if I can find it, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Does testing hair with pH strips help / work? Like hair products, I guess you mean? If so, what should it be?
Okay, so if you're meaning hair products, so I believe hair, because it's negatively charged, has a slightly, like I know your skin has a slightly acidic mantle, and I believe it's the same with your hair because it has that slightly negative charge. So they do like to formulate products within that realm, because there are some products that can make your hair super basic or make your hair super acidic. So you do kind of want to keep your hair in a relative hair neutrality. So yes, you should definitely consider like the pH of your products. You know, like shampoos tend to be a bit more acidic than conditioners. So shampoos will kind of make your hair. That's why sometimes when you just shampoo your hair, it's a bit charged and it's like tangly, and it doesn't. It's almost like your cuticle has been raised. And then when you add the conditioner, it kind of settles down and all of that. Because if you ever just wash your hair and kind of just let it be, or like maybe, I don't know, maybe if your husband washes and doesn't condition, you can kind of feel like it feels a little different.
I was gonna say, like, well, I don't know what that feels like.
I've never done that, but I'm thinking like I've definitely, you know, I feel like men have more like
men don't care. Men
don't care.
Flourishing.
That's why every time, like, you know, my husband wants to grow out his hair, I'm like, boy, I don't know, because it's maintenance. But anyways, so yeah, definitely understanding the pH of your hair. I mean, the pH of your hair products, and especially if you're like, yeah, it's definitely important. And they're that pH for a reason. They are.
And you even talked about how some products, some ingredients perform their best within certain range of pH. So that's something to also keep in mind when we look at a product from the formulation standpoint, right?
Oh yes, some preservatives only work within certain ranges. So if you're outside that range, you're not getting that preservation action, and then that's dangerous. And some other ingredients like carbomers and thickeners, some of them only work in certain pH ranges. So that's why there's sometimes the addition of sodium hydroxide or citric acid. They help to titrate that pH to where it needs to be stable, depending on how your product's composed. So yes, definitely pH is very important to consider.
All right, Nicole, I second this comment because even I'm dying.
Maybe I'm not drinking enough water. Oh no.
I'm dying, so I gotta go. I'm just like, are you sure you don't need a break? She's like, no, we can keep going.
That's probably not a good thing. Oh, my poor child. Anyways, I need to clearly, but this was full and this is now empty, so maybe I'm doing okay. But thank you.
That was full, and I feel like it's all the way at the bottom. And for some reason, I have another bottle. Listen, for water, I just need to keep bottles of water all over the house so I can just like quickly grab and drink. Otherwise, I'm not even. If I don't see it, I'm not doing it. But
without this, my goodness, like
it's over.
I would not be drinking water. Yeah.
Then we're like, oh my god, why is my hair so dry? When we have,
like, why do my legs hurt?
Water. This has been a wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed it. I love the information that you poured into us, the education, your knowledge. You really seem like you know what you're doing. You're passionate about what you do. And you know, I love talking to women of color in so many different verticals because that's how we get change. That's how we're able to use our voice to create the change that we want to see in our community. When you talk about having women in different at different tables, product formulators, CEOs, chemists, scientists, stylists, influencers.
Influencers.
Right, girl. we all have our role to play. And I think when we all work together, that's how we move faster, further. That's how we create the change that we want to see. That's how we're able to infuse, say, hey, this is lacking here. Actually, I don't think this is a good idea. Together, I think is how we move forward. And I personally believe that, this wash and go trend is a way that you can take care of your hair. You also have to be very mindful with how you take care of your hair, being in tune with your hair, being consistent with your routine has always been a thing, but it's just a way that you can take care of your hair. It's just something else that you can add to your arsenal. And if you don't enjoy doing wash and goes, you don't have to do wash and goes. It's not one or the other. When we think of hair or anything in life, really, why can't we move with and together? Let's add this and continue. So any last words? Go ahead and share. If you want to shout out your platforms, where people can find you, any shameless plug, go ahead and do that right now, and then we'll call it a night.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for inviting me on this. I love having conversations and just bringing people into this world because it's almost like a little secret world. So, and people don't know we exist sometimes. Now they do, but before I was like, there's a scientist behind my products. What? So, thank you. I love being able to chat about this. But yes, you can find me on Instagram and on TikTok at the period curly chemist. And I also have a STEM focused Etsy page, and I also do speaking and videos and educational content. I just really enjoy the industry that I'm in, and I hope to like inspire other people to do it because growing up in the Caribbean, I never thought this is where something I could do.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful to be here.
Yeah. And I think of myself as well growing up in the Caribbean and how um oh, it's taking me back. How they were taking care of my hair and how that used to make me feel. Oh, every single time it was wash day, a little part of me would almost die. It's like, oh my God,
Yes,
this detangling after two.
get hit with the comb.
Ooh, it was a struggle. Even the hot comb, trying to make my hair look presentable. This is why I'm just like completely traumatized when it comes to heat. I'm like, just leave it alone. I never want to use it again.
That's
um,
hot comb from the stove. That's
yeah,
not the hot comb, the fancy hot combs. Like that
no,
is, yeah,
no,
that's
no,
that
no.
Easter hot comb.
Oh, it takes me back, but to see where we are now and the tools that we have, products that we have, options that we have, I think it's beautiful to see. And instead of really looking back and saying, pointing fingers, oh, this person did this wrong, I think we can just see how we can move forward together. Like I could definitely like blame my mom and say, you didn't know how to take care of my hair, but like she had no, is that her fault? Like she grew up the same way where it was like, you got to change your hair. You got to, my mom, my goodness, I feel like she only started wearing her natural hair because I rebelled and was wearing my natural hair. So I can't imagine, like she was, I don't know, definitely past 30 because she had me when she was 33. So imagine like in her 50s where she's like, I guess I could wear my texture. Like I feel like that wasn't even a thought. It was the relaxers. You got to straighten it. Like you got to wear a wig. You something, but your natural hair. So us wearing our hair really just means a lot to us as Black women. And I think companies need to start understanding that we're people too. We want the good products. We want products to cater to us. We want products with us in mind. Um, yeah, I really enjoy having these type of conversations.
Absolutely, same. No, I hope everyone enjoyed these conversations.
All right. Well, on that note, we wish you all the best, girl, when it comes to your pregnancy, the rest of your pregnancy, the baby that's coming, the little bundle of joy. Oh, the first the first weeks are rough. First month is rough, but I always say with new moms, just keep doing the things that makes you, that makes you happy. Like now, think about, make a list now. Things that make Nicole happy. Could be gardening, it could be formulating products. I don't know, it could whatever it is. Like do be mindful and intentional and do that because then you always feel like you could do something else with your time. Could be, I don't know, washing baby clothes, making baby food, feeding, this and that. But if you can find a little token of times where you're like, this is for Nicole, this is for me. I'm gonna do what makes me happy. I'm gonna do what makes me joy. It just kind of keeps you grounded. Because otherwise, postpartum, it's like you're floating and you don't even know where you're going. It's
That's
interesting.
fine.
It's interesting. I'll check up on you though. What do you do?
Please. Jim due July 5th. I don't know why I feel like she's coming in June, but I'm due July 5th. So
Okay.
it's coming soon. 30
Coming.
weeks. As of yesterday, 30 weeks.
Okay, you have time.
Yeah.
You do. Enjoy the rest of your pregnancy though.
I'll try.
You will.
Yes, I will. I will absolutely enjoy this phase because every phase you gotta enjoy. You can't really appreciate the second phase if you're like, oh, I need this to be over. So
Absolutely.
I'm trying to appreciate this phase.
Think about it like formulating a product, right? I'm sure you have like your water phase and then your oil phase. It all has to be perfect. And right now, oh, the thing your body's doing, it's amazing. I don't think we give the women's body its credit. We just want to rush to. I can't wait for this pregnancy to be over. But like your body's working overtime. It's doing something so magical. Ah,
It is. It really. It's insane. This is true chemistry right now. Like this
right.
is insane. So no, I agree. And it's the cheapest daycare I've ever got to get. So like I need to just be very happy and patient in this moment. And because it's just bringing new responsibilities and just new everything. So yeah, no, we're very excited and but tired.
Oh my God. I have to take this question. See, I was just about to get out of here, and it's like, oh, this is a good one. Why are some women getting multiple splits in a single hair strand? And I don't know if you've seen this, but that's one of the concerns that's been coming out with the constant wash and go lifestyle. A lot of people are experiencing split ends, but particularly it's like going all the way up the shaft of the hair.
Interesting. And I don't actually have an answer for that. Like I've heard about it, but I don't actually have an answer for that. I'm thinking about wash and goes and the way they go and all of that stuff. I'm like, I wonder if it's just like you're using heat. You are kind of leaving your hair out more. You are affecting the different areas of your strand. So that's interesting. I'd have to do more understanding as to why that's more of a phenomenon. Because I mean, with wash and goes, you are manipulating your hair more than if you did a twist out, where everything's kind of having the opportunity to lie flat, and that could play a part in it. Where wash and goes are a lot more exposed.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, so there could be a couple of different reasons, but I'd have to do some research to see exactly why. They talk of like feathered split ends or something like that. Yeah. So
like a tree. Is it what called a tree branch or something?
Yeah, and maybe that is a lack of emollients. Maybe you're not getting enough protection. Like, because when you get something, you're losing something, and maybe the fixatives are not giving you enough to kind of, support flattening that cuticle. And that's just a theory. I do not know. I am just guessing. But if maybe you were doing wash and goes or twist outs and you were noticing you're getting way more split ends with the wash and goes, maybe that's because now you've replaced one ingredient with another.
Look at this. They weren't even doing wash and goes, but they were getting curly cuts, and it happened to them. So take that with you with your little research. And I feel like there's a lot of research that needs to be done right now with what's happening with the wash and go situation, or just like the no oil and butter trend, because it's so new, right? So there's going to be results that probably were unexpected. And now it's like, okay, how can we mediate this? How can we improve? How can we change some things? So anyways, we're not trying to stay here for another 20 minutes. All right. Thank you so much for joining. If you watched the whole live, I thank you. I appreciate you. Don't forget to, send a little what is it? Super chats. I am so bad at promoting that, but super chats will help support us, support what we do. And honestly, I'll see you guys somewhere on the internet. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in my next one.
Bye, everyone.